Marathon here, almost. Balloons ready to drop for the final night of the DNC, the biggest night.
The biggest night for sure. Anita's live at the United Center with a little bit more of what we can expect to see. Also going to get an appearance from Vice President Kamala Harris. Everybody looking forward to what she has to say on the national stage.
Moment for Vice President Kamala Harris, and after her economic rollout didn't quite go as maybe predicted for the Democratic Party, this is even higher stakes now for her to really nail this speech that she has tonight, as she makes history as the first woman of color to accept the major party nomination for a presidential ticket. So if you think about those who have gone before, I'm sure they will be evoked tonight. Names like Shirley Chisholm, Geraldine Ferraro, even Hillary Clinton. I'm thinking and waiting to see. There's one person I haven't seen all this week to introduce anyone or to come to the stage, and I may have missed her, but I haven't seen Senator Carol Moseley Braun. And because of her significance in Illinois, her significance in the Senate, her significance to Black history, and this moment for Vice President Kamala Harris, I just kind of think maybe we'll see her tonight if she's up to being around here. I have seen her still getting around, making the rounds in terms of politics from here and there. So I'm thinking maybe we'll see her tonight to kind of solidify the history of this moment, and especially in the state of Illinois. But really for Vice President Kamala Harris, she's going to have to hit home on some policies. I think there are two things that kind of keep coming up in terms of why haven't we seen this. And one is a sit-down interview, and two is on the policies. Even if there are broad strokes, throughout the week, you've kind of heard about tax cuts. You've kind of heard about immigration. You've heard about a ceasefire call. You've heard several times. You've heard several things from that nature, but you haven't heard any details. Now, those who are surrogates would tell you and stand firmly in it that you are likely still not to hear details, because this is still a convention hall. So it's going to be a bit of a balance in terms of, one, it's still a convention, and the point of a convention is more a rah-rah for the Democratic Party than it is to get into the nitty-gritty. But others would say the devil is in the details, so they want to see some details. And for sure, at some point in time, she will have to do a sit-down interview. At some point in time, she will have to give some details about her policies. So those things for sure. Also, even though she has been a prosecutor, she has been a state attorney general, she has been a U.S. senator, and she has also been the vice president of the United States of America, they're still trying to tell her story. A lot of people nationally feel like they still just don't know her. And if you think about the fact that on the other side of the aisle, you have a former president who we have known for many, many years, even before he came into politics, that's a bit of a disadvantage. And then also you have J.D. Vance, who joined the ticket on the Republican side, who was fairly known because of his book and his movie, and then going into politics. So you have this ticket on the Democratic side where, one, you have a vice president that people are saying we still need to know more about her, and then you also have a vice president on this ticket, a candidate who a lot of people just did not know, a relative unknown on the national circuit for sure. So Tim Walz. Last night was a big night for him, Governor Tim Walz, and I'll tell you, he didn't speak that long. We heard a bit from him, but given the speeches of the week, his was not among the longest ones. But I don't think that was really the theme for last night. I think last night was really about speaking to Midwesterners, and I think it was really about putting things on very plain terms. And there are many ways that they were able to do that last night. Obviously, with Coach Walz, you're hearing him give what he called a pep talk to the nation, essentially. He said he hasn't done many big speeches, but he's done a lot of pep talks as a coach. And so that's what he did. He introduced himself. talked a little bit about his family journey. Obviously, that's been debated and that's been criticized a bit. He's talked about his military record, the 24 years in the National Guard. That has been hotly criticized as well in his only 2 weeks on this ticket. But then he closed out with this pep talk and he said that, this is the fourth quarter. They're down a field goal. They're on offense, driving the ball. He said, get in the trenches and start blocking and tackling. Sleep when you're dead, leave it on the field. That was the rallying cry for people to then say, we're not going back. You'll have to see if the rah-rah of the moment really carries. Most parties after their convention will have a bump. The Republicans definitely had a bump coming out of the RNC. You'll see if the Democrats have a bump coming out of the DNC, and then they have to hit the ground running. We are now at 74 days left until Election Day, so not a lot of time, but a lot of work that still needs to be done on this side.
Thank you so much, Anita. You mentioned Tim Walz. He's now handing the ball off to Kamala Harris, who's going to take the main stage tonight.
It's a big night.
It is, for sure.
Harris's night.
Yes.
She's going to be accepting the nomination formally, and we are so psyched to be joined by Fox News Sunday host Shannon Bream for our digital coverage right here in studio. Shannon, thank you so much for coming in. It's so great to see you in person.
In person, right?
It's such a nice treat to be with you guys on set.
So,
thanks for having me.
Anita kind of alluded to this at the end of her hit there, and I'm going to use the marathon analogy. I've run a couple marathons, and there's a saying that the race actually starts at mile 20. Okay,
Right.
That's okay. And so now she said, all right, we may see a little bit bump for the Democrats coming out of the DNC here, but then we've got another 70-some days before the election. How accurate in your mind do you think kind of the polling is at this point in the election cycle?
For today, it's going to be accurate to the people that they talk to on those phone calls and those online questions. But we've seen over time in history where there's been a radical change between the end of these conventions and Election Day. And so it may be telling us what's working right now, but gosh, now that there's going to be probing and pushing on this new ticket, what the real policies are about, all of the attack ads are, geared up, that kind of thing. So people can move in 2 or 3 months.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of momentum, especially since Kamala Harris took over the top of that ticket. Now that we're in towards the latter end of the DNC, do you feel like the momentum is maybe going the same speed, picked up, or do you feel like it's dropping off a little bit?
Well, there's always going to be that honeymoon period. Obviously, we've never seen anything like what we're seeing this year, this really compressed presidential run, and the fact that, gosh, in a month, think of all the things that have happened. You switched out a ticket. This has been a lot of excitement, and we saw the double haters for a year. People are like, I don't want Biden, I don't want Trump. Well, now they have a brand new, fresh-faced opportunity in somebody completely new who has not had those probing sit-down interviews. So there's going to be a bit of a sugar high, and you always get that coming off your convention, too. So does it level? Do the polls even out a little bit more? We'll see. I think the coming days are going to be really telling.
Okay, so you alluded to the lack so far of those tell-all or telling sit-down interviews. Another point of criticism that the Democrats are getting this week is that the convention has been high on criticism of the Republican ticket and short on their own policy. Do you expect that to change with the speech tonight, and what else do you expect out of Kamala Harris's acceptance speech tonight?
I think they're going to want to stick to broad themes.
Okay.
Their theme this week is freedom. I'm sure you guys have talked about that each day, the different ways that they focus on that. I think she's going to want to keep to those sweeping, uplifting ideas, probably fewer details than all of us want to see. But I have been surprised there has been so much emphasis on President Trump and the talking about how dangerous he is, how a second term would be so bad for this country, when I think people are used to that message, but they also want to hear how you're going to change it, how you're going to make the next 4 years better. Should your team be the one who stays in the White House? It's also been interesting to me that the way the language has been used is almost as if the vice president is the challenger and President Trump is the incumbent. All these references to we're in a bad place and we've got to get to a better place, where, critics will say, well, your party's been in charge for 3.5 years.
The last 4 years, your
but it's
administration,
been good messaging to sort of set her up as the underdog, the challenger. That's how she refers to herself. That's not what the polls tell us at this moment.
Right.
That clearly seems to be the strategy to kind of make those attacks on President Trump. Do you feel like that's the right strategy to reach maybe the undecided voters who haven't made up their mind on what they're going to do in November?
It's possible. I mean, they have to feel like there's research or good messaging or data that tells them that that is a good frame of attack. I think a lot of people say, if you're looking at the Biden-Harris administration, the woman who's now at the top of the ticket is part of that administration. So if your argument moving forward is we know you're not in a great place economically, but I'm going to change that. We've heard a lot of on day one, I'm going to change these things, and people will say, well, you're part of the administration who's running things now. So I think there's a sense that they feel like, let's point back to the trouble from the Trump administration, to the fact that, hey, maybe you felt like you were doing economically better with him, but that they will argue, is bad for foreign relationships, and that he is chaotic. They're going to use all of that language to say, remember 4 years ago, where some people have very good memories of 4 years ago, at least economically.
Last night was Tim Walz's big moment. Which moments in his speech or which moments from last night really jumped out at you?
I think he's very effective at using the Coach Waltz thing. And those were the signs last night, Coach Waltz. And he used some sports metaphors in his speech. And I think trying to drive home, he's the guy next door. He is your social studies teacher. He is somebody who is invested in young people and in communities. What I loved last night is his family was so emotional. His son, Gus, I think kind of became the star of the show.
That's going viral,
So I feel like that was probably the best moment that Democrats could have hoped for, that he is a family man. You can see the love there, and he's the guy who lives down the street. That's the message that they want to communicate for him.
And how do you feel like Walz will match up against J.D. Vance in a potential debate that they're planning to have in a couple of weeks?
I think you might want to get your popcorn out. That one.
Yes,
the interesting thing is so much has been made of their military records, and for Governor Walz, there's been some pushback. I mean, even the campaign did modify what they had on their website, so there's been some admission, like maybe there needed to be some clarity there. But J.D. Vance being a veteran too, I wouldn't be surprised that they spend some time talking about their records and really jousting over that. But I also get the sense that they both are good fighters, good trollers. I think that there are going to be some heated moments in that.
I think you
buttered
are right.
or not buttered popcorn.
That's all we have to
In
do.
Chicago,
It's
we
gonna
get the
be buttered.
mix. We get the mix.
Oh, that's right. You
Garrett's
guys
stuff.
have the amazing
The Garrett's mix. Yeah,
I know there's a
exactly.
bag in my hotel room, and I'm trying not to open it because it gets
Save
ugly.
for the end.
Once
Totally.
the bag is
You'll
open,
gorge.
it's over.
So another poignant moment last night. I know it's all been about freedom and there's been tremendous energy in that room, but when the parents of the hostage that is still in the custody of Hamas right now in the Gaza Strip took the stage, can you paint a picture for those of us who weren't in the building what that was like?
Probably the most attentive audience that we've seen. It was a very hushed sense, I think, when they spoke. And they spoke at the RNC as well. So I think people are very dialed in when they hear these personal stories. Like, you've got a son missing. You've got somebody missing. You don't even know his status at this point. It's been a tricky topic for the Democrats because you've got the protesters outside and you've got protesters within the party who don't fully agree on their position with regard to Israel and what's happening in Gaza. But I think there's enormous respect for those parents, despite whatever factions there may be within the party about that particular issue.
And we're touching on that just a little bit. Obviously, a lot of people are calling on for the Biden administration to have a ceasefire there. If they're able to do that between now and November, how do you think that can impact how people may vote come November?
I think it'd be a huge victory. If you could get those hostages out, I mean, that would be an enormous, it's a very heavy lift on a foreign policy platform. The fact that it seems right now that that deal may be falling apart, it's a heavy lift for any president, for any U.S. president who is in the middle of trying to get that done. And I think for President Biden, it would need everything to get that done.
What a capstone to his presidency that would be.
It would absolutely be. I don't know that Hamas is going to give him that.
Yeah, right. All right, Shannon, before we let you go, since this is our web coverage, this is kind of behind the scenes. We're excited that we get to talk to you behind the scenes. Can you give us an idea of, the things about Chicago you're going to be enjoying in the next few days as you prepare for your Sunday show, and just maybe a little bit about your process in getting your show ready for Sunday?
Well, so for us, Wednesday is our Monday. We all in the news business have worked overnights and weekends and everything else, so we all have weird schedules. But we try to immediately begin booking the show. So right now we're talking to guests and we're trying to lock in the right makeup of who are the different puzzle pieces that we'll have. But we start research, and we really kind of never end that. The minute the show is over on Sunday, there's a note that goes out, here's what we already have for next week.
Oh, wow.
So it's just kind of a constant prep. We have loved Chicago. The weather you guys cooked up for us has been perfect. I was not leaving here without deep dish.
Oh, yeah.
And so,
which one did you go to?
We went to Pequod's.
There you go.
Which was very delish.
The caramelized cheese crust.
It was amazing. But there's no way I was leaving without that. But this is such a beautiful city. I'm not going to lie, the shopping's pretty good. And just to be able to get around the lake and just get fresh air and go for a run has been a treat too.
Enjoy that lakefront while you're here. Shannon Bream, such a pleasure
Thank you
to meet you in
guys.
person.
So
Thank you
nice
so
to be
much.
with
I'm sure we'll be
you.
chatting with you on Fridays. Sometimes we get to preview your show from the plaza.
Yes, exactly. I will see you through the tele-lens.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you guys for having
Yeah,
me.
thank you so much
Nice
for
to
coming
see you.
in, Shannon. We really appreciate it as we kind of prepare here for day 4, the
Day
grand
4 already,
finale.
right?
The grand finale.
Finally made it here, right?
Yeah,
The
exactly.
DNC is wrapping up with day 4, but still a few more agenda items to get to before that happens.
Well, let's head out to Paris, who is live with Alderwoman Nicole Lee right now. Paris, what is she saying, and where do we find you here at 1017?
Well, Alderman Nicole Lee, the 11th Ward, home of the Chicago White Sox. It's been a better year for Democrats right now than it has been for the Chicago White Sox, Alderman Lee. But, you know, we haven't talked much about Vice President Kamala Harris and her identity as a half Asian American woman, AAPI. Her mother is from India. You are an Asian American elected official. Does that mean something to the AAPI community?
It means everything to the AAPI community. I have to tell you that to have Kamala Harris, well, when she was put in as the vice president, she won with Joe Biden the first time, to be in that role. That meant the world to us too, but to have someone in the highest office share a heritage with the AAPI community, it's an incredibly proud moment and a really important moment for our community. You know, we're the fastest growing demographic in the United States right now, and we are not monolithic. You know, there's a whole diaspora. She herself, Vice President Harris, is half South Asian, and you know, South Asians make up a really large portion of the population here, and you know, representation matters. Representation, when you can see it, you can be it. But more than that, the issues that face our community are also very important to the Harris campaign and the work that Vice President Harris has done in fighting anti-Asian hate, ensuring that our seniors have affordable health care, especially with insulin prices being capped at $35. Really helped 2 million Asian American seniors.
So these are issues that are very important to the AAPI community then?
They are absolutely issues that are important to the AAPI community, and that's what we're going to be taking forward and making sure that all of our communities understand what's at stake right now in this race. That Kamala Harris is the candidate that's going to ensure that our communities are looked after, that we are included in everything, and that we have all of the things that we need to have: affordable housing, being able to age in place for our seniors, opportunities for education and childcare. All of those things are what this party is going to bring together with her election.
Are there efforts among AAPI groups to get out the vote, to canvass, especially in swing states?
I think all of that is coming together right now. I think that the Harris campaign, and this campaign more than any other, has put Asian Americans as a priority, with Asian Americans in leadership in the campaign, as well as investments in advertising, and all of the Asian American electeds that I've interacted with here. We're all fired up. We're all fired up to make sure that we go and help out, especially in swing states. So whether that's text banking, phone banking, or just at the local level, making sure that the people that we know have a plan for voting, that they're registered to vote, and that we're getting people out.
You've got one prominent AAPI elected official, Senator Tammy Duckworth. What did you make of her speech the other night?
I think Tammy is incredible, and her speech was so powerful. She is one of the best representatives that our community has, and really, as an Illinoisan, how could you not be more proud of Tammy Duckworth and all that she's done to serve this country and to serve this our state as well as our country.
All right, Alderman Nicole Lee, will you be on the floor tonight taking in the festivities? All right. All right, we'll see you there. Thanks so much for joining us.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
All right, Anthony, we're about to wrap things up at the final delegation. But I can't believe this is already over. I mean, it's been marathon days, but it's gone by really fast. This is an event Chicago's been anticipating for so long, and I think we're going to be sad to see the tent fold up and the circus leave town.
I know there's going to be kind of a heart hangover of the heart after everyone leaves town. I'm so glad it's been a success so far. Paris, thank you for your coverage this morning. We appreciate it. Always good to see you, sir. It is 10:21. Thank you for joining us here online.
Yes.
Take a quick break.
Yes, quick break. We'll be right back with much more. Welcome back. Time is now 10:23. A live look inside of the United Center for the finale of the Democratic National Convention. It's been a very, very busy week. We've heard from a lot of different celebrities, political analysts. We were just joined by Shannon Breen, which was pretty cool just a second ago. And it continues today. Well, a group of uncommitted delegates to the DNC, they were holding a protest outside of the UC. They tell us that they hadn't even planned on protesting, but that changed when they were informed that a Palestinian American would not be allowed to address them as delegates.
They also explain why they are choosing to hold their demonstrations outside.
We are engaged on the inside, right? We are people here who are elected. I was elected by 46,000 people to be here on the inside. And right now, the only reason we're sitting outside is because the DNC is choosing not to engage with the delegates who I think represent a majority who want to hear from a Palestinian American from the main stage.
Tell us about the uncommitted delegates. Who are they?
Yeah, uncommitted delegates are anti-war people who from February, March, April, organized almost 1 million voters across the nation to say that we wanted an end to the genocide in Gaza. And we were putting pressure on President Biden in the most democratic process possible within our own party as Democratic voters to say that we wanted an end of the unconditional weapons flow to Israel and that we want a permanent ceasefire and that ceasefire cannot happen without cutting off the weapons.
But you would like someone to address this. This is definitely the big issue happening in the country and around the world. You want it aired right here at United Center.
More than anything, I believe that a Palestinian American should take the stage and that they should be able to say that Palestinian American people have been suffering and that, that 16,000 children have been killed, more than any conflict in recent years, that our administration, that they have the right to speak, and that is the lowest bar, that's the smallest ask. And I thought that this party, I truly do believe this is the only party that has a big enough tent that can include that. Like I said, I'm a lifelong Democrat. I've worked on Democratic campaigns for over a decade. I know that this is the party that will honor that kind of ask, and I'm wondering why this hasn't been answered yet. I know that the DNC is listening. They're watching. They have called us. They've offered us other concessions, like a meeting, but we asked if that could be more specifically about a speaker, and they said no. And so we said we want to talk about a speaker. That's the conversation we want to have.
And that was Joni Lum reporting outside of the United Center. Tonight is the final night of the DNC here in Chicago. The protesters are ready for their voices to be heard yet again.
Yes, we have seen several clashes between protesters and police, some really minor, others more major. We have reported dozens of arrests. So what are we expecting for the final night tonight? Here to join us to talk about is the founder and CEO of the Lake Forest Group, Mr. Michael Verdin, retired Secret Service. Michael, thank you for being on once again. We really appreciate your insight earlier in the week. It's great to have you back.
Thank you.
All right, so give us your assessment. We're on the ultimate day here. The finale is here. Your assessment of the security situation here in Chicago thus far.
So my assessment so far is so far so good. We've had, as you said, a number of protests. What's really important to understand for your viewers is some of the protests were legally permitted protests, such as Union Park and also Park 578, which is just north of the United Center. And they were peaceful. What you saw Tuesday night with the Israeli consulate and what you saw last night with the march, they were not permitted and they were illegal. So on Tuesday, you had 70 arrests, okay? Another dynamic is half of those arrested people were from out of town. And so I guess that's some of the details that people should know about. Most of these arrests are misdemeanors. So they're charged with a misdemeanor like a trespassing, even burning the American flag is being treated as a misdemeanor. And then they're released. And some are not allowed to go back to the Israeli consulate, for example, but they're allowed to go back to the United Center. What's also important to know is there have been felony arrests. There was an assault on a police officer. He had a concussion. He was knocked down, and the protester was charged with an aggravated battery.
So you said so far so good. It is the last night of the DNC, so maybe the last time for some of these protesters to have their voice heard on the national stage like this. So Walk us through those preparations, knowing that this could be the final time that some of these protesters really want to make their point heard even louder.
Yeah, this is the sports analogy. This is the fourth quarter, right? So you need your prevent defense. I'll stop with the.
Yeah, no, it's appreciated though. It's a good metaphor.
But where I'm going is, starting with Monday, the projected numbers, thank God, have been lower than the projection. We heard 50,000. My latest numbers are between 3,500 and 5,000. But people are still coming into the city. Most of these protesters are from outside of Illinois and Chicago. So tonight's the pinnacle of the convention. You have the presidential nominee speaking. You know, the people that are protesting the Israeli-Hamas war are using her as the figurehead. They're calling her Killer Kamala, right? So that's their focus. And this is like the night that she's going to speak. So I know Chicago police and Secret Service are prepared, but this is it. We'll see what happens tonight, and we'll see tomorrow morning how it
all unfolds. Yeah. Okay, so you mentioned most of these protesters who were arrested were slapped with misdemeanors. There was one felony, as you put it, and that some, while they weren't allowed to return near the Israeli consulate, they were allowed to go back to the United Center. In your mind, is that enough to de-incentivize kind of repeat offenses, even if they are misdemeanors? Or does enforcement need to be a little more strict to deter, I should say, these folks from acting up once again?
Yeah, very good question. And I think the objective here, I didn't mention about the taking down of the fencing around the United Center. There was another incident where people got arrested, damaged the property. But back to a misdemeanor, they're allowed to go back to the DNC. You know, I think, to step back for a second, there is some benefit to not just locking people up, because it could escalate, it could rise the temperature of the rest of the protesters. I think Chicago police have acted extraordinary, along with the Secret Service, with their security planning. But once it's not over, but I think there is some benefit to showing kind of an olive branch, whatever you want to call it, to meet halfway, because they have to understand why they're protesting too.
Right. And you mentioned the Chicago police and how they've kind of handled some of these protests. We've seen Superintendent Snelling right in the mix of it with everybody else there all week long. What do you think that does for the morale of the entire Chicago Police Department? Yeah, he's been the face of Chicago police. He's done a remarkable job with the press conferences. He's been very candid about some of the disgusting words that were said to the police, the way the police were treated, but the police showed great restraint. He also demonstrated to the rank and file of Chicago police that he has their back. And I can tell you, for a long time, the police officers felt like no one had their back.
Yeah. The dynamic has changed a bit. All right, so this week there were several unfounded bomb threats made against a few of the downtown hotels. When these kinds of threats are made, how are law enforcement agencies supposed to be responding, and how do you expect that to perhaps play into this last stretch?
Yeah, unfortunately, with an event like the DNC, you're going to have bomb threats. It's just unfortunate. Like I said, unfortunately, it comes along with the event itself. And you're right, hotels have been targeted, other places of business. I can tell you from my experience, when you first get a bomb threat, the first thing you do is really nothing, as far as you don't evacuate the building, because a lot of times it's a hoax. So you have to determine the credibility of that bomb threat. And once again, knock on wood, none of them have been credible. Nothing's happened so far. But you have to treat it seriously. Sometimes it could be a diversion to take some of your law enforcement assets and move them to one part of downtown Chicago away from the real threat.
And so far it's been quiet here. What do you think that this says about Chicago's future capacity to maybe handle large-scale events like this one? Knock on wood, nothing else happens tonight.
And Chicago has a great track record of handling big events, going back as far as 96, 68, but Lollapalooza, NASCAR, so 4th of July, et cetera. So they've demonstrated they can handle it. I can tell you from an insider's perspective, they still need more numbers. Their numbers are down for Chicago police. That's no big secret. And they've shown a great accomplishment this week with their actually, they're understaffed. So if they can get those numbers up to where they need to be, it's a bright future.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Now, as all of these dignitaries, a lot of important people in town, is there any protocol in place to make sure that they get out of town safely and kind of minimize the impact? I know it's going to happen on Friday. Friday in Chicago traffic.
It's
No
always
fun,
bad.
even on a typical Friday. How do you see that playing out?
So my work behind the scenes has been with people, some of these big donors. I've been involved in some events in the Gold Coast. And so you have high-profile public officials. You have these very wealthy donors. So we've set up a lot of, logistics probably is the best word for it. Transportation, contingency planning. If this route is blocked, you can go this way. The nearest health care if there is some type of medical event. So for the really, high-profile, high-net-worth people, there's been a lot of planning in place. All of our resources, as far as local, they're being, I won't say depleted, but they're being used. When
we're talking about some of these high-profile people, like there's rumors that maybe a Beyonce or somebody will come in town like that. Do your departments maybe coordinate with their security people, like walk us through, or are they kind of like off on their own?
No, they're not off on their own, and there's a tremendous amount of coordination because if you use someone like a Beyonce, private security, bodyguards, they want to be armed. Now, we won't let them come into some buildings with a firearm, but we have to have coordination with them because if they show up and they have armed security, we don't know about it, someone dropped the ball. So Chicago Police has a special events division, and they're working with Secret Service with this entire event. There's so many ancillary events going on that have a connection to the DNC, and that's why it takes over a year to plan for these events. We still get last second, hey, we want to go here, and we're with a Beyonce, and they're going to go there. We're going to make accommodations for them, but it comes back to coordination, the proper coordination. And to digress for a second, what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania, where the local police couldn't talk to the Secret Service, that's not coordination, and that's something you don't want to see occur.
Yeah, well, we are hoping for the best as we head into this final stretch. Mike Verdon, thank you for your time.
Appreciate your
it was
time
great to see you this week.
Thank you.
I hope that you come back and join us one of these days. You're outstanding.
Thanks
Appreciate it a lot.
Sure. Let's check back in with Joni, who is live with some uncommitted delegates just outside of the United Center.
Joni, what are you seeing?
Hi there. Well, it is a sit-in protest happening right outside the United Center. These are delegates. They have credentials to be here. June Rose is an uncommitted delegate from Rhode Island. The sit-in protest has been happening since last night, so you were up all night?
Yeah, we just crossed the 12-hour mark, sleeping for just a couple hours on the cement floor. But we're doing this because we deeply believe that we need something different from our party. The folks here are proud, lifelong Democrats. We're elected delegates who belong at the seat with seats at these tables. And that's been taken from Palestinian Americans who are not being allowed to speak at this convention. We're here because we share the Democrats' values of freedom, of justice, and equality. But we don't understand why those values are being applied to every single issue. Besides one, when it comes to just Israel and Palestine, we apply a different set of values. And we become, instead of the party of equality and freedom, we become the party of death and destruction. Our message is, though, you cannot oppose Donald Trump's fascism if you do not oppose Benjamin Netanyahu's genocide. They are two sides of the same coin.
Your request is to have a pro-Palestinian speaker at the DNC?
Yeah, that's right. I am Jewish, and for 2/3 of my life, I believed that the occupation of Palestine was necessary in order to protect my safety. I believed that Palestinians in Gaza needed to be kept in cages and under military occupation in the West Bank to protect my community. And then I went to Palestine. I met the people. I saw the humanity on the other side of the apartheid wall, and it changed my perspective on this issue. When we hear from the people directly who are experiencing the trauma, the pain, the suffering, the loss, the grief, it opens up your heart. That's what we want. That's what I want for the American people, to have that experience that I had, to hear from the people who are actually affected by this, because I believe that the American people are an empathetic one. And if we hear the voices of the people experiencing this genocide, that we will take action to say enough is enough. And we need an immediate and permanent ceasefire. We need not one more bomb. We need an arms embargo, which means the United States will not give one more bomb that will be used to kill children and families in Gaza, where 16,000 Palestinian children have already been killed.
I see how strongly you feel, and I know you want the message out. This area here is a good place, but would it not be better to take that message inside on the floor where there are a lot more cameras?
We have spent all week trying to take that seat at the table, trying to participate, asking to be meaningfully included in the process, to demand that our nominee help save lives. And we thought that's what we would get. We're elected representatives. We're here because over 700,000 voters who Democrats desperately need to win put us in these seats. And yet, it wasn't working. We asked for a Palestinian American speaker from the convention floor, which we think is a very easy ask. We didn't even say we need this particular Palestinian American speaker. We just said somebody who's affected by what's happening. And they said no, not a single Palestinian American can speak. And to me, I have never heard them say about any other ethnicity. You know, at this DNC, there will be no Italian Americans speaking. At this DNC, there will be no Irish Americans speaking. And I'll tell you personally how I would feel if they said, at this DNC, there will be no Jews speaking.
This request was put in some time ago?
Yes, we made these requests months ago. This was one of our lower tier requests. You know, ultimately, our requests are that Vice President Harris takes a new posture towards the war in Gaza by supporting an immediate permanent ceasefire and by supporting an arms embargo. This was a lower tier request. Just show us, give us a good faith openness that you're willing to engage with the community, that you believe that Palestinian suffering matters just as much as any other. And they wouldn't even do that. That's unacceptable to us. So we will stay out here until they change that answer, until they say Palestinian voices will be heard on this stage.
This is the last day, the last hours. Do you feel like you have any leverage at this point?
Absolutely, we do. We feel like the party needs us as much as we need them. I hope that Vice President Harris does what's right for moral reasons to help save lives. But if she doesn't, I hope she does it for political reasons, for electoral reasons, because Vice President Harris cannot afford to slip with the core Democratic constituencies that Joe Biden was. Young people, progressives, people of color, people in key swing states like the state of Michigan with the highest concentration of Arab Americans, so many of whom are losing friends, family, loved ones in the genocide in Gaza. We do not want another Donald Trump presidency. America cannot afford 4 more years of Donald Trump trying to roll back the civil rights that we have fought for generations. But in order to stop that, we need a presidential nominee in the Democratic Party who represents all of our values, who leads with unity, who can bring us together, and nothing centers that more than saving the lives of children. Who could disagree with that?
June Rose, thank you so much.
Thank
An uncommitted delegate from Rhode Island. Now, their votes, as all the delegates' votes, have already been delivered, but they feel that it doesn't stop there, that there is still work to be done, and a message that they're trying to get out, at least for today. Reporting live at the United Center, I'm Joni Lum. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Joni, for that story. And as the DNC comes to a close tonight, all eyes will be on Kamala Harris as she takes the stage to voice her opinion on why she feels like she's the right leader for our country.
Yeah, big moment. Retired Sun-Times columnist Maudlin Iajerica joined us this morning on Good Day Chicago and gave her analysis of the past week.
I think that the DNC, conventions, once again, are really about unifying the party and spurring the rank and file to action, to work toward the remainder of this campaign, because it's a very short window. And so this was an opportunity really to persuade voters in swing states and introduce them to this ticket. I think that the convention is not going to be the place where you hear the policies. You will be hearing those policies in more detail as we proceed and coming out of the gate from this convention. But yes, I think that the convention was really the opportunity to spur rank and file voters to action and to reach persuadable voters in swing states to move the electorate. You are going to hear policies now out of the gate. It's an amazing time to live in Chicago, where history is being made, where a Black woman has accepted the Democratic Party's nomination for president. That in itself sparks joy, because this is a nation, as I wrote in an op-ed Monday, and as Oprah herself essentially echoed last night, where my parents' generation never thought an America mired in racial inequity and friction could elect a Black president. But President Barack Obama proved that our nation could rise above race. Now, my generation, which never thought an America mired in gender inequity and hostility, could elect a Black woman president, much less a multiracial public servant whose parents migrated from Jamaica and India, is about to see our nation move a step closer to that possibility. And America has always been about possibilities, so that whatever the outcome in November, this nation will have made progress. I think that what is happening both here in Chicago, across the nation, all of our troubles, that is not dismissed by this convention. That is not dismissed by the uplifting of the theme of joy and hope, because there is a reason for joy. When a nation is on the brink of transcending some of its most deepest issues.
And as the Democratic National Convention comes to a close tonight, Kamala Harris is going to be taking the stage. We will have much more when our extended coverage of the DNC continues right here on Fox Local and at fox32chicago.com. We'll be right back. Time is now 10:46 this morning. Welcome back to our extended coverage of the DNC here in Chicago. We have finally reached the finale. We've got a new Instapoll question for you this morning.
Let's check it out. Here is what we are asking you, our online audience, this Thursday morning. Was hosting the DNC worth the impact on Chicago? We just put this up. 4 out of 5 people say no. Oh, I'm in the minority, Brian.
I feel like it's been worth it. It's put our city in a beautiful spotlight. People are getting the chance to experience summertime shy. We just had Shannon on, was saying she's enjoying.
She was about to go run on the lake.
Run on the lake. She's got the popcorn. She's got the deep dish pizza.
Pequods. Okay, now the tide's turning in real time. Again, we just put that poll up. So go ahead and cast your vote by clicking that QR code. I'm definitely in the yes category. I love when Chicago is in the national spotlight,
right?
I think that, when the spotlight's the brightest is when Chicago shines the brightest.
Right, exactly.
And we have a lot to offer this city. And Mike Kaplan and Caitlin Cody.
They've been coming through.
Emily Walsman coming through for everybody. Yes. So, yeah, we want to get your thoughts on that question. Be sure to chime in. All right, the balloons are about ready to drop in the United Center for one final night, and there has been a trooper from our team that has been with us every step of the way out there.
I'd be surprised Anita's got a cot set up somewhere at the United Center. Been spending so much time there.
I want a blanket. It's cold in here.
How about a locker in the Bulls locker room or something like that?
That might work too. Yeah. That might work for a lot of reasons. Yeah. But yeah, it's been quite the week this week. There's been so much activity. I'll tell you, they're testing the audio. They're testing the visuals. We heard Beyonce's track piped in here yet again. It could just be a track that's going to play tonight. I just want to put that out there. It could just be a track that plays tonight. But I'll tell you, I have been scouring over the internet. And just like yesterday when I told you I found a post from Sheila E. that said, oh, I'm in Chicago for a big surprise. I did see that there is a big surprise, and it had fire next to it. Several little icons for fire, emojis for fire next to it. Big surprises for tonight. Let me tell you what's not a surprise. That is the lineup for tonight in terms of speakers. And if there's any indication from all of the rest of the nights that this is going to be a long night, this is going to be it. Okay, so let me go over some of the names. Secretary Holland, Secretary Marcia Fudge, Senator Padilla, Senator Casey, Senator Baldwin, Senator Elizabeth Warren, who has been roaming around here quite a bit. Of course, she had a previous presidential run for herself. Senator Mark Kelly, who was mentioned as a possibility to be on this ticket at one point in time. Governor Maura Healey from Massachusetts, Governor Whitmer from Michigan, Governor Cooper, Roy Cooper from North Carolina. He was also someone who was thought to be a possibility for this ticket as a vice presidential candidate, possibly. Representative Clark, Representative Kinzinger, former Republican congressman. That is a biggie. He was on the January 6th committee, and he pledged that he would do whatever it took to make sure that Donald Trump did not have a second term. Representative Lucy McBath. Now, if you have paid attention to the headlines when it comes to gun violence in America over the last few years, Representative Lucy McBath really came into politics because her son was murdered. I believe this was in Georgia or Florida. Georgia, I think it was, where her son was murdered. The case was called the loud music shooting, that he was in a car with some other young men. There was a man who thought that the music was being played too loud and fired shots into that car. Her son died from that shooting that day, and she came into politics after that to really fight for gun prevention. So that's going to be a moment on this floor where they start to transition into a segment about gun violence prevention. Obviously, a really important topic, especially here in the city of Chicago. Representative McBath, her sister-in-law, in fact, was on our show, Good Day Chicago, not too long ago, speaking about a cycling ride that she was on here in the city of Chicago. So that will be a moment. Again, that's a segment. It also features a Representative Neguse, Representative Slotkin, Representative Allred, Representative Gallego, and Gabby Giffords. Now, of course, Mark Kelly being the husband of Gabby Giffords, and he went into politics after the shooting that nearly took her life when she was in political office. All of them will go before the big moment, the history-making moment of Vice President Kamala Harris coming to this stage and formally accepting the nomination from the Democratic Party as a presidential nominee. She will be the first woman of color, so the first black woman, the first South Asian woman to formally accept that major party nomination. But there were other big names before her that kind of led up to this moment. Shirley Chisholm, Geraldine Ferraro, obviously Hillary Clinton. And so tonight will be a moment of history for a major party ticket to have a woman of color at the top. Last night we got to hear from her running mate, Tim Walz. Last night, I would say, was a day for the Midwest. The Midwest was a showcase. So if Republicans say that Kamala Harris is too far to the left, this was a moment to pull back to the right and maybe come a little bit center in America, literally geographically. So you had Tim Walz, governor of Minnesota, talking about his background there and touting the things that he's been able to do there. We should say that he was led on the stage with, before him, there was a Prince tribute, because that is the beloved son of that state. And so John Legend and also Sheila E. came out to do that Prince tribute before Governor Walz came out. But once he came out, his goal was to introduce himself to the nation. He's relatively unknown on a national ticket. I may need to throw back to you all because they're practicing the national anthem.
Yes. Good harmony, though. You can kind of hear it.
Yeah, I wonder who's going to be singing the national anthem.
That's
tonight.
beautiful. Yeah. That really is nice, cool. Maybe Jay Hud, says Perry.
Chicago native, right.
And Anita, that was really interesting. She said the Beyonce track is playing. She's making no promises, though. You never do know, though.
Never know.
You just never do know.
She may make her way here to the city for sure. And this morning, we want to know, in our Insta poll question, which we just put up this morning, what impact do you think the DNC has had on the city of Chicago? Do you feel like it's been worth it? Maybe you've been stuck in traffic all week long, or getting one of these motorcades. Maybe your favorite restaurant has been closed because it's going to be busy. For people who live near the United States, I wish we could just give them this Insta poll question. They may feel differently than people.
Exactly. It's hard to target it toward a certain audience, but there we go. It's starting to even out a little bit. We'll see if it gets to 50-50. Right now we're at 40-60.
We haven't even seen the economic impact of the DNC. We probably won't find that out for a couple of weeks later.
Right. We'll check in with the Choose Chicago folks to see, and the Mag Mile people as well. I know that it's certainly been busy downtown.
Shannon was one of them, spending her dollars.
Exactly. Garrett's popcorn's probably getting right. And you know what? I bet Mr. Beef. There's probably lines out the door.
1,000%.
People want to see where the bear is shot and everything like that. All right. There have been a lot of delegation breakfasts going on this week. Tons of events, tons of speakers that are trying to stay on message, and really we've talked about how we're kind of in the final stretch here.
The final hurrah.
Final hurrah, last stretch, and everyone kind of zeroing in on their messages this week as we head into the final stretch of this campaign.
Including Governor Andy Beshear was there with the message. He was also once potentially a candidate to be a vice presidential running mate for Kamala Harris. Take a listen.
But this ticket, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, is going to remind us after November that we are Americans first and everything else second, third, or fourth. They are a ticket that remembers that every day when people wake up, while we're here thinking about this race, most people are thinking about their job and whether they make enough to support their family. They're thinking about the next doctor's appointment for themselves, their parents, or their kids. They're thinking about the roads and bridges they're going to drive that day. They're thinking about the public school they're dropping their kids off at, and they're thinking about public safety in their community. When we run and when we govern in those areas, we don't move our states to the right or the left. We move them forward for every single citizen, and this ticket is going to move this country forward for every single American. I'm here today because we've got to remember that as Democrats, we have to fight in every single part of America. We can't think about this country as red states or blue states, red counties or blue counties, because in each and every one of those counties, there are American families who deserve good leadership. You look at what's happened in my state now with a Democratic governor. We've broken every economic development record. We are on the best roll of my lifetime. We've broken the record for private sector investment, for new jobs, for exports, for tourism. We've got record low recidivism, and our drug overdose deaths have gone down 2 years in a row, giving us true hope. When we lead with our values of empathy, of compassion, of recognizing that every human being deserves respect and has dignity, then we do good things for all of our people. Why I'm excited about this energy is it's going to remind this country that what we look for in leaders isn't just members of a certain political party. It's people who are going to fight every single day to better the lives of all of our people. And let me tell you, this ticket's going to do it. We are not each other's enemies. This is not an us versus a them. And when people try to turn those most important things that we should all be together unified for into ways that divide us, it tells us that we have to win that next election and ultimately end this anger politics once and for all.
That was Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear at one of the breakfasts this morning.
Yes, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with another hour of our digital coverage here of the Democratic National Convention and the finale of it here in Chicago. We'll be right back.
All right, welcome to our digital audience at 11 a.m. on the nose on this Thursday, day 4, the final day of the Democratic National Convention, where Vice President Kamala Harris will deliver a speech later tonight. This is the capstone of this event. It's all been building up to this moment. Good, well, I was going to say good afternoon. We're still in the morning, technically. Thank you for joining us. I'm Anthony Ponce.
And I'm Natalie Bomke, and we're currently waiting for the Office of Emergency Management and Communications. They hold a daily press conference briefing, usually going over arrest numbers from overnight. I know yesterday we had, I'll call it a dust-up, with protesters at the brand new Green Line station there on Damon near the United Center. And certainly they're going to address that situation and how the police handled it.
Right, and that was on the heels of a night where they made an estimated 55, 60. We're waiting on the specific number of arrests they made the night before on Tuesday night. But if you consider everything, the thing that has struck me so far with this convention is we were expecting arrests, right? We were expecting unrest. However, the fact that there have been minor injuries only to just a couple of the protesters and a couple of the police officers, that's a pretty good sign. All right, we are going to take a listen as this OEMC press conference is about to get underway.
Good morning. Welcome to OMC. My name is Jose Tirado. I'm the Executive Director of the Office of Emergency Management and Communications for the City of Chicago. As you all know, today is the final day of the DNC. I'm going to do a quick round of introductions before we get started. Today we are joined by Larry Snelling, Superintendent of the Chicago Police Department, Annette Nance Holt, Commissioner of the Chicago Fire Department, Mary Sheridan, First Deputy of the Chicago Fire Department, John Roberson, Chief Operating Officer for the City of Chicago, Gary and Gatewood, Deputy Mayor of Community Safety, Derek Meyer, Deputy Special Agent, United States Secret Service, Dan Casey, Managing Deputy Director of Public Safety and Technology. With that, I want to take a moment to thank my staff at OMC and all our partners who have been a part of this great mission. I want to thank my 911 call takers and dispatchers, my emergency management team, my traffic management authority team, our 311 call takers, our OMC operations group, our OMC communications, and more than the 40 agencies represented in the Emergency Operations Center, including our county, state, and federal partners. While this operation is not complete, I want to acknowledge their commitment and dedication to keeping the city moving forward and keeping our residents and visitors safe. And finally, I want to thank the superintendent for his leadership this week. I did write some notes in regards to the superintendent and how I feel about him. I don't even know why I was doing that. I've known the superintendent and these chiefs possibly about 20, 25 years. I had the honor of being a chief with the Chicago Police Department and wear that hat for a long time. What you're seeing, I'm not surprised at all. I knew the superintendent's medal 20 years ago. I'm not surprised that he's in this moment. I'm not surprised that he's shining, and I'm not surprised that we are where we are as a city. I said it to him before, he is the right man for this job right now. And with that, I'll introduce the superintendent of Chicago Police Department. Sir.
Well, thank you to Executive Director Tirado. Humbling words, and the check is in the mail. All right. Can't say enough about the partnership with OEMC and his leadership over here. You know, just working with OEMC, everything that they've put together has just been magnificent. It's helped us with the troops on the ground, and we couldn't do it without everyone standing here. We definitely couldn't do it without OEMC, so the credit goes to everybody. So thank you, and thank you for the work that you're doing here. First of all, good morning, everybody. Good morning. So just talk a little bit about yesterday, because today is the last day of the DNC. We had another protest yesterday over at Union Park, pretty large protest, not as large as we had necessarily anticipated, but yesterday's protest ended with no arrests, no one injured, no officers injured, and it shows that when you have some type of contact and collaboration with those who are organizing, that you can have a peaceful First Amendment gathering. And that's what happened yesterday. Yes, did we have a couple of dust-ups? Sure. All right, but those things were quickly rectified. And I can't say enough about the organizers who had their marshals moving along, and when someone was getting out of control, they would step in and help calm that down. So just working in collaboration was very effective in getting that done. I'd like to just thank a few people before I go, because I promise you I'll keep this short today. Again, Executive Director Zay Tirado and the work that he's done putting this together. The fire department, great partners in this. There are a lot of things behind the scenes that they do that you don't see. I'd also like to thank the Secret Service just for the partnership, just working together. You know, Derek Meyer, I couldn't ask for anybody to communicate better with us, to get this type of work done. He was out there yesterday on the march, so he cleans up pretty good. I'd also like to thank Joe Heffernan, who is also from the Secret Service, who's been out there at the protests every single day. So just want to say thank you for that. With that being said, I also, and I have failed to do this, and I want to make sure that I specifically acknowledge the Public Safety Administration's Deputy Managing Director, Dan Casey, and his team for the work that they did setting up the technology infrastructure. This was needed this week, and great work done by Dan Casey, and I can't say enough about the work that he's done. I'd also like to thank our state, county, other federal partners, our mutual aid partners, also on standby the National Guard. So I just want to say thank you. I know I'm sure I've missed people, but here you see from the mayor's office, the COO, John Robertson, and also Gary Gatewood is the deputy mayor of public safety. Just can't say enough about the partnership and the work that has been done in collaboration. Everybody in this city came together, stepped up, and made this happen, and it helped us keep our city safe. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Deputy Mayor Gary Gatewood.
Good morning, everyone. It's like a family reunion. We see each other every morning at the same time this week. So we're going to continue with the thank yous. Obviously, we want to thank Mayor Brandon Johnson, thank our COO, thank everybody who's put in a ton of work to make this happen. The superintendent went through his team and OEMC. I'll talk a bit about the work that's going in with CDOT, Streets and Sanitations, and our deputy mayors across the board. The level of collaboration that we have seen has been nothing short of phenomenal, from our partners on the ground, community-based organizations throughout city, county, and state government. I would be remiss if I didn't thank my Assistant Deputy Mayor, Natasha Scott, for the work that she's done hand in hand with us really driving this forward. We're excited about the final day. We know it's going to go successful. Obviously, we expect protests, but we're here for that. We've been prepared for that, like we've said from the very beginning. We'll continue to move this ball forward. We'll continue to have a great time, and we'll continue to be the most welcoming city in the country. Good luck, everybody, on the last of the DNC, and I'll give it back over to the superintendent so we can open up for questions today.
We'll be getting our questioning here.
Superintendent Mayor Kawash, ABC 7 Chicago. I know you mentioned this week it's time to forget about 68. As we reach the finish line of the DNC, how can you reflect on how much things have changed? You talk about that communication with the organizers, their own marshals, and just talk about the work your team has done this week to keep things calm for the most part.
So what has changed? Leadership, top down, not bottom up. When we look at the chiefs over here, the overall incident commander, Chief Dwayne DeVries, just the phenomenal work that he's done from beginning to end. You see our Chief of Patrol, John Hine, his constant communication with organizers. He's been dealing with these protests for forever. And he's developed a relationship. He's also developed a strategy around working with those groups. When we look at our Chief of Detectives, Antoinette City, just the planning around the coordinated multiple arrests information and just handling the arrests. Also, who has worked in lockstep with her, Chief Yolanda Talley from the Bureau of Internal Affairs, who have just done such a great job, the two of them working together to put this planning together to make sure that we're doing everything the best possible way that we can. And then Chief Angel Navales, who's been setting up the system around so that we can get our officers deployed properly. And then getting those officers information, making sure that our officers are well, making sure that they're getting water, food while they're out there so that they are able to stay calm, right? And we know we want to make sure that cognitively they're great. So just can't say enough about the entire team up here.
Good morning, Soup. Mac Lederman with Block Club Chicago. We saw around 3:30 p.m. yesterday in Park 578 a very small group of pro-Israel advocates in the park. I saw you out there giving officers a pep talk when it came around 5-ish o'clock. The pro-Palestinian group began to move past that gathering there at the park. There seemed to be greater restriction of access to the park at that time. When the two were passing each other, we saw many police blockading with bodies or with their bicycles. Can you explain the decision to restrict access to a park designated for First Amendment activity?
Because when you don't have a permit, we have to make sure that we keep order about what you do. So that park was permitted. This was an unpermitted protest.
Morning, Superintendent. Sam from the Tribune.
Good morning, Sam.
You know, the week isn't over yet, but you know we're 3/4 of the way through. How much sleep have you gotten this week?
I don't know. If I add up all the hours, probably about none. So but it doesn't matter right now. We're at the end. I have that extra boost of energy just like everybody else here. And I'm not going to talk about my sleep because I guarantee you these people haven't slept much either. But we're doing the work that we need to do to make sure that we protect the city. So it's worth losing some sleep over.
Roseanne Tejas from Fox 32. It may be a little early for this question, but tomorrow everything's going to be wrapped up. How long and what is the plan for dismantling the security perimeter? How will that look?
You know, I would like to say that we're going to go at it immediately, but we'll assess what's going on. And as soon as we have the green light, we'll start breaking things down, and we'll make sure that everyone can start getting back to their regular sleep schedules.
Superintendent, Nick Smith, News Nation. With tonight being the last night, has there been a strategy shift to deploy extra resources? And before the DNC, Mayor Johnson has said that there would not be any communities that have suffered from lack of police activity or the ability to respond to different neighborhoods. Have you seen a spike in other areas?
No, we actually have not. Now, are we seeing still some of the normal crime that we see on a daily basis? Yes. But what we did not do was deplete the neighborhoods of manpower. All right, we made sure that we had officers to respond to calls. They're also working extended hours with canceled days off, just to make sure that the city is protected all around.
And a different strategy for tonight being the last night for the DNC?
No, the strategy is the same. You know, we had a focus coming in, and the strategy is going to be the same. Obviously, as things change, we can change with those things, so we have that flexibility.
Good morning, sir. Tarso Veloso with Bloomberg.
How are you?
Good, and you?
Good.
Nice. I saw another vehicle saying that a delegate was robbed at gunpoint in a West Loop. Could you talk about that for us, please?
So that's something that we're still investigating. Obviously, there was something there, but we're still looking a little deeper into that to get more information on it.
Good morning. JC Navarrete with NBC Chicago. The response to the unpermitted protests outside the transportation center was swift. It was quick. It was quiet. And then all of a sudden, police officers converged there, prepared, and protected the scene. That was an unpermitted protest, and the response there was admirable. Any idea of another one that may be spurring up today, and just what steps do you guys take to, be one step ahead of these unpermitted acts?
We look at intel. We have, the Office of Emergency Management and Communication. We're constantly looking at things. Just watching certain locations, and if they see things, popping up, we get that information, and we're ready and prepared to get to those locations as quickly as possible, as you stated. And our officers are trained, and they're ready to step in and do whatever is necessary to keep the situation calm.
Hi, Superintendent Dave Struett, Sun-Times. There's an ongoing sit-in happening within the DNC perimeter with some delegates. I'm curious what CPD's plan is to handle that.
That's on the inner perimeter, is being handled by the Secret Service. Derek, would you like to talk a little bit?
So our security perimeter is open 24/7. They are delegates that are inside our zone, and if they would be removed, it would be the DNC would decide that.
Derek, can you give your name and title?
I'm Deputy Special Agent in Charge, Derek Meyer, U.S. Secret Service, Chicago Field Office.
Hey there, Emma Barnett with NBC News. Thank you for taking our questions. Two quick things. One, yesterday there seemed to be a scuffle that happened under the underpass where the train was. Can you just explain what happened there? And is there going to be a greater security presence there tonight when the marchers hit that area? And then my second question is, I'm wondering what you think this week has taught police forces across the country.
Well, here, I'll answer your first question. we had a couple of people from the protest group go up to the platforms. Now, we have officers who are working the CTA platforms up there, and when you have people who run up there, one individual had a huge flag, these officers, and then leaned over the fencing up there, and these officers are trying to figure out what's going on at this point, what that individual is doing. So they're immediately trying to stop someone from doing something, and this is all a part of an investigation, initial investigation. That being said, we were able to talk to the organizers. They had their marshals go in. We were able to bring that situation down, de-escalate it, and those people were released and were moved back into the march. So the marshals were very instrumental in helping us do that. Secondly, honestly, I don't know what this teaches other departments around the country because I don't want to speak for anyone else's department. But what I can say for the Chicago Police Department is what we've learned here is that preparation is everything. Two things you need for success: opportunity and preparation. We had the opportunity to respond to the Democratic National Convention, and we were prepared for it. And that preparation came through training, and our officers just worked with a level of pride that was just unbelievable.
Good morning, Leah Skeen with AP. I was wondering if you're able to confirm reports about protesters showing up outside of Vice President Harris's hotel last night, and what, if anything, happened there.
I don't have any information on that, but if it were something that were serious, obviously we would have that information. But there are protesters that show up everywhere, all over the city. So you're going to have that. We've seen them show up at some of the party locations. So, but it was uneventful.
Good morning, Superintendent.
Good morning.
Julie Bosman with the New York Times.
How are you, Julie?
Good. Some of the pro-Palestinian protesters have said this week that they felt intimidated by CPD, that there were so many officers on the streets, that they felt it was a deliberate effort to discourage them from protesting. I wonder if you could respond to that.
Yeah, well, listen, you know, people, personal feelings, you know, we're concerned about that, but not as concerned as we are about the safety of the city. You may have people who showed up to protest and they see all of the police because they believe that we're peaceful. I'm peaceful. I can believe that about myself, and that may be absolutely true, but that doesn't account for everyone else in that crowd who may do something to commit acts of violence or destruction of the city. So we understand how people feel at times, but we can't change our posture because we're worried about hurting individual feelings. What we want to do is get people to understand that we're out there for their safety. And I do believe that that was proven. Now, they may feel like it was intimidating because they saw so many officers, and that can be intimidating to anybody. But the way that the officers responded is proof that because they didn't stop anyone from protesting or exercising their First Amendment rights. So it's proof that our officers were out there for protection. But I believe as we continue this type of activity and move forward, people will have a better understanding of what we're there for.
Thank you, Superintendent. This is Molly with the Washington Post.
How are you, Molly?
Can you tell us how many total arrests of protesters there have been this week, and maybe talk a little bit about the crowd sizes, what we saw at the protests compared to what you had expected? And then also, you had talked about de-escalation and you offered that one example. I wondered if there were other examples we might not know about where that might not have made the news because police and protest marshals had de-escalated.
So that's a lot there, Molly, but so here, let me just talk about a few things. So we'll get you the number of arrests. But when we look at the protests, there was a difference. So when you talk about crowd size, what you saw yesterday was completely different, and there was a completely different focus from what you saw that occurred on Tuesday. The individuals who showed up on Tuesday came here strictly to commit crimes, to fight with the police, and cause destruction to the city. That wasn't the focus of the group yesterday. They just wanted to be heard, and we allowed that to happen. But where we saw the possibility of violence, and not only the possibility of violence, but where violence actually occurred, our officers responded to that, and they responded to violence based on the way they were trained, based on proportionality, based on the Constitution that we all uphold. And we did the exact same thing yesterday, except yesterday it was all First Amendment activity. Yes, there were a couple of scuffles in there, but having that relationship with the organizers from the beginning and having some level of agreement, the marshals did a great job of stepping in. And I just think that was just a recipe for success.
Hi, Megan Hickey, CBS Chicago. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. Talking about that scuffle on the platform yesterday, can you talk a little bit about the role of the folks in the yellow safety vests and how they work alongside police to maybe diffuse those types of situations?
Yes, and I don't like to necessarily say they work alongside police, but what they're doing is they are policing basically their own protest group. They're making sure that people stay in line. If we ask them, hey, listen, the group is getting out of control, we need to get them back in line, they'll run over and start talking to people to get them back in line. And that was very helpful to us because it reduces the risk of a confrontation between the police and protesters. So that was very helpful to us. So anytime I see a group out there who has marshals, we know for the most part, they're out there just to exercise their First Amendment rights.
Good morning, Superintendent.
Good morning.
Adam Haberly with NBC5 Chicago. Some of the early cost estimates we showed or we have seen estimated that there was potentially $25 million in overtime, $10 million in additional straight time, upwards of $75 million on public safety for the DNC. Is that an accurate total? And what would you say to people who would criticize that level of spending for policing the DNC?
Well, first off, you know, I don't handle the finances, so I'm going to leave that part of it alone. But what I will tell you is this. When it's necessary to protect the city, you have to make the investment. When we're looking at officers who are out there putting their lives on the line every day, those officers who are out there putting their safety at risk every day, leaving their families at home, the investment in keeping this city safe is absolutely necessary. So people can criticize what it takes, but nothing that you do that's worth anything is free. And we have to make sure that we invest in everything that we can to keep the city safe, to keep people safe. And so lastly, what I would say about that is when we're talking about lives, when we're talking about the safety of people, not just property, but just lives, saving lives, how do you put a price on that? That's the question I would ask those people.
Final question.
Good morning, Superintendent. Luke Barr with ABC News.
How are you?
Good, man. How are you?
Good.
There were some reports that there were maggots put in some delegates' food at the Fairmont. Do you have an update in that investigation?
So what I can tell you is that local and our federal partners, we're working on that together. There appeared to be, there's just a little information about the possibility of someone walking in and placing things. I won't get too much into it. And later this was discovered. Now I'm not sure that those were maggots. There was sawdust, so they were probably mealworms. They look the same, but that's still under investigation. It appeared that there was one person who got sick as a result of it. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
All right, that wraps up our live on-air coverage of this OEMC joint press conference, but our live discussion of DNC safety is about to continue online, so please join us as we stream at fox32chicago.com as we return now to regular programming.
And we are back here streaming on fox32chicago.com and Fox Local. We've got with us former Secret Service agent Michael Verdin. And Michael, so glad that you're with us once again. A lot to unpack here after this briefing by the Chicago Police Department and Office of Emergency Management of the City of Chicago. What are your initial reactions to what you heard?
What caught my attention was the terms behind the scenes. And that's extraordinary. So what the superintendent was talking about is the Secret Service, the Chicago Police Department, have been meeting with these organizations that organized these protests and demonstrations months ago. And there's been a relationship developed between law enforcement and these groups, and an understanding, and this is the fruits of their labor. This is why so many of these protests have been peaceful. And he even made another very good point about what happened yesterday. You have two parks that are designated, they're permitted for demonstrations right by the UC. A group tried to go to one of the parks and they wouldn't let them in. They didn't have a permit. And so to let them in would be breaking the law. They've tried things like setting up tents for these encampments. There's a city ordinance against you cannot put up a tent in a public park. So the law has helped them, but more than the law, I think they're planning. It was strategic beyond a lot of people's capacity to understand how long it takes for law enforcement to meet with these different groups, and it's a lot of different groups, by the way, with a lot of. But
I think there were like 270 at one point joining forces to march.
But when you're empathetic and you understand why they want to protest and why they want to demonstrate, it goes a long way.
Yeah, it really does. Okay, so as we one of our guests phrased it as we're about to go into the fourth quarter here. We are 4 days in, and obviously way too early to take a victory lap here, but the injuries so far have been minor. They've been limited. Of course, we've had a few dozen arrests in the 60 range. Mike, what is your assessment of the security in Chicago so far, this convention, as we do head into the so-called fourth quarter?
That was my term, by the way.
Oh, it was? Okay, it was you. There have been so many guests.
I want to take credit for the sports analogy.
Put a patent on it, sir. It's good.
So I have to be honest with you, it is the fourth quarter. It's not over. I'm very hesitant right now. We could do the, pat on the backs tomorrow. They even asked about breaking it down, et cetera. I'm going to hit the pause button.
Yeah.
Tonight's a big night. Right. This is the pinnacle of this event. It's the pinnacle for the protesters. And if you have nefarious means, because once again, I'm not going to stereotype protesters. They've been fantastic. They've been 90% peaceful. But that 10% element, if they're going to act up, they're going to act up tonight. And there's a lot of things that they're not going to say at a press conference. Right. He did mention intelligence. That intelligence drives everything. The size of a group, what's up with that group as far as the climate, the temperature of that organization when it comes to the actual protest. There's a lot of things behind the scenes, but I'm going to just wait until tomorrow morning and we can do this post briefing, et cetera.
What does the behind the scenes look like on tracking that intelligence? I mean, how many people do you think do they have employed working on that, and what does that physically look like?
So the acronym is they stand up a Joint Intelligence Center, and they call it a JIC. And you have feds like the FBI and Secret Service, you have Chicago Police, Illinois State Police, local law enforcement, you have private entities in there too, but it's 24/7. They're getting intelligence in there. They got to scrub it, is their term. Is this credible? Is this like back to the bomb threats, et cetera? Is it a hoax? Is it not a hoax? But that intelligence drives everything. An example is these ad hoc protests, that are not permitted. The Israeli consulate was not a permitted protest. What happened yesterday with the park was not permitted. So they have to jump on that. They have to respond to it. And but all of that is being responded to through intelligence.
Now, when you say intelligence, though, is that like looking at social media pages? Is it the dark web? I mean, is it just hearsay on the street? Where are they getting that information?
Well, the examples you cited are part of it. They're part of the sources. There's also on-the-ground assets, and that's probably a big thing. It's covert, plain clothes, and you can dress up and you can blend in to these groups, and the people there are communicating with the OEMC and the JIC and telling them, hey, this thing's starting to get a little bit nasty, or somebody just threw a bottle, and then it's like the cavalry responds. But I mean, the human, back to technology, yeah, technology is great. All the officers, they're wearing body cams to protect them and to protect the protesters. That being said, you know, we have drones, we have all these, you know, bells and whistles, but the human element of being boots on the ground and giving you real-time information, that's our best source.
He declined to comment on the number of hours of sleep he's gotten, but we have seen Larry Snelling, the soup, on the front lines. Yeah. What does that do for you, speaking from your law enforcement experience, what does that do for morale in a situation like this?
If I could pick one word, inspirational. Because look how the rank and file have performed. They've performed extraordinary, right? And they asked about number of arrests. What's going to happen is they're going to have the numbers of people that were arrested. They're going to have the numbers of complaints filed against the Chicago Police Department. They're going to have numbers on like how much money was spent. I know from a federal standpoint, they asked for $75 million and got it. That's just for the feds. I don't know about the city. So all those numbers come into play. Another thing, too, is like he said, will other cities learn about what we did here in Chicago? And the answer is they will. He's a humble man. They're going to do an after-action report with all the players, the feds, state, local. And that after-action report is invaluable. Back to, here's what went right, here's what didn't go so good, you know, where could we improve, what did we do well? But that after-action report will live in infamy. It could be like the blueprint for future conventions.
One of the things that I kind of want to zone in on here that I was like, what? You know, was one of the reporters asked about a delegate but that they had heard was robbed at gunpoint in the West Loop. And we know, you know, the United Center, very close to the West Loop there, and I'm sure many of the delegates, convention goers, were having dinner there, drinks afterward. And I did a quick search, and in fact, the Chicago police had reported about 4 different incidents in that area during the time of the convention where people were out and about. They were approached by a group with guns. That group said, we're going to kill you if you don't hand over your belongings. And then those people handed over their belongings, and that was that. So that was very interesting. And I don't know how much you can comment on that, but I just thought that was something to kind of pull out of the briefing that kind of made my ears perk up.
Yeah, well, from my police background, what you have there is, you know, you have criminals, and they're basically predators, right? And they can identify an out-of-towner within a couple of seconds. And you could be vulnerable. And this is a target-rich environment for bad guys who want to rob people that are not familiar with the neighborhood they're in, with their surroundings. And unfortunately, that's a dynamic that comes along with hosting a big event like this.
I stepped out to get some fresh air, and there was a uniformed police officer. I could tell he wasn't a Chicago police officer. I looked at his badge. It was Kankakee Sheriff's Office, okay? And I know that there are officers from all kinds of different jurisdictions. Could you comment on, with regard to Butler, Pennsylvania, and the communication breakdown you talked about last hour, how all these agencies are communicating with one another and how that kind of works?
Yeah, so a couple of things there. So like the Kankakee police officer, the numbers I have are about 500 throughout the state of Illinois coming up here to support the Chicago Police Department. Those 500 aren't interacting with the protesters. They're doing site security. The one you saw is probably...
He was just on a corner.
Probably
That's
watching
right.
Michigan Avenue, right?
That's what he was doing.
And also they're under the use of force policies and the command of the Chicago Police Department. So that's one thing. Now getting back to the Butler question, the OEMC is probably the best answer. There's also some other, they call it Multi-Agency Communication Center, MAC. That's stood up too for this event. I am very confident that what happened in Butler is not happening here in Chicago, back to the 12 months out planning for it. But that's a huge error that's going to, you know, when the investigations are done in Butler, they'll be talking about that communications failure forever.
long time, yeah.
Not applicable to the DNC.
Got it, got it. So they have central communication, even though, there's folks from Kankakee, there's folks from Northwest,
No, but it's a great point, because they got their Kankakee radio. Maybe they gave them a Chicago police radio. They could have. They probably, I don't know that, but it makes sense if they did.
They're all on the same channel, so to speak. One of the things that the superintendent was asked about is the time to forget about 68 kind of slogan. Do you think that, assuming tonight goes well on the streets of Chicago, that we will be able to move past that bad reputation that Chicago got back in 1968 during the convention?
Yeah, it's interesting because I was involved in the 96 convention here in Chicago as part of the security team. The big thing in 96 was, let's not repeat 68. And I find it interesting that in 2024, we would love to repeat 1996 because it kind of went off with nothing really bad happened. And I was there, nothing really bad happened. We had protests, but nothing too serious like 68. So to answer your question, yes, because there was that stigma of like police brutality. And that's why when we first started talking about the relationships between law enforcement and these groups, that didn't happen in 68.
It's interesting, though, if nothing like, horrible happened during the 96 convention, and yet we are still talking about 1968, 28 years later, I'm bad at math right now, but more than 2 decades later, we're still talking about 1968. That says something as well. But having been involved in that 96 convention, is it a more charged atmosphere than it was in the mid-90s? Who was it that year? It was Clinton versus... who was the Republican nominee? That was on the cusp of his second term, correct?
Was it Bush?
Or it could have been Bush, yeah. It's escaping me. Well, that's a Google search. But in terms of the charged environment, how does 2024 compare to that 96 convention?
Yeah, it seems way more charged now. As far as, if I understand the question correctly, because we're so polarized politically, we didn't seem as polarized in 96 as we are now. So there's just so many, there's a war going on right now, so.
In relationships, I think the community's relationships with police has really been under the microscope lately.
Yeah.
Whereas back then, if something happened with someone and a police officer, it wasn't highlighted. It didn't become a national event like it does these days.
Oh, okay, I understand from that perspective. Yeah, I think, but I think law enforcement is perceived differently now than it was back in 1996.
Bob Dole and Pat Buchanan. That was the ticket, remember? Yeah.
But I have a subjective point of view because I have a law enforcement background. But I think this is going to help people's opinions and perception of law enforcement. If we can get through tonight, once again, knock on wood, if we can get through tonight, I think there's a great more deal of respect for law enforcement, at least here in Chicago, for what they've done, these last 4 days.
So after the convention wraps up, one of the reporters asked the superintendent, how long before we see all of the barricades torn down and all that? What is the post-op for an event like this?
Yeah, I mean, my experience is it's scheduled to come down tomorrow, but the only problem is if there's a violent protest tonight, they may just, keep those barriers up for, I would think by the weekend they're gone. Though. It's money. I mean, they just can't, people have to return back to business.
Completely.
Some businesses have shut down. A lot are doing remote business.
Yeah, a lot of businesses told folks, hey, you know what? If you want to work from home, you can do that this week.
But if you're in the restaurant industry, right, or entertainment industry, you want to see the city open back up again.
Exactly.
Michael, thank you for your time once again and your expertise. We really appreciate it.
Please come back.
Yes.
Please come back and visit us. We appreciate it, sir.
So we are getting ready for the final night of the Democratic National Convention, and one of our colleagues has been at the United Center all week.
Yes, let's check back in with Anita Blanton for a little more on what the status of the arena is right now and what we're looking forward to in just a few short hours. Hi, Anita.
Good morning, yep, still morning. I always forget right around this time. I'm like, wait, let me check. Okay, it's 11:41. My body's starting to go into afternoon mode. Most of us are. But yes, we have been here coming into the United Center since Friday, so we've seen quite a bit of changes in here over the last several days. You know, on Friday, the balloons were sitting on the chairs. They were getting ready to raise them up into the rafters. They are high up above tonight, and if you are staying awake to wait to the very end of the night, they should all come down on top of the people who hopefully at that point in time for the Democratic Party will be in a celebratory mood. So let's talk about what's leading up to that. They have been on a wild swing of emotions this week, and a part of that is coming off of how they came into this convention. So if you think about it, again, this is a ticket that was very recently put together. Vice President Kamala Harris getting the baton to take the mantle, if you will, right at about 100 days left in this race. And then just 2 weeks ago, selecting Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota to be her running mate. And so now we've come here to the DNC. They have a lot of momentum. They have a lot of enthusiasm. This ticket has shifted quite drastically in a short amount of time. And so people came in here, you know, if you go back to right before Joe Biden stepped out of this race, people were looking at the DNC saying, I don't know how they're going to come together. I don't know what this is going to look like. This is not a party united. You saw the RNC come together, and they were definitely united. They were coming off of that assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump's life. So when they came to the RNC in Milwaukee, they were together. They were united behind Donald Trump, and they were still looking, oh, okay, the DNC is coming up, and it's not looking good. All of that shifted. And so they came in here on top of the world with this new ticket and really united as a party. So as the week has been building, we've been hearing speech after speech after speech, not really going into deep into policies, which that's been a critique of the convention thus far. But then if you talk to some people, they say, what convention really is deep on policy? But because this is a new ticket, that is something that they were looking for. But they have been high on enthusiasm each night. Not necessarily getting into the meat of the matter, but one, introducing these candidates, because that is something that you have to do on this side a little bit more than on the Republican side. When you have Vice President Kamala Harris, even though she has been a former prosecutor, a former district attorney, attorney general, vice president, or U.S. senator, vice president of the United States of America, a lot of people say they don't know her that well. And then also you have Governor Tim Walz, who was in 24 years in the National Guard, a social studies teacher, a coach, and a congressman, and now is on this ticket as a vice presidential nominee. So it's been a big week trying to introduce the two of them to a national audience, but it's also been a big week to, again, unite this party, enthuse this party that much more. Most parties get a bump coming out of the DNC, coming out of their convention, and so the DNC is certainly hoping that they will get that. But let's talk about tonight, because this is the history-making moment for this party, for the United States of America, and certainly for Vice President Kamala Harris. She will become the first woman of color who will take the party as a major party ticket presidential nominee. She will formally accept that nomination tonight. And before she speaks, there's a lot of things that are going to take place. In fact, since we're here and there's a lot to get to tonight, they have been doing rehearsals in here. And I want you to listen to one of the rehearsals that started. And I actually had to end my live shot so that you could hear a little bit of this. And we had to get off the air because it was a special moment. Okay, so that we didn't, and I think when I went off of air, Brian and Anthony were on the desk, and they said, "Wow, great harmony." I mean, you just heard great voices at the time, and I turned around and I said, "Oh, It's the Chicks. Okay, now not only are the Chicks Grammy nominated, I believe a Grammy winning like 13 times, but the Chicks have a bit of a story. And so it paints a picture of this night that we're going to talk a little bit about, okay? So the Chicks obviously used to be known as the Dixie Chicks. They ran into a bit of a scuttle with the Country Music Awards after their performance with Beyonce. And this was the first year since then, and it's been many years since that took place, that Beyonce has opened up about that experience, not feeling welcomed at the CMA Awards. And so now tonight, the Chicks, they have dropped Dixie off of their names, will be doing the national anthem here at the DNC on the final night, when there are a lot of rumors that possibly Beyonce could end up showing up. Now, again, it's a rumor. I don't know, but we do know that the Chicks will be here for sure because we saw them warming up for the national anthem. I'll tell you, there's a long lineup of things that are going to take place. Senator Marcia Fudge is going to speak. Senator Warren, Elizabeth Warren, who had her own presidential bid before, she's going to be speaking. Senator Mark Kelly, who was thought to be as a possible vice presidential nominee or candidate, he is going to be speaking tonight. Pretty much all of the men who were in that short list of possibilities for a possible vice presidential nominee or candidate have been speaking throughout the week. So at least they're getting prime opportunities if they still have further aspirations in terms of politics. Governor Gretchen Whitmer will be speaking. Governor Cooper will be speaking. Representative Kinzinger. Each day this week, they have had Republicans who are not in line with Donald Trump speaking here at the Democratic National Convention. So that's something else that they have been kind of crafting here. They're also going to have a very poignant segment where they talk about gun violence prevention. That is going to feature Representative McBath from Georgia, who is originally from Joliet, Illinois. Her son was killed in a shooting that made national headlines. We saw her on the stage just a short while ago as well, getting ready for that moment tonight, and I think that's going to be a very moving moment that will end with Gabby Giffords, who, of course, is the wife of Senator Mark Kelly, who was shot in a national moment as well. So there's a lot to get to tonight. A big night for Vice President Kamala Harris for sure, and we'll see how it all goes.
Thank you for setting the table for us, Anita, in a beautiful manner. You always do it. So thank you. There's no one like Anita. That's right.
Thank you, Anita. Appreciate it.
So we want to know in our Insta poll, was hosting the DNC worth the impact on Chicago?
Snap that QR code. Okay, we're getting closer and closer to 50-50. It was pretty lopsided earlier, Nat. Most people said, nope, don't want to deal with it. Brian and I were in the other camp. We like showing off Chicago. We think Chicago shines the brightest when the spotlight is on our city, and we've had the weather to deliver. So 45% so far saying yes, it was worth it, and 55% saying no. If you're joining us online right now, snap that QR code. Maybe there's even a link for you at fox32chicago.com/instapoll. All right, we have told you how a group of uncommitted delegates are going to be protesting outside the United Center later this morning.
And we learned during that OEMC press conference that they will be policed by the Secret Service since they are inside of the United Center perimeter. Joni joins us live now as she's been covering this small group of protesters for hours. What is their cause?
They are Democrats for Palestinian rights, and they walked out to the sidewalk in front of the United Center, have been staging a sit-in since last night, almost 16 hours. It's not uncomfortable, but the sun is hot, and they've been outside requesting that the DNC allow a Palestinian to speak to the entire convention. June Rose is with us from Rhode Island. You're an uncommitted delegate. Have you heard back anything yet?
We are still waiting to hear back from the DNC if they will change their mind about the inhumane decision, and I would say the racist decision, to keep Palestinian voices outside of the convention. Our phones are on, they're charged, we're ready, we're listening, we're waiting for that word. But I called this racist, and so I want to address that. Because to me, when the DNC says they will not allow a Palestinian American to speak from the DNC floor, that's our request. That's racist because I have never heard the DNC say that they will not allow an ethnicity, anyone from that ethnic background, to speak from the DNC floor. I've never heard the DNC say, this year, no Irish Americans can speak. Next year, no Italian Americans can speak. Just Palestinian Americans in the midst of a genocide that has killed 40,000 of their loved ones. 40,000. 16,000 innocent children. Their voices can't be heard here? It doesn't make any sense. So we will stay out here until they change their mind and allow those voices to be heard.
During the security briefing, the daily briefing that they had, the police superintendent deferred to the Secret Service, who patrols in this zone. They said they weren't going to do anything unless the DNC wanted to remove you from protesting out here.
That's fine. I mean, we are here to make our voices heard. We're not concerned about what happens with us. We are here just to make our voices heard. I think our message is clear. We want an end to the suffering. We want an end to the war. We don't believe that taxpayer dollars in the United States should fund bombs that are being used to kill Palestinian children. I'm Jewish, and on October 7th, my heart was broken. I opened my social media in the coming days. I had friends who lost loved ones. Even in those darkest moments, I held my cry for a free Palestine, because I know that I have enough tears to cry for two people. I know that our futures are intimately intertwined, that we will not be free until everyone is free, and that includes Palestinians.
When all this ends tonight, then what?
We keep fighting, even if we win this, right? And we get a Palestinian American speaker on the floor. We keep fighting because what we really, really need is an end to the war, an end to the suffering, for not one more child to die in the supposed name of my safety as a Jew. Enough is enough. We will continue to make our voices heard. We need people to rally with us, come together in whatever way that makes sense to you. If it's going to a protest, that's great. I know that's not for everybody. So talk to your friends, have those hard conversations, lean into what's coming at us. That means reading the articles, watching the painful videos of children screaming for their parents in the hospital, and their parents were killed in the bomb that put them in the hospital. Not only their parents, their grandparents, their aunts and uncles, their siblings, entire generations wiped out. Do not avert your gaze from the suffering that we are funding as American taxpayers.
Thank you so much. June Rose, all the way from Rhode Island. They say that being out here might be a little bit hard, but not as hard as what other people are going through and the suffering that they are enduring. Now back to you.
All right, Joni, thank you very much for that interview. 11:55 as the DNC comes to a close tonight. Kamala Harris will take the stage. She will be speaking to voters about her plans for the nation.
Retired Sun-Times columnist Madeline E. Hedgerika joined us this morning on Good Day Chicago and gave her analysis of the past week.
I think that the DNC, conventions, once again, are really about unifying the party and spurring the rank and file to action, to work toward the remainder of this campaign, because it's a very short window. And so this was an opportunity really to persuade voters in swing states and introduce them to this ticket. I think that the convention is not going to be the place where you hear the policies. You will be hearing those policies in more detail as we proceed and coming out of the gate from this convention. But yes, I think that the convention was really the opportunity to spur rank and file voters to action and to reach persuadable voters in swing states to move the electorate. You are going to hear policies now out of the gate. It's an amazing time to live in Chicago, where history is being made, where a Black woman has accepted the Democratic Party's nomination for president. That in itself sparks joy. Because this is a nation, as I wrote in an op-ed Monday, and as Oprah herself essentially echoed last night, where my parents' generation never thought an America mired in racial inequity and friction could elect a Black president. But President Barack Obama proved that our nation could rise above race. Now, my generation, which never thought an America mired in gender inequity and hostility, could elect a Black woman president, much less a multiracial public servant whose parents migrated from Jamaica and India, is about to see our nation move a step closer to that possibility. And America has always been about possibilities, so that whatever the outcome in November, this nation will have made progress. I think that what is happening both here in Chicago, across the nation, all of our troubles, that is not dismissed by this convention. That is not dismissed by the uplifting of the theme of joy and hope, because there is a reason for joy. When a nation is on the brink of transcending some of its most deepest issues.
Okay, we are coming up on noon here on Thursday, and we're going to have the noon news with Sylvia Perez over on Fox 32. Thank you so much for tuning in for our digital newscast on this day for the convention.
We're so glad that you joined us. Have a wonderful day. Make sure you tune in for Sylvia coming up on TV.
Now at noon, taking a live look inside the United Center. Excitement is building for day 4 of the Democratic National Convention. We will have a rundown of. Now at noon, taking a live look inside the United Center. Excitement is building for day 4 of the Democratic National Convention. We will have a rundown of what you can expect.
Some type of contact and collaboration with those who are organizing, that you can have a peaceful First Amendment gathering.
Chicago police preparing for anything to happen as protests ramp up on the final day of that convention. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for joining me today. I'm Sylvia Perez. We have team coverage for you out on the field, covering everything you need to know about this final day. Joni and Roseanne are covering protests and safety, and Paris just heard from Mayor Brandon Johnson talking about the events of the convention. But first, let's go live to Roseanne, who has more from the police superintendent who just spoke. Roseanne?
Hi, Sylvia. There's definitely a positive outlook for this final day of the Democratic National Convention. Both pro-Israel and pro-Palestinian gatherings yesterday were mostly peaceful with no arrests. A welcome change from Tuesday when 59 people were arrested in clashes with police. So there were some tense moments yesterday. One of them was when a man climbed up on a Green Line L stop and ran to the platform. Marchers also briefly occupied the Damon Street Green Line platform. When asked whether the huge police presence discouraged protesters, the superintendent said CPD is focused on protecting the public. And with 2,000 protesters and very few issues yesterday, he said it was clear the protesters felt safe.
Yes, did we have a couple of dust-ups? Sure. All right, but those things were quickly rectified. And I can't say enough about the organizers who had their marshals moving along, and when someone was getting out of control, they would step in and help calm that down. So just working in collaboration was very effective in getting that done.
So expect the same strategy tonight. They say that they have learned that preparation is everything when you're preparing for protests and an event like the Democratic National Convention. Now, we do have a couple of other notes. Those maggots you may have heard about that were found at a delegate breakfast at a downtown hotel, it may not have been maggots. They're checking out those reports, but say that may have been some other kind of insect. Snelling also said a report that a delegate was robbed at gunpoint on the west side is still being investigated. Back to you now, Sylvia.
All right. Thanks for that, Roseanne. Well, the mayor just spoke about the convention, touting the success, and Paris was there. He's joining us live now with that. Paris?
Well, Sylvia, we are with a coalition of Puerto Rican delegates. Where else? In Humboldt Park on Paseo Boricua at El Mercado del Pueblo. They're having a meeting right now about this issue of Puerto Rican self-determination, a.k.a. giving Puerto Ricans the right to determine whether they want to become a U.S. state or not. We know that they are a territory of the United States, so the Democratic National Convention, a good opportunity to discuss that. And as you mentioned, Mayor Brandon Johnson is there talking to these Puerto Rican delegates. He's a supporter of this move to have Puerto Ricans determine their statehood status. He's going to answer questions about the convention, about the protests in just a bit. He's got a full schedule today, speaking with multiple delegation breakfasts. He's going to have a watch party at Soldier Field. So the mayor really using this opportunity to have this massive convention in the town that he's mayor of to really discuss things that are important to him, show his face among Democrats of all stripes in all states. And right now, as I mentioned, he's talking to Puerto Rican delegates. An interesting issue, the 51st state. It's something that many lawmakers have supported. It's something that might come up on the agenda here. There are delegates from Puerto Rico. We know there aren't representatives in the U.S. House or Senate from Puerto Rico because it is a territory. So that's a discussion among millions being had at the convention right now. And so what we're going to do, Sylvia, is we're going to toss it back to you. The mayor is going to take questions on everything and anything pertaining to the Democratic National Convention Day 4, including the decision not to let any pro-Palestinian delegates get up and speak. That's a controversial decision, given that Johnson has had sympathy for the Palestinian cause. So as soon as that happens, we are going to come back to that and carry. That's going to be in about 5 to 10 minutes. So we'll come back here, but right now we'll toss it back to you.
Thank you for that, Paris. So many people don't understand about the Puerto Rican delegation in the territory, so I'm glad that you're covering that as well. In the meantime, the DNC is going off with a bang, and organizers are promising the best is yet to come. Harris Walt's campaign officials speaking earlier this morning, they say their message is now on full display.
Just to recap from last night really quickly, the message that was on full display. You saw common sense over nonsense, as Oprah so eloquently put it. You saw Republican former Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan say that if you vote for Kamala Harris in 2024, you're not a Democrat, you're a patriot. You saw a future-focused vision for America that consists of more freedoms. You saw joy, love, and happiness in that convention hall.
And so to see in Walls and so many of the other folks that are supporting this incredible ticket, this idea that we're not about putting people down, we're about lifting people up.
Organizers say they can't wait to see what night 4 of the convention is going to bring. Well, there has already been protest happening today. Joni has more from one of those locations. Joni?
Good morning. We're inside the security zone where uncommitted delegates are staging a sit-in protest right outside United Center. They've been here camped out for about 16 hours. They're demanding a Palestinian be allowed to speak at the convention hall to everyone about the situation in Gaza. And they'll be out here until their demands are met. About 30 uncommitted delegates from all over the country are at the DNC, and 300 delegates have signed on to a letter demanding that a Palestinian voice be heard here in Chicago. They started their sit-in protest last night after hearing family members of hostages taken in Israel on October 7th. They got to speak. So these delegates spent the night outside the convention arena to send their message.
We are engaged on the inside, right? We are people here who are elected. I was elected by 46,000 people to be here on the inside. And right now, the only reason we're sitting outside is because the DNC is choosing not to engage with the delegates, who I think represent a majority who want to hear from a Palestinian American from the main stage.
Tell us about the uncommitted delegates. Who are they?
Yeah, uncommitted delegates are anti-war people who from February, March, April, organized almost 1 million voters across the nation to say that we wanted an end to the genocide in Gaza.
An elected official, Congresswoman Delia Ramirez, just walked out to address these delegates, fellow delegates. They say they will just camp out until the very end, and they won't give up working on this administration or the next administration to get their demands met. A lot of them, it was kind of a spur-of-the-moment protest. They walked out. They decided to camp out here with just what they had brought to them to the convention hall. So a lot of them didn't have like their personal necessities, and someone delivered a big pack of toothbrushes and toothpaste so they could make it through. They're having food delivered. It's not the hardest situation, but they are outside of the convention hall. I'm Joni Lum reporting live. Now back to you.
All right, thanks for that, Joni. Well, we're going to take a live look outside right now, but first, I want to let you know about all the coverage that you can see, not only on broadcast, but also on Fox Local, Fox Digital. We are going to be going nonstop for you until 4 o'clock this afternoon, and then, of course, we'll have Fox 32 News at 4 and 5. We have got you covered as well as tonight at 9. In the meantime, let's take that live look outside. An absolutely gorgeous day. I've been saying it all week. Miss Caitlin Cody, the Chamber of Commerce of Chicago wants to thank everybody who has made this weather possible for all of these visitors. It's gorgeous.
It has been perfect. Sylvia, my goodness.
Right? The best.
And the days like today when the lake kind of melts into the sky, those are my favorite. We've got blue sky and quiet conditions. It is a stunning day. Satellite radar shows no clouds in our general vicinity. You can see the Midwest. We have a few clouds out there west of us. But for us in Chicago, locations east, sunny skies, 74 degrees. That's the temperature outside right now. We're slowly warming up. So currently we have that south-southwest breeze at 5 miles per hour. Today's highs pushing to about 80 because we have that southerly breeze. So widespread 70s right now. 73 for your lunchtime hour in Waukegan, 74 at Chicago Heights and in Merrillville, 77 in Gary, 75 at the lakefront. It is 75 degrees. It's perfect. So yes, highs today are expected to push to around 80 degrees, but then tomorrow, 83. So we're slowly again increasing the temperature. That's going to be the trend as we head into the weekend. So 83, that's actually right where we should be, 82, 83 degrees. So low 80s is normal for this time of year. I do want to mention a small chance for a shower tomorrow night, although most are expected to stay dry. The better potential for rain is actually going to be here Saturday night with a few rumbles of thunder possible. 86 degrees on Saturday, temperatures back to the upper 80s on Sunday, and then we're talking about the 90s returning. So hot heat on the way for us this weekend into early next week, and then we slowly cool off by the middle of next week, but that summer feel will be hanging around for the weekend. A full check of your 7-day forecast is ahead. Sylvia.
All right, see you soon. Thank you, Caitlin. Excitement is building for the final night of the Democratic National Convention. We are live from the United Center, recapping the action from last night and what's in store for this evening. Welcome back. It is 12:13, taking a live look at the United Center as excitement is building for this final night of the Democratic National Convention. And tonight, the DNC, as it comes to a close, will, of course, be featuring Vice President Kamala Harris taking the stage to accept the nomination for Democratic presidential nominee. Political expert and former Fox 32 journalist Mike Flannery has been at the United Center all week. He is there right now. Mike, last night was another powerhouse evening, and more is expected this evening as well.
Well, absolutely. Before I get to that, Sylvia, in just a moment, as our colleague Anita Blanton has been from this perch all morning long on Beyonce watch. No, she hasn't yet been spotted. There have been other celebs, though. A few minutes ago on this main stage, the Chicks, formerly known as the Dixie Chicks, were rehearsing the national anthem. One of my favorite versions of that celebrated song of all time by those young women. And in addition, it's worth noting that as Kamala Harris prepares for the biggest speech of her life, Sylvia, the Trump campaign has been trolling her. They've put up a website that they say chronicles the dangerously liberal policies that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz plan to bring to the American people if they are elected on November 5th. And while we await the speech by Kamala Harris tonight, Tim Walz's address last night is still something being talked about here at the United Center for the emotion, bringing out his former state champion football team, the veterans of that team, and then, you know, his son as well, his young son who's neurologically challenged. That was quite an emotional moment. He delivered the biggest speech of his life last night.
Leaders don't spend all day insulting people and blaming others. Leaders do the work. So I don't know about you. I'm ready to turn the page on these guys. So go ahead. Say it with me. We're not going back.
And also speaking last night was former President Bill Clinton. Many Republicans noting the irony of a party that is proudly feminist and says believe women, not believing some of the women who have claimed that Bill Clinton didn't treat them very well. But he gave a strong endorsement and a ringing address in favor of Kamala Harris. Sylvia, everybody going to be here tonight, not watching the Bears game, one of the few gatherings in Chicago perhaps not watching the game. They're going to be waiting and listening to Kamala Harris deliver, as I said, the biggest speech yet. Back to you.
All right, Mike, we look forward to talking to you throughout the day, too. I know you're going to be joining us digital, so thank you so much for doing this for us, and we'll be talking to you very soon. Well, protests are starting to ramp up ahead of the final night of the DNC. An expert weighs in to see if police are doing enough to keep everyone safe. We'll be right back.
Fox 30.
Welcome back, everybody. We are taking a live look inside the United Center as they're getting ready for their final night and putting all of the final pieces together. Lots of surprises expected this evening as well. And of course, we will have you covered. So stick with us here at Fox 32 Chicago. Well, protests are already starting up for this afternoon ahead of the DNC. Security and protecting everyone, protesters included, has been a top priority for police and DNC officials. An expert joined us during our digital newscast saying the superintendent is playing a key role.
He's been the face of Chicago police. He's done a remarkable job with the press conferences. He's been very candid about some of the disgusting words that were said to the police, the way the police were treated, but the police showed great restraint. He also demonstrated to the rank and file of Chicago police that he has their back. And I can tell you, for a long time, the police officers felt like no one had their back.
Yeah, the dynamic has changed a bit. All right, so this week there were several unfounded bomb threats made against a few of the downtown hotels. When these kinds of threats are made, how are law enforcement agencies supposed to be responding, and how do you expect that to perhaps play into this last stretch?
Yeah, unfortunately, with an event like the DNC, you're going to have bomb threats. It's just unfortunate. Like I said, unfortunately, it comes along with the event itself. And you're right, hotels have been targeted, other places of business. I can tell you from my experience, when you first get a bomb threat, the first thing you do is really nothing as far as you don't evacuate the building, because a lot of times it's a hoax. So you have to determine the credibility of that bomb threat. And, you know, once again, knock on wood, none of them have been credible. Nothing's happened so far. But you have to treat it seriously. Sometimes it could be a diversion to take some of your law enforcement assets and move them to one part of downtown Chicago away from the real threat.
And so far it's been quiet here. What do you think that this says about Chicago's future capacity to maybe handle large-scale events like this one? Knock on wood, nothing else happens tonight.
And Chicago has a great track record of handling big events, going back as far as 96, 68, but Lollapalooza, NASCAR, you know, so 4th of July, et cetera. So they've demonstrated they can handle it. I can tell you from an insider's perspective, they still need more numbers. Their numbers are down for Chicago police. That's no big secret. And they've shown a great accomplishment this week with their actually, they're understaffed. So if they can get those numbers up to where they need to be, it's a bright future.
And much more to come on Fox 32 News at noon.
Vice President Kamala Harris prepares to deliver the biggest speech of her life. I'm Rebecca Castor in Chicago with a look at the final day of the Democratic National Convention.
The temperatures, they are getting hot this weekend. Take a look behind me as we flirt with record highs heading into early next week. We have the chance for rain and storms in this forecast. I'll tell you when ahead.
Discover.
Taking a live look outside again at the United Center as they're getting ready for the final night of the Democratic National Convention. And there's a look inside as well. It's a huge night for Vice President Kamala Harris, who will be giving the biggest speech of her life when she takes the stage at the DNC tonight. Rebecca Castor has more.
It's the final day here at the Democratic National Convention, where tonight's theme is a fight for our future. Democrats think that's at stake this election, and now it's time for Vice President Kamala Harris to make her case to voters. Tonight, Kamala Harris will deliver the most important speech of her political career, where she's expected to lay out her vision for the next 4 years. But the question is how much she'll rely on her record with President Joe Biden.
Be proud of it. Like, we've done so much for these last 4 years.
The only thing I see growing from the bottom up and the middle out under Harris-Biden is prices, crime, and illegal immigration.
Last night, her running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, officially accepted the VP nomination and played up his small-town roots to appeal to working-class voters. But he acknowledged there's work to do to make Harris the next president.
We owe it to the American people to tell them exactly what she'd do as president before we ask them for their votes.
On the other side of the ballot, former President Donald Trump has been on the campaign trail all week to counter-program the DNC. Calling into Fox News this morning, he put it like this.
If they take over our government as president and vice president, our country doesn't stand a chance.
Democrats have thrown a lot of punches at Trump this week during their speeches. Last night, former President Bill Clinton called him selfish.
The next time you hear him, don't count the lies. Count the eyes.
While Harris gets ready for her big speech, Trump will be in Arizona to visit the southern border and speak on immigration, an issue that is seen as one of Harris's biggest vulnerabilities. From the United Center, Rebecca Castor, Fox 32 Chicago.
We want to go back out to Paris because we told you the mayor was talking to the visitors about the convention taking place, and apparently he had a specific message he wanted to get across. In Paris, you were there. What did he say?
Well, Sylvia, we got a little Q&A with the mayor because it is the last day of the convention, and the mayor had a few points he wanted to make. First of all, there's a little bit of a controversy at the convention. DNC organizers have decided not to let someone speak on the stage from the so-called uncommitted group. These are uncommitted delegates, about 30 or so, who support Gaza, who support the Palestinian agenda. They support calling for Harris to call for a ceasefire, and not only a ceasefire, but an embargo on weapons to Israel. They're not going to let anyone from this movement speak. Mayor Johnson said, of course, they should speak. He disagreed with that decision. He also wanted to make a point about public safety. There's another protest that's going to step off at about 3 o'clock this afternoon. You heard from Police Superintendent Larry Snelling a little earlier. I asked the mayor to grade Police Superintendent Snelling and the police department's performance thus far. This is what he had to say.
Promised to deliver a safe, vibrant, exciting convention in the greatest freaking city in the world, the city of Chicago. And that's what we've done. That's what we've done. We promised to bring a safe, vibrant, historic convention to the greatest city in the world, and that is what we have done.
ABC, Greg Walls.
So the mayor got up and forcefully defended Larry Snelling. He said, Paris, you know the answer to that. You know the answer to that. I hired Larry Snelling for a reason, and he's lived up to all the expectations. And we should note that these protests, they have gotten rowdy at times, but the police have had it under control. There have been several arrests, no major injuries that we know of at this point. And so there's one more day to go. It's no time to take a victory lap today. Today is the final day, so we will be monitoring that, and all our reporters will be monitoring that. And Sylvia, we toss back to you.
All right. Thank you, Paris. And he is right about that. The police have been incredible in their jobs. Illinois Democratic Senator Dick Durbin is getting excited for tonight at the DNC. He tweeted last night saying Coach Walz just brought down the House in Chicago. What an amazing third night. Can't wait to hear Kamala Harris tomorrow. The senator and many others eagerly anticipating the evening for the vice president's speech and to accept the nomination. Well, Soldier Field is planning on hosting a viewing party, and the doors open at 6 p.m. It runs well into the evening, tentatively wrapping up at around 11 p.m. Mayor Johnson also plans to speak there at some point during the evening. And I have to say, there's a lot of talk about who might be showing up, and a lot of people anticipating it could be one particular star that you probably know who I'm talking about. Well, the Old Town Poorhouse will be hosting a special viewing party for the vice president's speech. It's going to be at the restaurant along North Wells Street. They plan to begin the festivities around 9 p.m., but that could change. They say the bar will also be serving their signature drink this evening called the Kamala Colada. We have your continuing coverage online on fox32chicago.com, and there you can find everything you need to know, from traffic closures, speakers, and more. Just head over to our website. Right now, what can we expect when it comes to this amazing weather? How long is it sticking around? Caitlin Cody has the answer for us. It's leaving as the rest of the guests leave our city, isn't it, Caitlin?
It depends,
Yeah.
right? Natalie
Yeah, that's
loves
true.
the heat, okay?
I do too, but
You do too?
I love everything we've been experiencing this week, right?
Yeah, it's been very comfortable, especially
Yes.
for outdoor activities. My goodness, though, these events run late.
They do.
Are you doing okay?
Tonight, I'll be there, so if you're still awake, just tune in, you'll see me.
Sip some coffee this
Yes.
afternoon. Yeah, it is a beautiful day. Happy early afternoon. We do have sunshine and comfortable temperatures. So what Sylvia was talking about is the change in weather. So this whole week we have been below normal with temperatures. We've had dry skies, sunny conditions, but this weekend we're really heating things up, and we have the chance for some wet weather returning, which is actually a good thing because we could use it. So we are going to be dry through Friday. That's our #1 headline, but I do want to mention we have a small chance for a shower or two Friday night. Most, though, will stay dry if we see that rain at all. The better potential for wet weather is actually going to be Saturday night into early Sunday, when we could have a few rumbles of thunder. But the 90s are going to be back. So we're not done with that summer feel just yet. It has felt fall-like absolutely this week, with those lows, especially in the morning, in the 40s and 50s. Cool. But as we head into the weekend and early next week, it will be anything but cool. From our Hancock camera, it's a stunning day yet again. We are almost copying and pasting yesterday's forecast to today, but we're just adding a couple degrees. Satellite and radar shows just how quiet it is out there. We have a few fair weather clouds in a few locations, but outside of that, it's going to be a quiet rest of your day. Here's your next 48 hours. Let's time out these temperatures. First of all, dinner time plans. We're going to be in the low to mid 70s, so still comfortable around 7 p.m. And then tonight we get cool yet again with partly to mostly clear skies. Temperatures dropping back down to the 50s and low 60s. And then tomorrow afternoon, hello, low to mid 80s. Back to normal tomorrow, finally, where we should be. 82 is our normal high today. And then this weekend, we continue with the heat, but we also have that chance for rain returning, as mentioned. So Saturday morning, we're going to be right around 70 degrees, and then we're on our way to the upper 80s. Here's your futurecast to show Chicago. The rest of the day today, we have that southerly breeze helping to push those temperatures up by a few compared to yesterday. As we head into tomorrow, same thing. We're going to have that sunshine, and our model is starting to bring in a few showers by tomorrow evening. Again, it's not out of the question, especially tomorrow night, that we see a little bit of light rain, but I do think most are going to get by without any wet weather until Saturday night, when we have that better chance for some showers moving in. So speaking on how we need the rain, we actually have our updated drought monitor for today, showing abnormally dry conditions from Lake to Porter to LaPorte County, northern Jasper, Newton counties, Will down to Kankakee, Grundy County. You have abnormally dry conditions, also northern Cook County. So all of us could use the wet weather. Thank goodness we have it in the forecast, even though it's not very much. Again, Saturday night into early Sunday, that chance for rain. So you can still make those plans outside this weekend, enjoy the summer heat, and then early next week, the sunshine is back as temperatures slowly start to drop. 95 on Monday, down to 82 by Wednesday. Sylvia.
All right. Thank you, Caitlin. Well, there's a big labor dispute shutting down freight trains from running in Canada. How it's impacting us right here in the U.S. when we come back. Welcome back. It is 12:38. Once again, taking a live look at the United Center as excitement is building for the final night of the convention. A lot of people are going to be there tonight, lots of surprises, and we'll be bringing it all to you. And we're going to be following all of this, of course. We're going to be online starting at 1 o'clock, fox32chicago.com. In the meantime, a shutdown in Canada could affect the U.S. supply chain. Starbucks' new CEO will commute up and down the West Coast, and Doritos heads to outer space. Fox's CJ Papa has today's business headlines.
A shutdown of 2 Canadian freight railroads may affect the supply chain in the United States. Canadian National Railway and Canadian Pacific Kansas City have locked out more than 9,000 union workers. It happened after the railroads and the Teamsters Canada Rail Conference failed to reach an agreement, with each side blaming the other. According to the Department of Transportation, rail transport accounted for an estimated $114 billion, or 16% of trade between the U.S. and Canada in 2023. Starbucks' incoming CEO will commute to Seattle from California. That's according to a filing with the Securities and Exchange Commission. Brian Niccol will take over as Starbucks CEO and chairman on September 9th. When he does, he'll be able to use Starbucks' corporate jet to commute to the company's headquarters from his home in Southern California. The trip by car is more than 1,000 miles. And Doritos heads to space. Frito-Lay is releasing the limited edition Minis Cool Ranch Zero Gravity flavored tortilla chip. According to the company, the chip is specially formulated to keep its flavor in space. As part of the release, Frito-Lay is also teaming up with SpaceX's Polaris Dawn mission and St. Jude Children's Hospital to raise money for pediatric cancer research. That's business in New York. CJ Papa, Fox 32, Chicago.
As we've been telling you, it is the final night of the DNC, and Tia is still there. She's hanging around to let us know what to expect. Hey, Tia.
Yeah, hey, Sylvia, I'm going to tell you about some really interesting rumors that we've heard and some things that I can actually confirm. I'll have that coming up right after this break.
Welcome back. It is 12:43 as we take a live look inside the United Center. They're getting ready for their big and final night. I have to say, while I've been out there, it's really fun to see how they prepare for the final evening. You get to see all of the artists and the stars coming out there to get ready for the evening, and much of that will be taking place tonight and today, I should say. Balloons already ready to go to be dropped this evening. It is going to be a big night. And Tia's been out there all week long, and she is out there for us once again today. And Tia, what is this about rumors? What do you know? Please divulge.
Well, I can't wait to talk about these rumors. Sylvia, I got one question for you, though. Did you look up day one of the DNC to see those balloons? They've been up there for quite some time. I'm talking thousands of balloons that are ready to drop for tonight. But let's talk about some of those rumors that are really interesting, that has piqued a lot of interest. I'll start out with this one. There's been a lot of speculation that the singer Beyonce will show up. We don't know if that is true. We cannot deny or confirm that one. We have also heard from some sorority sisters of Kamala Harris that celebrate that sorority. The AKA is Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, a historically black sorority that a lot of people in the audience that also are a part of it may be wearing pink and green. We've also heard from some people saying that tonight's color is white, so it'll be interesting to see what the crowd is wearing. Now, in terms of what's behind me, we've kind of dubbed this area to be Celebrity Row because we've seen a lot of celebrities that have showed up to the DNC walking down this area. We've also seen, obviously, a lot of members of the media and volunteers. That's what I can tell you in terms of the fun stuff. Let's talk about the serious stuff. I want to show you a picture. This is some of the speakers that we will have tonight. U.S. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, Maura Healey, Governor of Massachusetts. She's also a former AG, just like Kamala Harris, an Attorney General. And then Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer will be speaking, and former Republican Illinois Congressman Adam Kinzinger, who we know stirred the pot when he decided to disagree with a lot of what the Republican agenda has been. Roy Cooper also will be speaking. We do know the Democratic presidential nominee Kamala Harris will officially accept the nomination tonight. On the ground here, what we definitely have noticed is a lot more people on the final day showing up early to make sure that they get inside of the United Center. We do expect a lot of people to be out here because obviously Kamala Harris will be the headliner. That's who everybody is looking forward to hearing from. So, Sylvia, we will be here on the ground, and we will be your eyes and ears for the rest of this evening. I'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Tia. Look forward to your reports. Appreciate that. Well, Chicago has played a crucial role in the past for the Democratic National Convention and the Oval Office. A look back at the history of the DNC.
The one.
Another look at the United Center for you. Tonight is the big night with Vice President Kamala Harris set to make history. We take a look back at some other major moments in presidential history that have happened right here in Chicago. Scott Schneider has that report.
At this defining moment, change has come to America.
The night Barack Obama won the White House is the last time presidential history was made in Chicago. But there are many more chapters that were written here, much more than just the 1968 DNC. That's not hard to do when Chicago currently holds the record for hosting the most political party conventions.
Oh, we're way ahead of everybody else. So we've had 26 major party conventions in the city of Chicago since 1860.
John Mark Hansen is a political science professor at University of Chicago.
Was in many ways the kind of party convention place of choice during the late 19th century and most of the 20th.
Hansen says that's because Chicago is centrally located and easy to get to when traveling. If you go back to the beginning, you have to go to the corner of Lake Street and Wacker Drive. Hansen says that's where a temporary hall called the Wigwam was located in 1860 and where Abraham Lincoln was nominated for president.
Lincoln, of course, was a home state favorite. And his nomination was certainly aided by it being here in Chicago. There were many, many people who were working very actively on his behalf. That was a time when the potential nominees, did not attend the conventions and let other people do the work for them.
20 years later, more presidential history was made, where the Art Institute now stands. That's where Hansen says the Republican Party held its 1880 convention and nominated James Garfield for president, which was a bit of a surprise.
He was not even a candidate coming in. He was here to act on behalf of one of the people who was seen as a possibility, John Sherman, who was former Treasury Secretary and former senator from Ohio.
Now fast forward to 1932.
Franklin Roosevelt was nominated here in Chicago 3 times, all 3 times at Chicago Stadium on West Madison Street, just across the street from where the United Center is now. He was nominated in 1932, in 1940, and in 1944.
To restore America to its own
Hansen
people.
says Franklin Roosevelt was the first presidential candidate to appear at his party's convention to accept the nomination, which produced another piece of U.S. history.
And in his nomination acceptance speech, he promised a new deal for the American people. He came back in 1940, which in many respects was the most significant of the 3 nominating conventions that was here in Chicago. In 1940, of course, he was seeking a 3rd term, and no president had previously served 3 terms, going back to George Washington.
While Obama won the Oval Office in 2008, Hansen says the former president made history again when he located his national campaign headquarters for his 2012 re-election campaign in Chicago.
It's unusual because up to that time, incumbent presidents who were running for re-election ran their campaigns from Washington, D.C. And so he explicitly chose to have his campaign based elsewhere outside of Washington and was the first president to do so.
When it comes to Kamala Harris, Hansen says there are many historical aspects to consider, given the circumstances for her nomination and her personal background.
She's historic in another way, which is that it's been a very, very long time, almost 200 years, since there has been a candidate, both of whose parents immigrated from other countries.
In addition to all of those historical moments, there are also plenty of pieces of presidential history in Chicago. Just ask Mike McMains.
I mean, when you think of presidential cities, Chicago's not the first one that comes to mind, but it should.
McMains runs a Chicago tour company that specializes in walking tours, including one on presidential history. We caught up with him right outside the Tribune Tower, the starting point for that tour. That's where he showed us a marble stone from Abe Lincoln's original tomb and another stone from the White House, built way back in 1817. He also talked about the infamous newspaper headline, Dewey beats Truman.
That there are amazing presidential moments that have shaped not just Chicago, but the entire world.
Thank you for that, Scott. We'll be right back with the final check of the forecast, plus a reminder for tonight. We are broadcasting the Bears preseason game for you against the Kansas City Chiefs on Fox 32 Chicago. Our coverage begins at 6:30 p.m. Now, if the Bears are still playing when Vice President Kamala Harris takes the stage at the DNC, we will air the speech in its entirety on WPWR. We will join the speech in progress on Fox 32 at the completion of the Bears game. We'll be right back. Time to take a look at what's trending. Here's Caitlin with a few stories.
Well, of course, it has to do with this week. So
Yes.
the DNC has had some very special guests and performances, but this one especially stole the show. It didn't come from one of the performers, but the moment is now going viral.
I didn't see that.
This is so funny, you guys.
Okay, I thought you were going to talk about John Legend's jacket. I didn't see her. She's awesome, right?
All eyes would be on her. Yeah, so at the Democratic National, musicians John Legend and Sheila E. took the stage to sing Let's Go Crazy by Prince. To make the performance more inclusive, the convention had an interpreter for people who are hard of hearing. But she's getting a lot of love online, with some saying
she should.
She's living her best life.
Yeah,
she
just
likes the music.
Living the glamorous life, just like Sheila E. That's so fun. I have not seen that.
She is so confident. Look at her go.
She is totally getting into it, and she's making you get into it as well, isn't she? I mean, look, we're all smiling. I love that.
Fantastic.
Okay.
One more check of the weather.
Okay.
You're going to
Another
like
one.
it. Yeah, today's going to be perfect. Temperatures warmer than yesterday. We're reaching around 80 as our high, 75 at the lakefront. So we have a southerly breeze today. We also have plenty of sunshine. Tonight, it's going to be another comfortably cool night, down into the 60s and the 50s, the low 50s in the southwestern suburbs. So open those windows if you like the cool. And then tomorrow, we're back to 83. So typically we reach 82. On a day like today. That's our normal high. So tomorrow we're back to where we should be, but then we surpass it with flying colors this weekend. Your 7-day forecast has our high of 86 on Saturday. There's a chance for rain and a few thunderstorms Saturday night into early Sunday. And then 90 is expected to be our high on Sunday. So again, we need the rain. We're abnormally dry throughout Chicagoland, so we could use the wet weather. Early next week, 95 degrees with sunshine on Monday. Thinking about those kiddos going to school, make sure they have a full water bottle, shorts, T-shirt, sunblock, and then temperatures slowly start to die down. By the middle of the week next week, we're back down to the low 80s, which is, again, where we should be. But we do have to ride this roller coaster up into the 90s before we get there. So if you like the heat, maybe you want to hold on to summer a little bit. I know I do. We do have a couple more days to be able to go to the lake and swim or go to the pool and have those above normal temperatures before we're back down to the 80s.
We're just getting a taste of everything, aren't we?
Yes, we are. And what a beautiful week.
The best. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our continuing live coverage of the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. I'm Sylvia Perez, and we have crews on the ground and some special guests planned for you this afternoon. And as the DNC is coming to a close tonight, Kamala Harris will be taking the stage, and she's going to be speaking to voters about her plan for the country. Retired Sun-Times columnist Madeline Ihajirika joined us this morning on Good Day Chicago and gave us her analysis of this past week.
I think that the DNC, conventions, once again, are really about unifying the party and spurring the rank and file to action, to work toward the remainder of this campaign, because it's a very short window. And so this was an opportunity really to persuade voters in swing states and introduce them to this ticket. I think that the convention is not going to be the place where you hear the policies. You will be hearing those policies in more detail as we proceed and coming out of the gate from this convention. But yes, I think that the convention was really the opportunity to spur rank and file voters to action and to reach persuadable voters in swing states to move the electorate. You are going to hear policies now out of the gate. It's an amazing time to live in Chicago, where history is being made, where a Black woman has accepted the Democratic Party's nomination for president. That in itself sparks joy, because this is a nation, as I wrote in an op-ed Monday, and as Oprah herself essentially echoed last night, where my parents' generation never thought an America mired in racial inequity and friction could elect a Black president. But President Barack Obama proved that our nation could rise above race. Now, my generation, which never thought an America mired in gender inequity and hostility, could elect a Black woman president, much less a multiracial public servant whose parents migrated from Jamaica and India, is about to see our nation move a step closer to that possibility. And America has always been about possibilities, so that whatever the outcome in November, this nation will have made progress. I think that what is happening both here in Chicago, across the nation, all of our troubles, that is not dismissed by this convention. That is not dismissed by the uplifting of the theme of joy and hope, because there is a reason for joy when a nation is on the brink of transcending some of its most deepest issues.
Thank you for that, Madeline. We are joined now with Tom Seraphin. Always great to have you, Tom,
nice
as we break down what's been going on. Let's just start with this. I want to talk about last night, the speeches that took place. This was night 3, tonight's night 4. Tell me what you thought about last night's the speeches and who really stood out to you.
Well, Oprah. I mean, she stood out. I mean, the vice president was a nominee, or he was great. I mean, but she stood out because she speaks to so many different levels, and she's got the gravitas to say things a lot of other people cannot say things, and she's lived it. You know, others were still working their way through the morass. Bill Clinton, you know, I got a lot of friends that worked for him. He's a wonderful man, but because of where he has been since office, you know, if you're going to make a case for Donald Trump being, we know his type, well, then maybe you know his type too. So, you know.
There was a lot of criticism about
that.
The
problem the Democrats have had all week is consistency in messaging. This has got to be a campaign about the future. They keep talking about litigating the past, and the problem with the past is that 3/4 of it has been controlled by Democrats for the last 16 years. So it doesn't make any sense to talk about the past. And she's campaigning against herself when she talks about what she wants to do in the future. She is the future. I mean, she's vice president of the United States and has been. So it's just a really difficult thing for them to do. They're trying to thread the needle, and it's kind of crooked. Tonight's her night. She can set it all straight if she could hit it out of the ballpark.
Okay, so before we get to that, let's talk about what's been going on. On the Republican side, they had said that they were going to do a lot of counter-programming. Donald Trump's been holding rallies. Obviously, they want to stay in the mix of the news, as they should. I mean, who can blame them?
Right.
But there's been a lot made about this announcement that this Trump-created or Republican-created policy page that they have put together themselves, because they say Kamala Harris has not really presented who she is, who she's defining herself, what her policies are. So they've created a policy page in her name. And a lot of people are saying, you know, that's low blow here, because a lot of people are going to see this page and think, oh, is this actually a Kamala Harris page?
Right. Well, you know, I thought Michelle Obama and her husband, the former President Barack Obama, did a real nice job talking about, you know, you got to go high if they're going to go low. The problem is, you know, and they also appeal to, visibly and physically appeal to Republicans and independents to look at this. Hey, come on, look at this, as Barack said. The problem was that every other speaker has been hitting them low, and then they ran that ad 2 nights ago. I thought it was a tough ad, especially in the context of what they're trying to do with Donald Trump and what it reflects on in their own party. They got to be talking about the future. They have to talk about the economy, and they have to talk about migration. I mean, the border crisis. Those are the top 2 issues. You can't get away from that. You just have to face those things. And as Barack Obama said in 2008, change the arc on that message. They're capable of doing that. We'll see if she can do it tonight.
So it's funny, though, you brought up a good point before we came on, and we were talking about this policy page that's been created by the Republicans. You said back in the day, the Democrats did the same thing, but with the fax machine. Explain what you mean by that.
Those are my fax machine days. No, I mean, if in fact, it was at the conventions, but it was also every major meeting, everywhere we went. You know, we would have a response, you know, within an hour or two, because we've done our homework. Somebody says something is blue, we know it's green. We put that word out right away. They say it's blue-green, we still say it's green. So, I mean, you have to be competitive. You have to be within the news cycle today, and you have to be almost within the context of the minute and the sentence. So the fact that they did it, just smart politics. If you don't like it, it's a low blow. If you like it, it's a great move.
Okay, and that brings me to this, because one of the things that really made me notice while I was out at the DNC this week was something that we didn't have, and you and I have kind of talked about this, that we didn't have, say, in 1996, even, you know, 4 years ago, and that's this huge group of content creators, social media influencers. They have their own personal area, and these are people that are on TikTok, they're on Instagram, they're on YouTube, and they are being treated seriously as if they are royalty, because they are putting out so much information. They are reaching so many people. It's a whole different world. And, you know, while we may have had the internet at its early ages in '96, what we're seeing today, talk about wanting to be in the cycle of news. I mean, they are putting information out, and both parties have really taken advantage of this. The Democrats gave credentials to 200 influencers. They know that's a way to get out there.
Well, they are the new network, and it's a tsunami coming from the age of 1 birth all the way through from that direction. If you're over 45, you may not be as aware, but everybody underneath 45 is getting their information that way. And I know, not because I'm a wise man, but my son is an influencer. And he was one of those people written up in the New York Times.
Tell that story, because I remember when you shared that story with me. I think our viewers would like to hear him. Tell them how this happened.
Well, he was coming back from England, and he stopped in Sweden for a layover, and he saw that Beyonce was in town. He said, well, I'll just get a hotel room and go back tomorrow. He went to see Beyonce, and somehow on his telephone, he did a play-by-play of the concert, and somehow he got inside close. And somehow, all these somehows happen to him all the time. He's right there with her, and they communicate, and he gets 55,000 people in the world watching that concert with him. And it just kind of took off from there.
It takes one thing, and so all of a sudden he's this influencer.
So now he's got 25,000 that are consistent with him all the time.
Yeah. By the way, speaking of Beyonce, does he know something we should know? Because everybody's saying she's going to be here.
He's trying hard to get tickets. So
I was going to say, is he expecting to see her?
Well, a lot of people are,
right.
But it's so secret. It's such a difficult secret to keep, especially from the airports where they have to land. So I have some friends that work at the airports, and we haven't heard that yet.
Yeah, okay, everybody's waiting to hear. And then finally, because we want to get back and we're going to talk about, what we can expect for tonight, but Tom and I were talking about, a lot of people, you look back at the week and you say, who are the breakout stars? Like, there's always somebody who makes a name for themselves at these conventions. And what's interesting is Tom's perspective. I want you to hear this, because it's not necessarily who you might think the breakout star would be during the DNC. Tell everybody your thoughts on this. I tend to agree with you.
Well, from my vantage point, if you're in the business of politics and campaign work, and you're here on the floor, you have the floor pass, you represent a candidate, you should be a star. You should be performing at an A+ level. A lot of people do C+ and B+. Very few fail. So my attitude is show your stuff. But in this week, considering everything that's going on to get us here, $100 million spent by the city and more, and all the money being spent by the party here in the city, and all the people talking about riots and all these things, everybody's saying we can't do things, and all of a sudden, Larry Snelling is Macho Man, and he's in the middle of the fight. He's got it well together, and he's a communicator. He gets on the television every day, tells us what's going on. God bless him. He's teaching the Secret Service how to be a cop. And I think it's just terrific. I love this guy.
Yeah, I have to say, as we've been covering those protests and we've been covering them live, we have been able to see him in action. Right. He is in the middle of everything. He's not afraid to be there with his men, and I'm hearing they have so much respect for him because he is in the thick of it, and he is making sure that those protests are shut down immediately.
Right, and if you talk to any of the cops around town, just walking down the street, tell them, hey, beware, be careful, etc. How you doing with the soup? Hey, love him. Because he's one of our guys, and he's with us, shoulder to shoulder, street to street. Love that guy. Yeah, Larry Snelling.
He's been doing a good job. But somebody else has been doing a good job. You know that Mike Flannery guy? He said he was going to retire.
Mike's never going to retire.
He's been hanging out at the DNC, and he's out there right now. Hey, Mike, who do you have with you?
Hey, Sylvia. We have a delegate from the state of Washington. He's a native of Tacoma, Washington, a former deputy undersecretary of state, just as I'm a former Channel 32 reporter, but temporarily unretired for this week. Tom Countryman, who speaks 5 languages, was a career diplomat. But before we get into that and talk a bit about Gaza and your take on it, Tom, as a delegate from the Pacific Northwest, what's your view of Chicago this week? You think this has been worth it for the city to do all this?
Well, I do love Chicago. I have never been in Chicago when the temperature has been as perfect as it is today. So we've been enjoying both the indoor and the outdoor activities. It's a lively, fascinating city. I'm going to come back, bring my wife and kids on a vacation.
Well, all right. So that's what the mayor and the governor and all the rest of them wanted. Let me ask about the outfit here. What that's and the tattoo, the temporary tattoo there.
I have a temporary Kamala
Harris.
Tattoo. Yeah. Well, I think it's emblematic of Democrats. That this is an opportunity to dress up. It's an opportunity to make fun of ourselves, to laugh at ourselves. We're even capable of laughing at our political leaders. There's no absolute difference between Republicans and Democrats. We're all Americans, we're all neighbors, but I think there is a relative difference that Democrats are not afraid to laugh at themselves and their leaders. And on the Republican side, we have a man who has never laughed at himself and cannot tolerate being laughed at. I've been in countries where it's illegal or dangerous to laugh at or criticize the leader, and that's not the kind of democracy that I think we should have in America.
So let me ask you about, speaking of laughing, and somebody in the Trump campaign is having a laugh today at Kamala Harris's expense. They've put up a website that purports to show her policies for 2024 on her campaign. And when you go there, of course, they're described as dangerously liberal. They'll ruin the country. Does she need tonight in this acceptance speech, the biggest speech of her lifetime, does she need to get more specific about policies and what she's going to do?
Well, it would be desirable. That's not the main point for tonight. Without question, Vice President Harris has already been far more specific about her economic policies than her opponent has ever been. She's provided details instead of just platitudes. Now, there is a wide range of information in Project 1625. I've got to call it 1625 because it returns us to monarchy and theocracy. But it is important that she speak to both the economic needs and interests of the American people. And she'll do that. She will never do it to the full satisfaction of the media.
So let me ask you, one of my colleagues was in Humboldt Park, a predominantly Puerto Rican part of Chicago on the near northwest side a few minutes ago, doing a live report from there. And we had a state rep, a former state rep, now a congresswoman, Delia Ramirez, and others arguing that the delegates from that the convention should hear from a Palestinian speaker tonight, sometime today. What do you think of that?
Well, look, on the general subject of Palestine, it's painful to talk about, and it's aggravating to me that most of the discussions I've heard on shows like this about Palestine and Israel talk about the geostrategic meaning and the military implications. And I never hear enough talk about sympathy for suffering, for death, for needless continuation of conflict.
Now, you speak 5 languages, I read, and Arabic is one of them. You've worked on terrorism issues. You've met with leaders in the Middle East. If you were in charge, if Kamala Harris tapped you to be in charge of policy between Israel and the Palestinians, what do we do? How do we stop this war?
I think it's important to make clear that the only long-term solution in the Middle East is 2 states, 2 secure states for Israelis and Palestinians. But working backward to where we are today, we have to recognize that although Israel is a good, important ally of the United States, it is not under United States control.
We've apparently threatened to cut off arms to the Netanyahu government, but it hasn't worked.
Yeah, there are laws in the United States, there have been existing for many years, that we will not provide arms to countries that are not fully respecting international humanitarian law. And there is a question as to whether Israel has already crossed that line. But even the threat of cutting off weapons is not going to force Israel, or I should say more specifically, Mr. Netanyahu, to come to a ceasefire arrangement that is within reach. It is important for the administration, the current administration, as well as the upcoming Harris administration, to continue to emphasize the need for both a ceasefire, release of all hostages, and concrete steps towards a 2-state solution.
Let me ask you real quickly, Tom Countryman, former Deputy Undersecretary of State for the U.S. State Department. your state, your hometown, Tacoma, in the state of Washington, that's been blue for as long as Illinois has been blue. What are you going to do this fall? Are you going to be campaigning elsewhere, are you going to be involved in the swing states at all?
I'll be knocking some doors in Pennsylvania. I've got a lot of contacts there and some campaigns I'm interested in. I'll be doing phone calls. I'll be writing postcards to make sure that people get out and vote. What we want to see is the fullest possible participation. The definition of democracy to us is that every vote gets counted and every voter counts.
Well, okay. We've got, I appreciate Tom Countryman, appreciate your
Thank you, Michael.
thoughts.
Appreciate
it. Maybe just one last question. What do you think Kamala Harris should say tonight? What are the top 2 things she should say?
Oh, well, she hasn't asked me for advice, so I'm glad that you have. I think the top 2 things that she should say is, 1, that we are an inclusive party. We do not intend a campaign of retribution, as has been promised by the other party. We do not intend to institute a dictatorship, either a religious dictatorship or a one-man dictatorship, and that we will continue to govern in the best interests of all voters, not just the ones who supported us.
All right. Tom Countryman, veteran career diplomat who's worked in the Middle East and elsewhere on nuclear weapons arms control, among other things. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks again,
delegate
Michael.
from Tacoma, Washington. Are we ready to toss it back there?
So much, Mike Flannery. We're going to toss it right back out to the United Center, but this time outside where Tia Ewing is standing by. Hey, Tia, what have you got?
Hey, Sylvia, I got a lot, okay? There's a lot to talk about right here where we are right behind me. I've called this kind of like Celebrity Row. This is where we've seen a lot of the celebrities that have been coming to the convention stroll right on through the doors of the United Center. But in terms of what we've been hearing on the ground here, we've been hearing that a lot of people have been told to wear white, and we have seen that as people walk into the United Center. Also, we've been told that a lot of women will be wearing, women that are a part of Kamala Harris's sorority, the Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority Incorporated, a historically black sorority for women, have been told to wear pink and green, and we've seen that as well. We've also seen what we found to be interesting, more Chicago police really within the perimeter of the United Center, as well as some Illinois state troopers. But in terms of what is really expected, a lot of people are looking forward to hearing the Democratic presidential nominee Kamala Harris speak tonight. There's also been speculation about who will be the performer that brings her out. Of course, you know, it could possibly be Beyonce. Now, we cannot confirm that, but we definitely have heard that to be rumored as a possibility. But in terms of what we're seeing, a lot of people are actually moving into the United Center earlier than we have seen in the previous days. This is the final day, and perhaps that is why people are expecting this place to really fill up. You'll remember on day 1, when we were here, a lot of people had issues standing in long lines to get on the inside, and it's expected that those lines will definitely be long to get through security and get into the United Center tonight. So a lot of people are arriving here early. We are going to go back on the inside and talk to a few people, but in terms of what we're seeing as a whole since we've been on the ground here, we've been here about 3 hours, and that's pretty much what the sentiment has been. A lot of people have been working really long hours behind the scenes. Those people looking forward to this day to be wrapped up with a bow, essentially, Sylvia. So that's what we're seeing, that's what we're hearing, and I'll send it back to you for now.
Just curious, Tia, you were out there, you've been out there all week, if we still have her. I'm just wondering what impressions you will be leaving with. What impression will you leave with after this week?
I have left with the impression that, you know, a lot of times we see these big events as a journalist, as, you know, just another event, another story that we're covering. But what I found to be really interesting is this really female empowerment sentiment that is here. You got to remember, I just told the story yesterday about 3 black women from Chicago. I think that's really important to note. You know, it's one thing for you to have a big political event like this, there's not always representation of the people. And so to know that 3 African-American women from the city of Chicago are responsible for putting this whole thing together, I think is probably the most impactful impression that I will have walking away from this. These are women that, you know, they weren't born with a silver spoon in their mouth, every last one of them. You know, so to know that, you know, hard work can really pay off, and it can pay off in this way that you indeed make history. We know Kamala Harris is obviously making history as the first woman of color to be a presidential nominee, a Democratic presidential nominee. That is huge. But to know there's women just like me, a woman from Chicago that's also making history in the midst of all of this, talking about those 3 women who are responsible for putting this on. Christy George is one of them, Mignon Moore, and Kiana Barrett, who we actually spoke to just yesterday. That's something that, as a Black woman, that will stay with me for the rest of my life. And I am raising what will eventually be a Black woman. So that's impactful to me, and that's something that, you know, you work, you know, your whole life hoping that you have a history-making moment, and to see women actually doing it is something that will stay with me for the rest of my life, Sylvia.
I love that, Tia. I think that's so well said. And it's, yeah, not just Black women, but women in general. You are so right about that. Thank you for that perspective. And
Absolutely.
Tom is here. Tom Serafin's with me, and I want to ask him about that. Tia has such a good point about the whole, you know, the female issue, but it's not being thrown in your face. I mean, it's there. It's clear they're making a difference, but it's not necessarily being thrown in your face, which I find interesting.
Right. And, you know, because I'm an old timer, I go way back. I worked for Carter Collins, who was the first Black legislator in the Congress. And then a few years later, I worked for Carol Moseley Brown, who was the first Black senator in the United States Senate. So in those days, we felt like, well, no big deal. Things are going to roll and things are going to happen. But then the country went forward and lurched forward, then it came back and forth. And now the angst of not being able to get along, and now this beauty of the Democratic Convention nominating an African-American female, and who knows, she could win this thing. Tonight she has to hit it out of the ballpark. Everything about this week has been setting her up to make sure that she can show and prove to everyone that she's capable of being 3 seconds away from the nuclear button, you know, at 3 o'clock in the morning. Do you trust her to do that? She can tell everybody that tonight.
You know, is it going to be more about being a cheerleader, about showing strength? Will we be hearing anything more about policy? Because there's been a lot of criticism from the Republican Party that we still haven't defined who she is or what her policies are going to be. What is it going to be tonight?
Well, on the policy side, she's got to live with the policy she's currently running. I mean, she's the vice president, you know, for another 5 months, you know, President, you know, Biden will be still president, but she's coming out of that administration. And Barack Obama and Michelle Obama have endorsed her and put their arms around her. So she's got that kind of policy. She needs to show some definition of character. And she needs to show the seriousness of the issues in the world today. What we don't talk about is all the problems in South Africa that we used to be able to address as a nation. We aren't doing that. The NATO issue, how stalemated they are, how Ukraine is now in Russia, attacking Russian citizens, which means they're escalating. And when that escalates, the other side will escalate. And who's there to stop that? And in the Middle East, you see it in the streets today, the conflict. Did I ever think I was going to live in a world where anti-Semitism was kind of shrugged at? No way, after what happened, you know, in World War II, when they said never forget. So she's got all of that on her table.
Can you address that at a convention, though?
You do it with character. You don't by addressing each specific issue, but you show measured sense. Everybody should go home tonight, you know, walking out of that convention center in a solemn basis. They should be very solemn, because she will address the country and say how important it is that our next leader has a handle on those things and can be measured and appropriately reasonable with all the parties in the world. If she can do that, you know, people will trust her on the issues. Don't get into the specifics. Don't get into the different policy decisions. This was Biden's idea. It wasn't my idea.
Right.
I was at the border in Paris, but I wasn't at the border. All those, that's all nonsense.
That's hard to
You
walk
need
that
to show
line.
character above it all. And people should get a lesson tonight in what it means if they want their person to win the presidency. How serious this moment is.
Yeah, Tom, I love how you get excited about all of this stuff.
I do.
That's why we love,
Like the old
love
days.
having you here. Good old days. Okay, Tom's here and he's going to stick around for a little bit. But in the meantime, we're going to take a short break and we'll be right back. Everybody, you heard me talking about this earlier, and one thing that's different this year at the convention, at the DNC, is there's a whole group of content creators that are out there getting the word out to their followers, and joining us now is one of them, media personality Chuck Creamer. He has been at the DNC all week long. Welcome to Fox 32. So nice to have you here.
Yeah, it's great.
Okay, so for people who don't know about the impact that you're having and what you're doing, explain exactly your role and what your goal has been while you're out here this week.
Well, I think my goal and my company's goal, allhiphop.com, is to serve as almost a mediator or a translator, because I think we've been faced with a lot of misinformation and disinformation. And I think that it's time for us to really roll up our sleeves and go to our barbershops, our churches, our corners, and really have one-on-one conversations with people.
So you've been at the DNC. Tell me what you've been doing to reach those people while you're there.
Well, I think a lot of it takes place through social media. A lot of it, obviously, is literally going to Dunkin' Donuts, which I did. And
it's kind of old school politics. If you think about it, you're pounding the pavement.
It really is.
Right?
Because technology has two sides. One is great and the other not so great. So the transmission of information can be a positive, but it can also be a negative.
Okay.
And if you have a conversation with someone, it's a back and forth in a way that translates much differently.
So give me an example. You went to Dunkin' Donuts. What'd you do? Tell me. Kind of walk us through. I want a visual picture of this happening.
Yeah, one of my buddies, he's he's a native, he's local, and he, just had some opinions, and they aren't wrong opinions per se, but I think that not voting is not an option here, in my opinion. And he's one of those types that is not, it doesn't matter who's president.
He's not interested in voting.
Right, not interested in voting. So we took a stroll. I needed some coffee that morning, and we walked all the way to the Dunkin' and sat down. And by the way, this is not conveniently located like this. There was a homeless gentleman in there, but at the end of the day, that's what it's about. I mean, I really think it's about getting with the people and talking to them and meeting them where they are.
So the website is allhiphop.com.
Yes.
Okay. How did you get involved in this? How did you become this person who's now in this position that you're in?
Well, I'm a founder, I'm an entrepreneur, but I'm also a person that cares. And culturally, I think that we have to advance ourselves, not and merge business and culture, and make it a place where people can aspire to do more. So as far as I'm concerned, All Hip Hop's been a vehicle in that way, but not just the capitalist side, but also the community and making sure that the community understands the possibilities. So I've maintained the business with my partner, Grouchy Greg. That's my business partner.
Okay, I love the name.
Yeah, and he and I have firm roots in our communities, all of our communities, Delaware, Los Angeles, New York City, and even here in Chicago.
You know, it's all about really meeting people where they are, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
Because it seems to me like you're trying to reach a group that might be forgotten. You're trying to reach a group to let them know their value and their importance in playing a role on what's happening in our democracy today. Am I right?
Yes, absolutely. And that's where hip hop comes from. It started because the voices that were marginalized or unheard created a way to speak to people, to power, to politicians. And that's really what hip hop is. So now hip hop turned 50, you see so much has changed. Hip hop is threaded throughout the entire Democratic National Convention, and also it was in the Republic, the RNC too.
Right,
it was in both.
Wow, so do you feel like you have a big responsibility?
I have a tremendous responsibility, and I think that that's where it's time for us to step up and even be a little louder. I think if you've heard the messaging this time around versus last election, it's a little more forceful. I think it's a little less compromising. Even Michelle Obama's speech, you know, it's a very different tone than the last time she spoke.
I love that you said this, though. I think this is important. You said, and I love that you're going out there to trying to get people to vote. You're not telling them who to vote for.
Right.
You're just going out there to say, your vote matters.
Absolutely. And I think that we're in America. It's a democracy. We're allowed to vote for different people, different parties. But I also think that you have to articulate to them or even talk to them about why are you voting for this person. Just tell me why. It's okay. I'm not going to try to force you to believe what I believe or your morality or your core values to line up perfectly with mine, but let's just discuss what you care about and then see if it really truly lines up, not listening to social media per se or even your friends. Sometimes your friends are wrong.
Okay, so tonight is the last night. Are you excited? Tell me what you're going to be doing.
I'm not sure yet. I'm still trying to get in the building because tonight was tight.
Yeah, well, have you tried to get in? If you can't get in that building, maybe you could get into Soldier Field where the rumors are Beyonce could be, right?
See, you're putting me on now. We put that on All Hip Hop the other day, but I didn't know where she would be.
Yeah, well, we don't know for sure. It's lots of rumors, but no doubt there's going to be some big plans at Soldier Field.
Yeah.
So what a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for stopping by.
My mom's name is Sylvia.
Oh, is that right? So I knew we had a connection.
Yeah,
Very great to meet you. Thanks for coming
too.
in. We're going to take another break and we'll be right back. Over social media this week with a lot of strong political reaction and a lot of talk about Chicago on social media. A sample of what we are seeing here. Simply, Chicago, I knew you wouldn't fail us. Chicago is a truly beautiful city. Yes, it is. And then here's some questions that people are posting. How do we bagel? And here is the big one. The Bears are on tonight against the Chiefs. What will Chicago watch? Which brings us to this programming note for you tonight. We are broadcasting the Bears preseason game against the Kansas City Chiefs on Fox 32 Chicago. Our coverage begins at 6:30 p.m. If the Bears are still playing when Vice President Kamala Harris takes the stage at the DNC, we will air the speech in its entirety on our sister channel, WPWR. That's WPWR Channel 50. And then we're going to join the speech in progress on Fox 32 at the completion of the Bears game. Well, a group of uncommitted delegates to the DNC are holding a protest outside the United Center. They tell us that they hadn't even planned on protesting, but that changed when they were informed that a Palestinian American would not be allowed to address them as delegates. They also explained why they're choosing to hold their demonstrations outside.
We are engaged on the inside, right? We are people here who are elected. I was elected by 46,000 people to be here on the inside. And right now, the only reason we're sitting outside is because the DNC is choosing not to engage with the delegates, who I think represent a majority who want to hear from a Palestinian American from the main stage.
Tell us about the uncommitted delegates. Who are they?
Yeah, uncommitted delegates are anti-war people who from February, March, April, organized almost 1 million voters across the nation to say that we wanted an end to the genocide in Gaza. And we were putting pressure on President Biden in the most democratic process possible within our own party as Democratic voters to say that we wanted an end of the unconditional weapons flow to Israel and that we want a permanent ceasefire, and that ceasefire cannot happen without cutting off the weapons.
But you would like someone to address this. This is definitely the big issue happening in the country and around the world. You want it aired right here at United Center.
More than anything, I believe that a Palestinian American should take the stage and that they should be able to say that Palestinian American people have been suffering and that, that 16,000 children have been killed, more than any conflict in recent years, that our administration, I mean, that they have the right to speak, and that is the lowest bar. That is even that's the smallest ask. And I thought that this party, I mean, I truly do believe this is the only party that has a big enough tent that can include that. Like I said, I'm a lifelong Democrat. I've worked on Democratic campaigns for over a decade. I know that this is the party that will honor that kind of ask, and I'm wondering why this hasn't been answered yet. I know that the DNC is listening. They're watching. They have called us. They've offered us other concessions, like a meeting, but we asked if that could be more specifically about a speaker, and they said no. And so we said we want to talk about a speaker. That's the conversation we want to have.
Will be. Okay, Tom is back, and whenever I'm sitting next to Tom, I have a million questions to him, so glad to be back on the air with you right now, Tom. So the big night is tonight. They've had 4 amazing nights. The Republicans had 4 amazing nights. Normally, after a convention, the candidate will get another boost. I'm curious, what do you think is going to happen after this week for Kamala Harris?
Well, I've been, checking all the polls. I like to look all of them. Likely voters are more exacting. Registered voters are just registered voters. They don't say they're going to likely vote. And voting starts now in September in some states. I mean, early voting. I mean, so she's going to get some of that kick. So she had 3.5, 4 weeks. There were glorious weeks. 88% of all the media about her was positive. 86% was negative on Trump. So, I mean, she had a great week. He had a bad week. I'm bad 3 or 4 weeks. I shouldn't laugh at that, but it was just, it's unfortunate for the Republicans. But yet they're still statistically tied. And she's going into this speech tonight for 3 days in Chicago's greatest city in the world. All these people who have had good times, they've all you could eat, drink the best entertainment. Tonight she's going to have to tell them, I need all of you to go to work for me. I need you in the north side of Milwaukee. I need you in Pennsylvania. I need you in Ohio. I need you in Michigan. I mean, Detroit, Grand Rapids. You can get some votes there. But you know what? I need Barack. I need Michelle. Oprah, get off your farm. Come down and help us here. Come back from Hawaii. All these folks need to be out there. And everybody in that room needs to know they've got to go out and work the neighborhoods and push the buttons on the doorbells. Otherwise, all this huge party to get everybody juiced is going to dissipate over the next 10 days. Don't forget, her first big interview, she said, would be at the end of the month. Then you go into September after Labor Day, you have that debate.
That first debate.
That debate.
Right.
And remember, we went into June 27th for the first debate with President Biden, and everybody had some good ideas in it. So who knows what's going to happen? And then you got the October surprise coming. And then maybe the peace initiative in Israel is going to work there. So this is going to ebb and flow, and whoever's got the character and can be at the helm and be strong, she's going to have to be strong, and they have to show her that way. She's got to be strong. I think she's got it in her, but she's got to find it. And tonight's the first place where she needs to find it. Yes.
It's the first test, isn't it? So
Yeah.
we'll wait and see what happens. I know you. Are you going to be there tonight?
Yes, I'll be floating around,
Okay. Well, then I think we're talking to you again tomorrow morning. So
Right.
I can't wait to hear what you thought about how things went at the end.
And the Bears are out.
The Bears are on. So that's the best thing about working at Fox 32 Chicago. Stick with us because you're going to get both.
Right.
Nobody else in town is bringing you that but us.
Yeah,
How
the
about
big
that?
double.
Aren't you glad
the
you're
big
here?
double, yeah.
Okay.
Good to see
You know who's out there right now is our friend Scott Schneider, who's also probably going to be talking to you this evening. But who do you have with you right now, Scott?
This is a real honor for me. It's not often I get to speak to not only a retired colonel from the United States Army, but also a Deputy Secretary for the Department of Homeland Security. This is John Tien, and thank you, sir, so much. First of all, thank you for your service. Thank you so much for taking some time to speak to us. And we've got a lot to talk about. First of all, your overall impressions of what you've seen on the security front, because the narrative in the weeks leading up to this DNC event was the concern over the protesters, particularly on the outside. I mean, we're pretty much locked down inside, but what have been your impressions with regard to how Chicago has handled security?
Well, Scott, number one, thanks for having me on, and really thanks for giving voice to the National Security Leaders for America. We're about 800 retired Army generals, Navy admirals, Marines, Sergeant Majors. I think I had Sergeant Major Estrada on here yesterday, and a bunch of us retired cabinet secretaries. As you mentioned, I was the Deputy Secretary of Homeland Security for really 2021, 2023 for the Biden-Harris administration. Thanks to Chicago. This city rocks, right? And from a security standpoint, United States Secret Service, Homeland Security investigations, FEMA, and others are really, I think, doing a great job. Look, the protesters have a right to be out here, right? This is the United States of America, freedom of expression. Give them those opportunities. I've heard them. I've spoken to some of them, but it has been non-disruptive, I think, in terms of traffic, security flow. But I'm glad we've had exchanges of ideas on the margins of the United Center.
You know, we've been hearing a lot from the candidates, from both the Democrats and the Republicans, especially given what we heard last night from Governor Tim Walz about his service. We've heard a lot from the Republicans about, you know, whether or not serving in the National Guard is in fact defending your country. Any thoughts on that?
Oh, yeah, I have a lot of thoughts on that. And let me tell you, I served 24 years of the same amount of time as Tim Walz did in the National Guard. I graduated from West Point in 1987 as the #1 cadet at the United States Military Academy, first Captain Brigade Commander. I say that not to like promote my ego or my resume, but to show you that I'm a first-generation Chinese American. I went to the United States Military Academy at West Point as a way to pay back the country. This is what makes America great. Not me, but the diversity of the United States of America. And what Coach Tim Walz said last night, what Governor Tim Walz said last night, and what Master Sergeant retired from the National Guard said last night was he is here for all Americans, and he's here for his neighbors and his communities. I don't know what all this ruckus is about coming from the Trump-Vance ticket about his time in the National Guard. What they should be saying is, it's great. We've got 2 Americans who both serve in the United States military. There's going to be a vice president who has military service, J.D. Vance or Governor Tim Walz. And what the National Guard did during my entire 24 years is they were ready to go. They were the citizen soldiers. They did what we asked them to do. And back in 2004, none of us, to include the National Guard, we didn't know what was going to happen with Operation Enduring Freedom in Afghanistan or Operation Iraqi Freedom in Iraq. But what we did know is that when called, the National Guard would come. His unit didn't have orders. My unit didn't have orders yet, but when I got pushed forward to go to Iraq, units like Tim Walz's, like Governor Walz's, Sergeant Major at the time, Walz's, was they would backfill other active duty units so the active duty units could go forward. And I think that's what happened when he went to Europe and deployed in support of Operation Enduring Freedom. That's how we said it then. That's how we say it now. So anything that the Trump-Vance ticket is saying, it's this weird fabrication. He served for 24 years, and every time we asked him to do something, he did it.
Another hot-button topic right now is medals. Medals received for valor, medals received for achievements on the battlefield versus medals received at the White House. I'm so proud of my grandfather who fought in World War II. He was in the Pacific Theater. He's no longer with us, but it gives me great pride when I hear stories about what he achieved in keeping our planes in the air. And he was an airplane mechanic, and he kept the planes in the air in the Pacific Theater. So very proud of his accomplishments. When you hear politicians debating whether or not medals given on the battlefield carry the same weight as medals given to civilians, how does that land with you?
So, we could go a couple different directions here. First, let me talk about medals and awards in general. Napoleon used to say, this is a quote, I mean, I wasn't around when Napoleon, I'm a little bit older than you, but not that much older. Napoleon used to say, he's like, give me a mile of ribbon and I'll conquer the world, right? So you could look at that and say, oh, we give ribbons out, incentivize people to go forward. But really what Napoleon was saying was, I respect the troops who are under my command, Waterloo, let's say, or fast forward to my time, to Tim Walz's time, to Sergeant Major Estrada's time, who I think was on your show yesterday. And it's essentially saying it's a recognition of the action that you took. It could be your action that you took as a good conduct medal during civilian time. It could be the action that you took on the battlefield, like my unit in Iraq that won the Valorous Unit Award. And it has valor in the war. It's for valor, right? It's pretty plain spoken. So I think what we should do is respect anybody who's received any medal in the United States military and say, thank you for your service, well done, that was the action. We don't get to choose the time of when we go to war. You know who gets to choose the time of war? Unfortunately, evil dictators like Vladimir Putin chooses that time and invades illegally and immorally a sovereign country like Ukraine. So when we give medals out, it could be in war, it could be in peacetime. Now, if this is a reference possibly to what former President Trump said about the Medal of Freedom and to civilians versus the Medal of Honor, I give a lot of credit to the people. There have been Democratic presidents who have awarded the Medal of Freedom to civilians, and obviously Republican presidents. They deserve it. They deserve that recognition one way or the other.
Be held.
It shouldn't be.
Is it an apples to apples comparison?
No, I don't even know why President Trump would bring that up. It seemed really sort of warped, and I'll use Coach Walz's phrase, Master Sergeant Retires Walz's phrase. It was a little weird. I don't know where President Trump was coming up with this, but I will tell you this. If those words that came out of President Trump's mouth, and we have it on record when he said, you know, the Medal of Honor is given to soldiers who are usually dead or been shot up and they don't really know how to react. Those are his words, right? They don't really respond. It's not that beautiful. But what's beautiful is I can give it to a beautiful person who can respond to me. This is what President Trump does. It always is about him, self-centered, and I'll use these words, not yours. It's narcissistic. It's like, come on, President, look at the people. It's a civilian or a military. They both earn the medal. Respect that. And I know a lot of Medal of Honor recipients. There's Republicans and Democrats, but who knows?
I don't need to tell you Chicago's been at the vanguard when it comes to the argument over asylum seekers. We are a sanctuary city. Surprisingly, a lot of people believed that there would be a sudden influx, coincidentally, as we reach the DNC. But the fact is, right now, there just aren't a lot of border crossings. Now, you would understand better than I do the nuances of what's going on in Mexico. My understanding is that the Mexican authorities are doing a much better job of keeping people from crossing over than they were perhaps, last year, last summer, last fall. That said, there are many asylum seekers here. They're being sheltered in Chicago. And that is, for many Republicans, Donald Trump in particular, a point of contention when it comes to Joe Biden, when it comes to Kamala Harris, that they perhaps have mishandled the issue of border security, that this has been, an area of weakness for the Biden administration. To that, you say what?
Yeah, look, if President Trump has gone on and on about the security of the Southwest border, and you know what President Biden did? He worked with Senator Langford in particular, a Republican senator from a very red state. He's a very red, he's a red state senator. And they came up with a bipartisan Southwest border security bill. And it should have been an act. And when it came out, it was clear it was going to be effective. It was going to increase the number of ICE officers. It was going to increase the number of Customs and Border Protection officers. It was going to increase U.S. Border Patrol officers and do a bunch of other things to include, put into law, a lot of restrictions that would have made the border even more secure in terms of asylum seekers, timeline, numbers, and things of that nature. And what did President Trump say last year? He said, and he was pretty plain spoken, he said to all those Republican senators, he goes, don't vote for it, and I'll tell you why. And he said it on record. He said, don't do it because it will give an electoral win to President Biden. So obviously President Trump doesn't care about the security of the Southwest border. What he cares is about his own electoral fate.
We've got tonight a former local congressman, Republican, Adam Kinzinger, taking the stage, and that is significant. You don't often see, former elected officials appearing at the opposition party's conventions, but he's going to do just that. And I haven't seen a transcript of what he's going to talk about, but I did hear him reference the war in Ukraine. He may indeed mention the importance of supporting Ukraine in this fight against Russia. I don't have a lot of time left, but I wanted to get your thoughts on the debate going on in Washington over whether or not money, resources, ammunition should be provided to Ukraine. We know they're pushing into Russia. Where are your thoughts at where it stands now, and should we continue to support with the vigor that we have under the Biden administration going forward?
We should absolutely continue to push forward and support Ukraine and really support our allies, whether it's in NATO or in the Indo-Pacific. And when J.D. Vance in particular, but I would also Donald Trump has said this before, he says, we don't care what happens to Ukraine. He's saying that to Putin, right? But you know who else is he saying to? Saying to Xi Jinping in China, and says, we don't care what happens to Ukraine. We don't care essentially what happens to Taiwan, and we will give up our interest in the Indo-Pacific as well. A lot of the Republicans want to say, well, we only care about the United States of America. Hey, I served for 24 years in the United States Army. I served in 3 combat tours. I have some of those medals that you spoke about, both in peacetime and wartime. What I care about are the national interests of the United States of America, and what is in the interest of the United States of America, and what's best for America is us to stand by and be not the world's policeman, but be the best democracy in the world and be a world leader in that.
We know Kamala Harris, the mantra's been freedom. We know she's going to talk about looking forward and hope. But a lot of polling suggests that Americans trust Donald Trump more when it comes to the security of our nation, in particularly with foreign actors, foreign governments. Are you hoping to hear something from her with regard to policy when it comes to nationwide security?
What I think we're going to hear from Vice President Harris tonight. Look, I don't know. It's the vice president's the vice president. But what I can tell you, as the former Deputy Secretary of Homeland Security, just a year ago is when I retired, I was in a lot of rooms with her where she was dealing with about 150 different world leaders. She was with Zelensky from Ukraine, president from Ukraine, the month before Russia invaded. And over the time, I think 6 different times over the course of the last 2 years, she's been with him. And I think she's going to say, we should be we are the world's leading democracy in the world, and we are really that shining city on the hill, the beacon of hope to others. And again, we don't need to be the world's policeman. What we do need to do is demonstrate to the rest of the world and to these dictators that we are America. We're going to lead from the front. We're going to lead with our values, our hope, and our morals. And this is what's in our best U.S. national interest to do so.
Well, I know you, of course, were a cabinet member, but I particularly am thrilled to be sitting next to a retired colonel with the United States Army, John Tien. Thank you so much for your time today.
And thanks for your family service. I appreciate that.
Greatly appreciate it. Let's send it back into the studio.
Very nice. Thanks for that interview, Scott. And we're going to take a break, and we will be right back. Welcome back. We are back live here at 2:05 on our digital stream. We are giving you right now a live picture. This is on the border in Arizona. Looks like it might be frozen right now, but we can tell you former President Trump is out there right now. This is a stop that he is making. He and his Vice President J.D. Vance, nominee, have been basically doing a lot throughout this week as the DNC is taking place here in Chicago, making different stops throughout the United States, and including what you're looking at right here, which is the Arizona border. Former President Trump at that location right now, part of the counter-programming that has been taking place while the DNC and the Democrats are celebrating their party here in Chicago. In the meantime, there's a lot that's going to be going on here in our area, so let's go live to Casey Cronus, who is at Union Park, where, Casey, I understand that is going to be the site of the speakers who are going to be protesting the DNC this evening. Is that correct?
Hi, Sylvia, that's correct. And it's off to a bit of a slow start today, but we are expecting that this will really ramp up in the next several hours. The main pro-Palestinian protest group, USPCN, which is a local group, is expected to gather here for a news conference at 3 o'clock. Following that, there will be a rally for a couple of hours before the march kicks off by 6:30. Now, we have seen this over the last several days as well here in Union Park. There they are setting up, unloading a truck. You can tell they've got signs, they've got their water coolers, their speakers, and they are getting ready for this final day to march here on the DNC. How they see it, this is their final day to make their voices heard. Of course, a big night with Vice President Kamala Harris to take the stage this evening. Now, we want to just kind of recap here. So in terms of this week, we've obviously seen protests all week long. On Monday, there were at least 4 arrests made. On Tuesday, more than that, with about 55 to 60 arrests, according to officials. But yesterday, no arrests were made. Here's what CPD Superintendent Larry Snelling had to say during a news briefing this morning.
Yes, did we have a couple of dust-ups? Sure. All right, but those things were quickly rectified. And I can't say enough about the organizers who had their marshals moving along, and when someone was getting out of control, they would step in and help calm that down. So just working in collaboration was very effective in getting that done.
And there is already a large police presence here with Chicago Police, Secret Service, of course, in the area. And as we've been reporting all week, the National Guard is on standby in case anything gets out of hand. Now, today's protest is calling for an end to U.S. aid in Israel. It is also calling for a ceasefire. We will be with the group all afternoon and evening, and we will continue to bring you the latest. For now, reporting live in Union Park, Casey Cronus, Fox 32, Chicago.
Thanks for that, Casey. We will see you later. Right now, we're going to go back to the United Center, and Scott has a special guest with Raymond Lopez there. Hey, Scott.
Yeah, from the 15th Ward, kind enough to stop by. He's very busy today, but of course, he always makes time for us at Fox 32, and that's one of the reasons that we appreciate him so much. Always good to see you, sir.
Scott, how are you?
I'm great, and I'm sure if I can, kind of climb in between that headspace, you've got to be a little bit relieved. One of the themes since we've been out here now, day 4, is relief, because there was so much of the narrative had been what's going to happen in Chicago, these protesters, and are we going to see violence in the streets? And as I told you, personally, I think the Chicago Police Department has done a yeoman's job de-escalating what could have been, in several instances, bad outcomes. I wanted to get your take.
Without question, Scott, Chicago hoped for the best but planned for the worst. And it appears that all of these outside agitators go to the same Donald Trump school of measurement, because they said we were going to have 100,000 people here and wound up with like 2,000. But, enough credit cannot go to CPD, the fire department, and especially Superintendent Snelling for being out there on the front lines every single day to make sure that we remain professional, respectful, and constitutional.
And I want to get to the superintendent in a moment, but I wanted to ask for your response to what we saw, in particular, our Nate Rogers, Scott Metzger, our photographer, who was in the thick of it at the Israeli consulate. I had the luxury of being in our studio, so I was in the cheap seats. But that night, when the supporters of Israel were standing toe-to-toe with the pro-Palestinian protesters, and of the entire week, that was the most contentious moment. And yes, 55 to 60 arrests made. I'm not sure on the exact number, but the wall of police officers, and what we learned later from Superintendent Snelling about the bottles being hurled by those agitators that you mentioned, the terrible things that were directed towards the female officers. And you said something to me, I think that was very telling, about the playbook. And tell our audience what you told me.
You know, our officers, our department has been preparing for what was going to happen based on the lessons that we learned in 2020. We saw during the civil unrest following the murder of George Floyd how many of these agitators descended upon our city and did exactly what you described: frozen water bottles, using PVC pipe as weapons, umbrellas, all of that. And all of those same tactics that were employed on us 4 years ago were being employed again at the consulate and numerous times throughout. But our officers knew how to respond. They didn't fall for they didn't take the bait. They allowed them to try their best. And many times our officers were skillful in stepping back and allowing them to encroach even further so they can make an arrest for violating that space. So, you know, our police, our superintendent, all of them have used what we've learned over the past to our advantage to keep our city safe and to not let anyone take advantage of Chicago for their own political purposes.
Yeah, and I want to take a moment to get your impressions on, in this moment, really where he's in the spotlight, and that is our superintendent, Larry Snelling. You know, I've lived here long enough now to see a handful of top cops come and go. And I, for one, you know, my father-in-law, a longtime police captain, so, you know, I'm incredibly loyal to our men and women in blue, but I've been so impressed not only by the way he conducts himself with the press, because I'm in the press, but by the way he stands by the rank and file. And we've seen that play out this week. And I wanted to get your impressions on Larry Snelling as someone who came up through the ranks, as we know, but as someone who is, at least from my vantage point, a cop, first and foremost, to those who he stands shoulder to shoulder with.
You know, that has always been my experience with the superintendent. He used to be one of my commanders in Englewood. He was the commander in 7 during the 2020 when individuals descended upon the community, and even then he stood out there on 63rd Street personally to hold them back and say, you are not going to destroy this neighborhood. And we've seen that same mentality play out now with our officers. And I think that's in part because he feels very comfortable around the rank and file, in part because he's trained many of them when he was the head of the academy as well, teaching them how to de-escalate, teaching them how to use force, teaching them how to be constitutional so that they are beyond reproach as we deal with incidents and situations like what we've seen unfold over the past week.
Yesterday, I had an opportunity to speak with a professor from Northwestern, Jaime Dominguez, and he teaches race and other urban issues with youngsters. And I wanted to get his take on whether or not he felt that the Latinos were well represented this week during the DNC. And I mentioned to him that, you know, we had Ana Navarro on the stage and we had Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, but that given that a third of our demographics here in the city are Latinos, if he felt that they were being represented adequately, and he felt like they were. And I wanted to get your take.
I think if you look at Latinos as a monolithic group, it's easy to say that, well, we've had plenty of them on the stage. We've had equal amount of airtime for them and for their speech. But I think that what we have to realize is that the Latino population, like so many demographics, isn't just monolithic. Because what we've seen are a lot of left and left of left Latinos speaking on this stage. But we also know that particularly in our communities here in the city of Chicago, nearly half our electorate, if not more, is more center-right.
It's a good point.
And they are not being heard. Their concerns are not being addressed, and they are not being welcomed to the party. They are basically kind of left hanging, waiting to see tonight if the vice president, our presidential nominee, is going to address some of the issues that they care about most.
For example?
For example, are they going to address immigration, the the border crisis that has come home to roost in the city of Chicago, especially for the Mexican community, which has a high number of undocumented here in the city of Chicago, which the Democratic Party, my party, has promised DACA, amnesty, promised everything under the sun over the last 2.5 decades. And yet here they are now with 8 to 10 million Venezuelans who manipulated asylum and are here and are viewed as being leapfrogging over them. So you have a lot of outstanding questions that I think many in the Latino community are going to want answers for, and that may or may not bring them out to vote or possibly put them in the opposition's column. And I think the same applies with the African American community as well, especially when in some areas you've seen questions about investment and opportunity that have been denied for decades because of lack of funding, while they simultaneously see $1.3 billion magically appear for 45,000 individuals here in the state of Illinois.
And, you know, that leads me right to my next question, because if you look at the polling and you look at polling that delves into specific policy matters, Donald Trump leads significantly on the border. And he can hang on the Biden administration, not so much lately the numbers of border crossings, because frankly the Mexican government, my understanding, has done a much better job of late at keeping border crossings down.
As have a number of Central South American countries as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But if you're looking at the influx, to your earlier point, of asylum seekers who have arrived since, you know, last summer, you know, that is on the Biden administration. There's no doubt about that. Those centrist and not so far left-leaning Latinos that you were talking about, what do they want to hear from Kamala Harris?
I believe what they're going to want to hear. I know what I want to hear. And I want to hear, how are we going to address those who are already here? How do we give them a path to come out of the shadows, whether it's DACA, whether it's legalization? What do we do for them first before we address the asylum seekers that are here? They have, in many cases, 5, 6, 7 years to wait before they have to deal with any kind of issues legally. But we also have people who are here now waiting for an answer. And I think the Democratic Party in particular owes them an answer, because much has been promised while little has been delivered.
You and I have talked in the past on multiple occasions about whether or not Chicago can continue to afford to shelter asylum seekers. How are we looking fiscally? I mean, there is a lot of agenda that has yet to be, those boxes have yet to be checked for Mayor Johnson. Are you concerned going forward if suddenly we see another influx?
I'm concerned right now because we are committing this year alone $600 million of Chicago taxpayer money for this issue. We have nearly half of Congress here in this building with us today, an aspiring president and his former presidents. We should have demanded that they support Chicago's bill right now when they came here, as well as the multiple times when even Joe Biden was here when he was still in the office. Our taxpayers should not have to pay the bill for the federal government's failure to address the border. But we are, and I think that was a missed opportunity by the Johnson administration to address that, because they're all here. What are we getting out of it other than $25 million for the past 2 years?
Interesting. Before I let you go, I'm just curious, speaking of money spent or money not being spent, Bears, your thoughts? Where would you like to see them ultimately land, and how would a stadium be paid for in your dream scenario?
You know, Chicago Bears belong in Chicago. They're not the Arlington Heights Bears or the anywhere else. But I think that I have a problem with taxpayer money going towards building stadiums for billionaires. Additionally, we've seen how it's panned out with Comiskey Park, Grant G-Rate, whatever you want to call it over there. But when you have no incentive to fill seats, you get a very different result and return on investment. Look at what's happened to Wrigley. Beautiful, expanding, growing. Look at what happens at Sox Park. Half the time they don't even know there's a game. We could do better, and the South Side deserves better.
Before I let you go, you're going to be walking over to support firefighters. You want to get a quick shout out?
So speaking about finances, you know, the firemen have been without a contract for years. We need to go out and support, so I'll be joining them, and I encourage all of your viewers to come out and join our other first responders as they demand some recognition and respect from the city of Chicago.
15th Ward Alderman Ray Lopez always has been a tremendous friend to us here at Fox News Chicago. Great to see you finally on day 4 of the DNC. Hey, let's send it back to the studio.
All right, thanks for that, Scott. We'll see you in just a bit. Right now, I am joined by Connie Mixon. She is with Elmhurst University, a political science professor there. Thanks for joining us. So nice to have you here. So as the DNC is wrapping up and we've been watching what's been going on out there, a lot was made. You know, Chicago is at the DNC is being held in Chicago. So many people who've never been to our city were thinking, why would they have it in Chicago? The crime problem's there. It's you know, it's a lot going on. Is it safe? I've had people reaching out to me say, be safe, be safe. But I want to talk about why Chicago is the perfect city for the DNC. Why do you think we were chosen?
Well, I think we're really good at this. This is the 26th convention, party convention that Chicago's hosted. We've had 14 Republican conventions. This is our 12th Democratic convention.
I think people are surprised we've had Republican conventions.
Right, and we've had more than any other city. And we're also, you know, we've had NATO, we've had the 1996 Democratic Convention. So we have a lot of experience with really, really big events. And then also Chicago is at the crossroads of the United States. It's one of the reasons that the railroads started here, was access to transportation from the East Coast to the West Coast. We have a major international airport. We've also got Midway. So our location makes sense. Also, when we look at the blue wall that Democrats need in order to be successful, so if we're looking at Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, we're sort of right in the middle of that, right? So even though Illinois is a blue state, we still spread our tentacles out further.
I love that. Yeah, right, we do.
We do. And then I also think Illinois is also sort of an island in terms of reproductive health care. That is one of the foundations that Vice President Harris has certainly been pushing. And that's something that Governor Pritzker has been very active about. If we look at our neighboring states of Indiana, Iowa, Missouri, you almost can't get any access to reproductive care in those states. And that's really important for Democrats. Also, when we think about constituencies, labor is really important to Democrats. And labor unions started right here in Chicago. If we look at the history of labor unions in the United States, Chicago is the birthplace of labor unions. So I think all of that were strong factors in why the DNC chose Chicago for this convention.
And not to mention Governor Pritzker. I know he talked about how hard he worked this. Okay, so let's talk about Kamala Harris. Tonight is her big speech. A lot is riding on this night, isn't it? What does she need to do to hit it out of the ballpark?
I think she has to continue doing exactly what she's been doing, which is creating excitement and energy and inspiration, not just to the party loyal that's in the convention center itself, but also what's playing to a national audience. And she's got to talk about policy, but in broad ways, right? So if we think back to 2016, Hillary Clinton was a real policy wonk. She had over 200 very specific policies, and she spent a lot of time talking about policy. Meanwhile, she was running against, you know, Donald Trump, who was running a TV reality show in a very feelings-based campaign. And we know at the end of that, feelings won. So while she has to talk about policy a bit, she needs to be aspirational. She needs to pull people to the Democrats to focus on creating a movement. And I think we see that in the fact that she's hired a lot of the Obama staffers, folks from Chicago, and hoping to replicate a lot of what Obama did in 2008. Whether she's able to do that is still an open question, but those are some of the things that she'll need to do. And I think her themes of freedom and we're not going back, that resonates with a lot of people that are watching the convention.
You know, a lot has been made about, you know, Hillary Clinton didn't go visit Wisconsin, and that's why she lost. I want to talk to you about the whole gender gap issue because female candidates obviously face obstacles that male candidates do not. Not only to mention being a female candidate, but a black female candidate What are the obstacles that she is going to have to deal with in order to put her over the top?
A lot of obstacles. There's still a great deal of racism in this country, and there's still a great deal of sexism. If we think about it in terms of 2016 and Hillary Clinton, let's remember that Hillary Clinton won the popular vote. She did not win the Electoral College, which is a whole different story and a whole different conversation. But I think we are at the point where the United States is ready for a female president. And society has changed since 2016. We've had the big Me Too movement. I think the Dobbs decision that overturned Roe v. Wade has really mobilized women voters. And a key constituency for Kamala Harris is going to have to be white suburban women. White suburban women in both 2016 and 2020 broke for Donald Trump. Given the Dobbs decision, can Harris pull enough white suburban women to put her over the top? We know that black women are the base of the Democratic Party. They don't get anywhere without black women who vote in huge numbers. It will take white women to put her over the top.
So what are the white suburban women? What put them to Donald Trump? What is it they're looking for?
You know, I think a lot of it was maybe they thought he would be better on the economy or immigration. Those are still two of the top issues. When people are talking about what are the most important issues, nearly every poll you look at, immigration comes up, the economy is almost always number one, crime is up there too. But I think access to reproductive care is something that women care a lot about.
And it's something that women didn't think they were going to have to worry about.
They didn't think they had to worry about it, right? Yeah.
And
now we're seeing what's happening in states all across the United States. This whole idea of Republicans leaving it to the states, well, that effectively means I think 1 in 3 women don't have access to reproductive health care now.
Wow. Okay. Connie Mixon with Elmhurst University, thank you so much for joining us. Pleasure to talk to you. I know you're going to be watching closely tonight, so I'll be interested in hearing. Yep, great. And we'll be right back.
Welcome to our continuing live coverage of the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. I'm Terrence Lee. I hope all is well. We have crews on the ground and some special guests planned this afternoon. Quick reminder for you tonight as well. We are airing the Bears preseason game against the Kansas City Chiefs right here on Fox 32 Chicago. Coverage starts at 6:30, all right? So here's the deal. If the Bears are still playing when Vice President Kamala Harris takes the stage at the DNC, we will air the speech the full speech on WPWR. And then we will join the speech in progress on Fox 32 at the completion of the Bears winning the game. Hello. All right, right now, joining us now to discuss the DNC's impact on the city, Axios Chicago reporter Justin Kaufman. Thanks so much for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Good to meet you.
Yeah, good to meet you too.
What do you think of the big storylines this week so far?
Oh, man, I'm working on that today. I mean, obviously, how did the city hold up with the Democratic National Convention here in Chicago? That was everybody's concern on day one. What's the traffic going to be like? What's the protest situation going to be like? What the crowd's going to be like? What's just the environment around a political circus like a convention? And here we are on Thursday, and it's still out to lunch a little bit because we still have a big speech tonight. But so far, the city's done a pretty good job.
We've had some pretty large protests as well.
We have. We had a big protest on Monday, which really kicked it off. And then what we've seen is protests, and tonight there's a big one as well, but the protests have really gone to more of a smaller event disruption style. You've seen this yesterday. There were some breakfast delegations that had some issues with their food. Protesters allegedly put bugs in food. There was people storming different events. I was a part of an event at Axios where protesters bum rushed the stage in the middle of the program. Wow. So it is happening. That seems to be the new way to do this, is just disrupt the daytime and nighttime events around the city, not necessarily the actual convention at the United Center.
Like small little pop-up.
Yeah, pop-up protests, yes.
If you will. Yeah, I saw you published that story about 4 hours ago.
Yeah, it's a real thing, and I think that you're going to see more of that this afternoon, and it seems to be a strategy. I don't think it. Some might say, you know what it is? It's the fact that the big protests never came together. They had counted to say it's going to be 50,000, 100,000 people out there. The first one, that was the major one, they only had about 15,000 people out there. And so now there's this thought that maybe this is the only way they can protest. But it seems to be much more of a strategy from protesters to say, listen, we want to disrupt all these. They're following certain politicians. Mm-hmm. So right now, if you're familiar with the DNC, during the day, different politicians go speak at breakfasts, at events, and they have scheduled events outside at restaurants, takeovers, and they're following their schedules, so some of the big names, and sort of disrupting those events.
I don't know if you've seen the chatter on Twitter. It's called X now. Sorry. But a lot of people saying the protesters, what has them going to these smaller protests is that they weren't prepared for the police to be as prepared as they are.
The police seem to understand what they're trying to do here, but you have to understand the scope of the Democratic National Convention. It's easy to just pinpoint the United Center and the surrounding area. But like I said, there's parties, there's events, there's programming outside of the security perimeters. So right here on Michigan Avenue, or a restaurant that's right off of Millennium Park, they have a luncheon with the vice presidential candidate Tim Walz, or they'll have a program, a panel discussion with the former Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Those are public events. People know about them. So protesters go there trying to disrupt it, but the police also know about it and know that they're trying to disrupt some of these high-profile politicians.
What are you anticipating tonight for day 4? Predicting?
Wow. Yeah.
You think Pink's going to be up in the rafters doing her aerials?
Well, I'm still, like everybody, I think we're anxious and excited to find out who actually introduces Kamala Harris, and a lot of speculation around some of the biggest pop stars in the world, maybe with a capital B. And that's kind of, whether that's going to happen or not, it remains to be seen. They're pretty tight-lipped about that, like they were last night. Mm-hmm. So they introduced last night, Tim Walz was introduced by Oprah Winfrey. They said that at the actual sound check, she put a mask on and she had sunglasses so that people couldn't go ahead and take her picture and say Oprah Winfrey's coming. So even when they do the sound check, it's not a guarantee we'll know when they do it like around 2:30, 3 o'clock who it's going to be, because they're trying to mask and keep that a surprise.
Got you. I feel like they were trying to hide Stevie Wonder yesterday too, but I'm like, you do that silhouette even, you could tell it was him just by the way he was rocking back and forth.
He was great.
I got to ask you as well. There's been a lot of talk about how she has not had a sit-down interview with any TV station, or a lot of people characterizing as avoiding the media. But a lot of people are saying that's actually helping her. What's your take?
Yeah, you are in a very unique circumstance and situation where you have a presidential candidacy or a campaign that is only 75 days to election. And so some of the normal things that a candidate would do long-form interviews, policy conversations, those kinds of things usually happen in the primary, and then you get to this point. So they've almost like just skipped it. And they got to a certain point, and she's going to have to prove to the American people at some point, you know, through these through sit-downs or through big policy discussions, that she's capable. But she's also the vice president of the United States. She's also run for president before. She's been a senator. I mean, the American people are familiar with her. So it's not as hard. It's not like an unknown candidate. I mean, it'd be something if it was like, oh, some new person we've never seen. We need to get to know him. But Kamala Harris is the vice president of the United States of America. She has a record. And so that is good for her. It's also bad in the sense that the other side could be critical.
And we still have 74 days and a wake up, as Wes Moore said last night, to go, right?
Right. I mean, it is a sprint at this point. You've seen it at the Illinois breakfast delegation. They do their every morning. That has been the focal point of what they're trying to drive home. This is a sprint. There's 74 days. They come. Everyone's bleary-eyed from, you know, they get there at 7 o'clock in the morning with their coffee, and they're trying to keep awake. And they have these big rock star speakers come in and say, you cannot get complacent. You cannot fall asleep. We only have 74 days. It's time to sprint to the finish.
And I feel like that excitement keeps them awake as well. Justin, it's fantastic speaking with you. Nice meeting you as
Absolutely.
well. Listen, next time Axios has a party, I mean, just send over an invite, my man.
You're in. If you like protesters, you're in.
Okay. All right, let's go out to Casey Cronus. She is live in Union Park for us this afternoon. Hi, Casey.
Hi, Terrence. Hope you're having a great afternoon so far. We want to give you a look at what is happening here on the ground in Union Park, kind of give you a lay of the land. The main protester group that is permitted in this park tonight, USPCN, is getting organized, getting set up. They are unloading a U-Haul. As you can see, they've got signs, they've got bullhorns, speakers, cases of water. They are getting set and ready for a press conference that is going to kick off here in about 20 minutes. After that news conference, they will start a rally at 5 o'clock. After the rally, a march will kick off at 6:30. Now, as was mentioned earlier, when Paris mentioned this, you know, thousands of people gathered earlier this week. It's unclear tonight, being the last day of the convention, just how many people will end up here in Union Park, will end up tagging along for that march tonight. We will be with it. We will continue to monitor it. Now, we do want to send to a soundbite from Superintendent Larry Snelling, who spoke this morning just about it being the final day of the DNC. You know, we've seen some arrests this week, about 4 confirmed on Monday, between 50 and 60 on Tuesday, but no arrests yesterday, and that is what Superintendent Larry Snelling spoke about today.
Because today is the last day of the DNC. We had another protest yesterday over at Union Park. Pretty large protest, not as large as we had necessarily anticipated. But yesterday's protest ended with no arrests, no one injured, no officers injured, and it shows that when you have some type of contact and collaboration with those who are organizing, that you can have a peaceful First Amendment gathering.
So right now you're taking a look at a row of salt trucks that has been positioned on Warren surrounding the park all week long. So these salt trucks aren't new. We've seen them here earlier this week, but this is just one of the safety precautions that the city is taking in case things do get out of hand. We've often seen the city use these salt trucks to block roads, block streets if necessary. There is already a police presence here, and we have also reported this week the National Guard is on standby in the event that things do get out of hand. It will be interesting to see how things unfold tonight, being the final day of the convention, and this group is calling for a ceasefire in the Gaza war. They are calling for the U.S. to end aid to Israel. This is their final night, how they're looking at it, to make their voices heard. So it'll be very telling to see how things unfold in the next several hours. Back to you.
All right, Casey, I know you'll be on top of that for us throughout the day. All right, this morning, the Illinois Democratic delegation held their morning breakfast with a lineup of speakers sticking with the message of the week. Governor Andy Beshear was there with this message.
But this ticket, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, is going to remind us after November that we are Americans first and everything else second, third, or fourth. They are a ticket that remembers that every day when people wake up, while we're here thinking about this race, most people are thinking about their job and whether they make enough to support their family. They're thinking about the next doctor's appointment for themselves, their parents, or their kids. They're thinking about the roads and bridges they're going to drive that day. They're thinking about the public school they're dropping their kids off at, and they're thinking about public safety in their community. When we run and when we govern in those areas, we don't move our states to the right or the left. We move them forward for every single citizen, and this ticket is going to move this country forward for every single American. I'm here today because we've got to remember that as Democrats, we have to fight in every single part of America. We can't think about this country as red states or blue states, red counties or blue counties, because in each and every one of those counties, there are American families who deserve good leadership. You look at what's happened in my state now with a Democratic governor. We've broken every economic development record. We are on the best roll of my lifetime. We've broken the record for private sector investment, for new jobs, for exports, for tourism. We've got record low recidivism, and our drug overdose deaths have gone down 2 years in a row, giving us true hope. When we lead with our values of empathy, of compassion, of recognizing that every human being deserves respect and has dignity, then we do good things for all of our people. Why I'm excited about this energy is it's going to remind this country that what we look for in leaders isn't just members of a certain political party. It's people who are going to fight every single day to better the lives of all of our people. And let me tell you, this ticket's going to do it. We are not each other's enemies. This is not an us versus a them. And when people try to turn those most important things that we should all be together unified for into ways that divide us, it tells us that we have to win that next election and ultimately end this anger politics once and for all.
Governor Andy Beshear there speaking at the Democratic delegation morning breakfast. We have a lot more coming up for you. Live updates, guests, and political analysis. So glad you could spend some time with me this afternoon. Let's head out to the United Center. Scott Schneider standing by with the guest. Hey, Scott.
Good to see you, Terrence. Just on a personal note, this is an interview I've been looking forward to all day because a million years ago, I got my start as a print journalist, and Ben Solinsky with the Daily Line does that for a living. He gets paid to do it, and in this day and age when we're all living on our phones, I think that's rare, and I think that's special. So thanks so much for talking to me. You split your time. Where'd you grow up?
I grew up in the north suburbs, up in Mundelein.
Okay, but you are a Springfield beat guy, right?
Yes, Springfield, state government, that's all mine.
So if I need to talk about politics here in the great state of Illinois, you're my go-to guy.
Yeah, any subject.
And our political analyst, Tom Seraphin, has sung your praises to me, and that's high praise coming from Tom. I want to ask you about day 4, your overall impressions about the DNC so far.
Yeah, it's been a fun convention for the most part. There's obviously, plenty of logistical challenges that we're all working through here, but the programming's been really interesting. The Democrats have really brought out this star lineup, it seems, every night with, starting with a heavy hitter on the first night with Joe Biden, and then going into Barack Obama, and then in between you have some of the up-and-coming stars of the party like J.B. Pritzker. So they've brought out, I think they've shown a lot of what their party has to offer. Some of the faces that I think we're going to be seeing a lot in the future, depending on whether Vice President Harris wins this year or not, the deep bench that Democrats have and options that they could go with for president in the coming years. So I think they've really hammered home a message that they're in it to win it this year. They have a ton of new energy in the last month since Joe Biden dropped out. And I think this convention, the programming inside, has tried to capitalize on that.
I want to ask you an internal political question, because I grew up in Southern California, and I bring that up because throughout all my formative years, there was this sort of a grassroots campaign by Northern California to split the state in half, mainly because of the water. As long as I've lived here, there seems to be this argument in Springfield and others that maybe Chicago should be separated from the rest of the state for political reasons. I bring it up because security has been front of mind for so many leading in the weeks and days leading up to the DNC. How was this viewed in Springfield with regard to how Chicago was going to handle? We knew the protesters were coming. We knew that the spotlight was on this city. What were people in Springfield saying about how Chicago was going to handle the DNC?
Yeah, I'm not so sure this event was as big of a deal for people outside the Chicago area as it is for us, because we're affected by it. It's our city. And I think people in the rest of Illinois, I think regular people are kind of more indifferent to it, but you've seen a lot of, the discussions from Republicans in general, and downstate Illinois is very Republican, and people have said, well, Chicago's unsafe. It's, a bad example of Democrat policies is what they say, because they're worried about the violence that we constantly deal with here in the city. Of course, then they have the complaints about high taxes and other issues like that. So I think they've people downstate have in some ways used it as a way to criticize the Democrat Party, I would say, and show that they're picking Chicago. Here's an example of what Democrats are doing, and do you like this in the Republican Party? No.
I'm glad you mentioned the Republicans, because we have a former Republican congressman taking the stage tonight, Adam Kinzinger, and this is significant. We don't often see former elected officials standing up at a convention for the opposition. I haven't seen the transcript, but my understanding is among the things he's going to talk about is January 6th. He's going to be talking about his support for the people of Ukraine and continued U.S. support. How is his appearance landing with Republicans in Springfield?
Probably not great. I think a lot of Republicans, they've moved on from Adam Kinzinger. They're the party of Donald Trump. They really solidified that at their convention, where everyone from the Illinois delegation, at least, was fully behind their nominee. And bringing out Adam Kinzinger, who was once a Trump supporter himself, now is Trump's fiercest Republican critic, I would say. I think they're probably going to look at it as, well, here goes another Republican name only, a rhino that is just out here, crossing over. He might as well be a Democrat now, is how a lot of Republicans, I think, look at it. So, and Adam Kinzinger, he's also moved out of Illinois as well, so he's not exactly a constant face that Illinois Republicans are constantly seeing. He's not making appearances at events here. And I think they've moved on from him, and maybe in some ways he's kind of moved on from them, from the Republican Party under Donald Trump at least himself. So tonight, that message of trying to bring together the nation, how that's going to land with Illinois Republicans, it may work okay because Illinois Republican voters know his name, they remember him, but is how it plays nationally, it's probably going to be the same reaction he's gotten on a lot of issues since the January 6th riot.
I don't have the Forbes list in front of me, but I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that J.B. Pritzker is the richest governor in America, if not the richest politician in America. He was on the short list for vice president. Of course, we all know how that worked out with Governor Tim Walz. I'm curious, had he been tabbed by Kamala Harris, what would have been the feeling in Springfield were he to vacate the office and go to Washington amongst the Republicans and people in general? You said it's a very red area. Yeah. Would they have been sorry to see him go?
Springfield's a union town, so there's a lot of members, people who live in Springfield who are members of state unions because they're state workers. And J.B. Pritzker has been very union friendly to the state. And I think maybe Springfield residents may, depending on where they lean politically, they probably would be some sad to see him go because of how friendly he is to them. But then your other Illinois Republicans would be, I don't know if they'd be thrilled to see him go because he'd be on the national stage and influencing national policy. But some of the criticism we've seen from the Illinois Republican Party in the last month, while that discussion of J.B. Pritzker potentially being vice president was going on, involved, the things that they have issues with Governor Pritzker doing, various challenges he's had managing state agencies, still the high tax climate we deal with in Illinois. Of course, as we talked about earlier, the crime issue here in Chicago. But I think Illinois Democrats, they would be very sorry to see him go. A lot of them have told me they're very happy he wasn't picked because they think he's such a good governor.
And the word is he is already jockeying to have Chicago host again for the next Democratic National Convention. How much, if you were to guesstimate, how much power do you think he wields within the party itself?
That's a really good question. It's one of the things I've been trying to figure out all week, actually. And in some ways, I think maybe we in Illinois give him a little too much credit for how much power he has nationally in the Democrat Party because we're around him all the time. We've seen other people like Josh Shapiro come out who seem to be influential figures. But the thing with Governor Pritzker is, at least right now, he's very close with President Biden. Joe Biden has said in multiple speeches that Governor Pritzker is one of the top people who got him to the presidency in 2020. So how much power he's going to have in 4 years, to sway Democrats to bring the 2028 convention to Chicago, it could just depend on, what his relationship is like with Kamala Harris if she is the president at the time. But if she's not the president at the time, if he's going to be running for president himself, that could certainly play a factor. And I think a lot of it may just come down to, did Democrats like their experience here? And if he's still the governor, I think they'll be looking a lot at, what has he done in the last year since this current presidential election to continue to solidify his progressive credentials, to continue doing things that shows he's actually an effective leader and worthy of, being a presidential candidate.
Interesting answer. Speaking of relationships involving the governor, hard to get a beat on how he gets on with Mayor Brandon Johnson. Strained, for lack of a better word, is what I've heard in most circles. On your beat, what are you hearing?
They like to say publicly everything is okay. But there's been a couple instances where they didn't appear together this week where it would have made sense.
At the breakfast?
At the breakfast is one, the delegate roll call on the floor. That's a big moment, especially at this convention. There was lots of highlights from that. And Brandon Johnson was not on the floor for that. And, you talk to Johnson's side and it was just, he was busy being mayor. He's got other events going on. He's got his own box here at the United Center. But you would think that the leader of Chicago in the city that's hosting this convention would probably be, on stage in this big spotlight on the state of Illinois during this convention, and he wasn't there. So, I don't who made that ask, why that was decided that way. Maybe there's nothing to it at all, but it is always interesting when you see the two of them are, not together when maybe they should be. But I think in the last few months we've seen maybe in a few ways, some thawing tensions as the migrant situation's eased up a little bit too.
That may be, but it seems like Brandon Johnson went with his hat in his hand looking for more money for Chicago public schools and was rebuffed.
Yeah, that's easily one of the biggest stressors, I think, on Governor Pritzker as well, because the Chicago Teachers Union has been so critical of Governor Pritzker for not honoring this request that they're asking for $1 billion from the state. The state does not have $1 billion to just give to CPS right now. There's plenty of other school districts that need the same thing, and I think the mayor when he came down to Springfield for that, he turned down the temperature a little bit on it and said it's, kind of a request that something we're looking for, not necessarily needs to be done today, but the CTU wants this done today. And, that's one of the big challenges because they're a very loud voice, and their criticism of Governor Pritzker, it makes the media, it certainly lands, and Governor has really brushed it off as nothing, but the state does have other budget areas that need to be addressed in the coming year, and this is, only another area of tension that's going to increase.
And clearly, there does not appear to be enough in the coffers to help the Bears get a new stadium, and at least publicly, it sounds like it's a non-starter for Governor Pritzker. What are you hearing?
Absolutely. It's a complete non-starter. He met with Kevin Warren a month or two ago, and essentially he said he relayed that message that you have to come up with a different proposal. It's certainly not going to get done this fall. Next spring would probably be even a stretch for that too, but it seems like the Bears need this done sooner than later. Kevin Warren talks about rising construction costs, but at the end of the day, the proposal that the Bears are going to get across, at least under the current administration, is going to have to include a very low commitment from the state of Illinois, not funding the stadium, maybe even just infrastructure. Where that's going to go, who knows, because it's in such early stages. Nothing has really come through Governor Pritzker himself. A lot of it's gone through other channels like the mayor's office and various state legislators.
So look, I'm on the broadcast side. If I were to sum up, 3.5 days, we're not quite done with day 4 just yet, but in a single word, it would be relief. If you were to write a column, your week here at the DNC, what are you going to say about it? I mean, there was a lot of trepidation and anxiety going into this week.
Yeah, well, it certainly wasn't 1968. Like a lot of people, kind of speculate it would be at the beginning. The protests were loud, so there's that, but they didn't have, I wouldn't say, a huge impact on this convention. I would say that the biggest takeaway is just the energy behind Kamala Harris and how Democrats seem to, get so united behind her. There's so many moments during this week where, various lines were mentioned about a ceasefire and bringing back the hostages, and the crowd gave somewhat equal reactions in the United Center to that. So I think that tells you that the Democrat Party is very focused on making sure Kamala Harris is elected first and foremost. That's the #1 priority, and I think they seem to get that message across, at least in the energy that we saw here at the United Center.
And I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you just a really honest question. Again, you're a print journalist at a time when very few people are reading because they're on this, or maybe they get most of their news on this. Where do you see yourself in 10 years?
Great question. I still love the news, so I would want to continue, reporting the news. Politics is definitely my favorite beat, so sticking with this.
Well, where can people find you?
Find us at thedailyline.com. That's where our morning email newsletter comes from. Then other best place would be on Twitter at Ben Zielinski. Just spell my name out.
Well, Ben, it's really been a pleasure talking to you. I wish you great success in the future. Keep it up, and don't let the written word die. I love that you're doing this. Thanks so much for joining us today. Let's send it back into the studio.
Scott, hey Scott, I'm working on The Boss is back here. He needs his own segment here, I think. Great interview, fantastic conversation.
Agreed.
Let's put some pressure on us, doesn't
I'm telling
it?
you, it does. Yeah, I don't.
Political science professor
Who wants
Stephen
to bat
Caliendo.
after Mickey Mantle, right?
Let's talk about your big takeaways from day 3 before we get into what we can expect tonight, you think, and what the messaging should be. How do you think the messaging came across last night?
Look, this is less about convincing voters who might be on the fence as it is sort of getting some enthusiasm for the folks who are already wanting to support the vice president. But I'll tell you what, they laid out particular themes, almost in some ways testing them with the audience to determine in the next 11 weeks, how are some of these themes going to play out? And I thought they did that quite effectively.
Yeah, I started to count how many times I heard the word joy. And neighbors.
Yes.
But then I lost
I'm from
track and
Pittsburgh, and
had to
so
remember.
I have this affinity for Fred Rogers. You might be too young to remember Mr. Rogers, but Fred Rogers had a children's program in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and he would talk about being a good neighbor and caring for each other as neighbors. And so this language that was being used by so many speakers about, literally about neighbors. Barack Obama was talking about leaf blowers and neighbors, and so this neighbor language came up a lot.
How did you think Tim Walz did, starting all the way from the way they decided to introduce him and?
Yeah, it was great. Look, this is a guy who seems very natural in front of a camera, but he also seems like he'd be very natural, just hanging out with them too, which a lot of people like. You remember George W. Bush had that. People weren't so sure if he was real smart or weren't so sure about his politics necessarily, but they liked him. He came across as likable. So I think if anybody was questioning, with such a long line, the deep bench for the Democratic Party, potential vice presidential picks, why did she end up with this guy who hardly anybody ever heard of? I think a lot of those doubts might have been put to rest last night after we heard him speak, and to see his family react to him. Those reaction shots were almost as valuable as any of the substance of his speech.
Before we do get to day 4, I do want to ask you too, any of the speakers before, they usually like to put the rising stars in those positions. Anyone stick out to you last night?
Not so much last night. Pete Buttigieg has already been on the scene. I think we already know what he can do. He's very comfortable going on Fox News and sort of interacting with those folks. So he's certainly in the mix. The one that stood out to me this week, though, was Raphael Warnock.
Okay.
Raphael Warnock gave a really impressive speech and had the kind of energy I think that a lot of people would be excited to get behind. He's relative newcomer, right? He won the special election in Georgia and then the permanent election. And so I think there's a possibility there, especially because he's in such an important state, that we may be seeing more Raphael Warnock in the coming years.
All right, day 4. What's the goal tonight? The ultimate mission?
Ultimate mission is to keep a secret whoever's coming to perform. It might be. I'm not saying I know nothing. I absolutely don't. I'm positive I know nothing. I have been there, but I don't know anything. I think that they keep talking about surprises. There's been surprises. I think Kamala Harris coming on the first day was a surprise, and people get excited about that. That's all good. Look, she was set up well by the supporting bands over the last 3 days. She is the headliner. She's got to bring it home tonight. This is the most important speech in her political career to date. She absolutely has to drive it home. She's going to have to get some specifics on policy in there, but not too much because, again, it's a pep rally. So a lot of the criticism of this week has been sort of light on substance. The Republican convention was light on substance, too, because it's supposed to be. This isn't a policy forum. It's television. You're supposed to be exciting people. We're not talking tax policy. People will be falling asleep. But she's got to get some specifics because she hasn't been in the spotlight the way Donald Trump had been. He was the president. So a little bit of that. Lots about the themes that we hit, a lot about hope, a lot about being tough. Remember, let's not forget, she's got a gender constraint, right? We have never had a woman president, and so she has to inoculate against negative stereotypes about women in leadership. And certainly there's a racial component as well that she's going to want to head off because some of that's been being nipped at a little bit on the Republican side.
Absolutely. You mentioned some of the criticism for the lack of substance. There's also criticism, and you touched on it there a bit, but the lack of media appearances or sit-down interviews. A lot of experts seem to think that's actually working in her favor. Is that short term, though?
I don't know. This is such a weird election because, of course, changing horses midstream was a strange thing to do. It was also strange that the convention is so late. And remember, it's not just late and close to the November election day, but it's late and then we have early voting. So there's going to be some states that are voting as early as September, right? So everything's sort of condensed. But I would say, look, I don't like that she hasn't given a sit-down interview. I think that's an important substantive policy thing. She's got to do that, take the tough questions. I'm not the audience, right? And it is working. It's certainly working as reflected in the polls, her staying away from these sorts of things. So the political experts can get upset about that. Her opponents can get upset about that. It's not going to be the case if she goes the whole way till November and never has first of all, she's got a debate coming up pretty soon with the former president. But I think it's not that she's afraid. It's that why do it now when everything's working? So I think you can't wait too much longer. So you're going to see her sitting down with the national press. But I think waiting till after the convention seemed like a pretty smart idea.
What is the smart idea as far as how she is presented or introduced even? Do they lean in on the motherly side? Do they lean in on the HBCU, the powerful prosecutor? I think I've seen a mix of that all week. But do you focus that tonight? Do you target it?
I doubt it. I doubt that they will try. I think that could be a smart strategy, but it doesn't seem like that's the way they're going. It seems to me what they're trying to do is show multifaceted person, somebody we don't know very well because she was appropriately as vice president the number 2. You got to hang back. You can't overshadow the boss, right? So we don't know her that well, and all these elements of her with the racial and gender constraints that I mentioned just a moment ago, I think that they're going to try to present all that. So a combination of all the ways that she was. I don't know if you remember Citizen Kane. There's that important scene where we see him through all the different mirrors because we learned about him from all these different people. That's what's happened this week, right? We've had these multi-perspectives of who she is, and she gets to now embody that for the time that she has our attention this evening.
Yeah, and I'm thinking now, too, we haven't seen her sister yet, her niece on stage.
That's right.
And family's usually a good way to...
Yeah, families have mattered all week. Families have mattered all week. I mean, the embraces on stage and the sort of reaction shots, and I think we'll definitely have that. The kids... the Kamala, the Mamala Kamala thing that they have with her. I think that's all going to be on display tonight as well.
Yeah, that Gus moment last night.
Oh, my goodness, was something.
Hit you
it
too?
was,
My
absolutely.
Like, I immediately wanted to call my dad, but I knew he was asleep.
You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, I want to feel that way about your own dad. And then you hope if you have kids that someday your kid feels that way about you. You know what I mean? Unbelievable, the pride. And it wasn't just that he was up there and that he's a vice presidential candidate. It was at moments of the things he was saying. Certain moments in the speech, certain things that he said that really got Gus emotional. And the people who were producing the program did some good job with the reaction shots because it was heartfelt.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Here's the question I've always wanted to ask you, but I always usually run out of time.
We don't have as much time.
There's Pink right there doing her sound check or mic check. Now I just need to see if the ropes and the harnesses.
I was going to say, are they going to dangle her from the rafters? Yeah, that's right.
She likes to fly. Okay, so as a political science professor, is there a big misconception, something people don't know about that you as a professor have always just wanted to take like maybe 2 minutes and be able to broadcast to the nation about something people need to know about, but they get wrong every time?
Yeah, that would be, wow. Thank you for asking that. That's a very generous question. Listen, America, this is a very generous question. Look, my research specifically is a political psychologist, and I research race and ethnicity in the context of political campaigns. And so, anytime anybody's running, because of the way America is structured, we have this sort of racialized communication, and so it's interesting to study. But when you have a candidate of color, everything changes, right? Because now the persuasive appeal is heightened by these kind of attacks. So let me give you an example. When Biden first dropped out of the race and it was known that she was going to be the nominee, the language coming from the opposition was, she hasn't earned it. Okay, now this is an attack that we saw against Barack Obama too in 2012, that he hasn't earned a second term. This matters very much because of a longstanding negative stereotype about African Americans that they want that to which they feel entitled to that which they haven't earned. And so that you might say, well, that's not racist. She didn't earn that. But because it's an attack leveled on her, the interaction, right, because of our history, is additional persuasive appeal for that kind of language. And that's really what I'm watching for. I'm going to be watching for that for the next 11 weeks for sure. And if she's elected, of course, we'll have at least 4 years of that.
And some of those stereotypes you just mentioned, I think that leans into the criticism and the backlash of DEI programs.
Yeah, so that was it. That was the other thing that came out earlier. She's a DEI hire. In other words, when President Biden picked her as vice president, he only did so because she was a woman or because she was black or because she was Asian or all those things. And then, of course, when it was time to sort of move on from President Biden, the only reason she got picked was because, right? And so this is typical in America that when people are successful and they're people of color, when women are successful, it's very common for people to make assumptions about, well, it can't possibly be because of their merit. When really the reality of the way DEI is structured is it's designed to remove barriers from people who haven't been able to achieve, even though they had all the talent, all the qualifications, all the merit. So we are getting the most qualified people now, the best people now, because we're being attentive to the way people have been kept back for so many years.
See, yeah, I could talk to this man for hours. I do want to ask you about the GOP ticket and how they have responded to what's going on here in Chicago this week, but also their strategy this week for getting their messages out.
That's right. Excuse me. And they did a great job this week. I was really happy to see, in the old days, the opposite party would take the week of the other convention off. That was a time to rest, get everybody in order, and then we're going to make a big push. They were smart, and it hasn't been that way for a couple of cycles, but they were very smart to hold a press conference at Trump Tower, to continue to have him on both of them, on the campaign trail, on social media, pressing, and not letting up. But you're right. Still, the attention is going to be mostly focused on the Democratic Party all this week. Come this weekend, Monday morning, the pivot's going to be, we're moving. Look, the next big event is a debate. And so getting structured for that, they're going to continue to push back on the themes they heard. But they're going to have to strategize and figure out which ones do they think are going to work. And when I say strategize, I don't mean just sit around thinking about it, smoking cigars. They're going to have to get focus groups, test groups, see which messages work, which messages don't work. One of the things that hasn't been addressed as strongly this week, as I expected it would be, was immigration. I'm not saying it wasn't spoken about at all, but there isn't real concrete plans about what to do or who's responsible for the immigration crisis as we see it over the last 4 years. And I can tell you that matters to a lot of people. My Uber driver coming in was a black guy about my age, lives in the south suburbs, and he gave me an earful coming up when he found out where I was coming. He gave me an earful because he's really frustrated about the way government's responding to help this situation when for 400 years it hasn't responded for African-American folks.
All right. I got to get your take, too, on Oprah's comment about being a registered
independent.
But we want to check in with Paris Schutz, our political reporter. He is inside the UC on his perch. Is that what we're calling it? Paris on his perch?
Paris on his perch, Paris on politics on his perch. Thanks, Terrence. You mentioned Oprah. The star power with this convention has been through the roof. Stevie Wonder, Common. Are we going to see more tonight? I don't know. A certain queen bee. That's the rumor flying heavily through here. But there's one person in particular that has not been impressed with the roster of celebrities coming through here, and that is Illinois Republican Chairwoman Kathy Salvi. She says this has all been razzle-dazzle and no substance. Let's take a listen to what the head of the Illinois Republicans had to say.
So while we've seen quite a show this week, we've seen no substance, just empty promises. And we in Illinois are hurting. That's why most people are considering leaving the state, not retiring here, because we cannot sustain the heavy tax burden that this governor and this supermajority in Springfield has put upon the Illinois taxpayer, family, and small business. So what's happened? People are walking. And so even though we've heard some great entertainment, some of my favorites, listening to them, it's just all smoke and mirrors and no substance.
Now let's not forget there was certainly a lot of entertainment at the RNC. Hulk Hogan, Kid Rock, Lee Greenwood singing God Bless the USA. That was kind of the song of that convention. Very different kind of musical style at the RNC. So I don't remember hearing a whole lot of policy at that convention either. So these conventions typically are pep rallies. That's the way they've been for many, many years. You don't see sort of dissertations on policy proposals typically. We do expect to hear some from Vice President Kamala Harris tonight as she talks about her agenda for the economy and the border and women's reproductive rights. And the atmosphere at these conventions has been a little different. The United Center has been electric every night. In Milwaukee, the Fiserv Forum, it was electric at moments. Certainly more people here than there. The stage is aligned differently to fit more people into this one. Let's hear more about what Kathy Salvi had to say about the RNC.
What happened in Milwaukee in the Republican convention was authentic. People spoke from their hearts. Regular, ordinary Americans. They talked about they gave their stories. And yet we see right here, it's quite, like I say, no substance. It's staged and inauthentic. So we talk about joy, 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 but look at the faces of some of the people there. When you catch them off camera, they're not smiling. They're not happy. And we Illinoisans aren't happy either.
As the Democratic Party takes center stage here in Chicago, in Illinois, Kathy Salvi has a very difficult job. That is to build up a party that has been decimated in Illinois. They hold no statewide constitutional offices. They only have 3 congressional seats, and they're in super minority status in the House and Senate. So Democrats can pass whatever legislation they want. They don't need Republicans to buy in. So her job right now is trying to inch back some of that power. It's a long road ahead for the party. There are a lot of internal battles in terms of what direction they take. the MAGA wing of the party, the more rural southern part of the state, has sort of dominated the party conversations. Now others say they need to get back to a more moderate suburban style of Republican Party. So those debates will be had at a later time. But right now it's all about the Democratic Party, completely unified for now here in Chicago and Illinois. And Terrence, we'll go back to you. We have a whole lot of coverage coming back up before the main event tonight, the speech from Kamala Harris.
And Paris, you know, I'll always keep it 100 with you. The last 30 seconds of what you were saying, I could not hear because all I could hear was Pink in the background. And I'm sitting there trying to figure out what song she's singing. Can you tell?
Is that, What About Us?
What About Us?
So that's really her. I didn't know that was her. Okay.
Yeah, I recognize
So we
that
got
rasp
some
in the
more
voice.
star power coming tonight, Terrence. Tonight's going to be like, it's going to be like the Grammys and the Emmys and the American Music Awards all wrapped into one, with a political convention somewhere in between.
Just know if you see Beyonce and you get close, I expect a FaceTime call from you. All right.
We'll get the exclusive.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. All right, we'll check back in with Professor Caliendo. I was asking you about Oprah Winfrey and her declaration of saying that she was registered independent.
Yeah.
I don't think this is the first time she's alluded to that's where her political stance is. I remember Stacey Abrams' rally in 2018. She might have mentioned it there. What is that going to do? Is that going to sway voters? I've noticed mixed reaction, mostly coming from Democratic supporters of her.
It was really surprising to me. My eyebrows went up a little bit. Not so much that whether she is or isn't an independent, but that she said it like that. And I understand why she did. She's trying to connect with folks, and then she did. She looked right in the camera and said, listen, independents. But Kathy Salvi was mentioning the reaction shots, and she had a different reason for mentioning them. By the way, she's doing a great job. It's a hard job. Paris is right. The reaction shot that I saw when she said that was a black woman in the audience that had a real furrowed brow, like not like she was angry about it, but just curious. Like, what did I hear that correctly? That's really surprising. But it shouldn't be that surprising because Oprah has stayed out of politics so much. And again, she hasn't stayed completely out of politics. But for what folks have expected of her, what they wished of her, I mean, this was an argument that Jay-Z faced for a part of his career, too, that he stayed out for so long, and then he's decided that it's too important to sort of leave it alone. Maybe that's where Oprah is right now, too. I don't know.
All right, interesting. Professor Caliendo, always good to talk with you, my man. Appreciate it.
You too. Yeah.
You take it easy. Have fun tonight.
I will.
All right, let's check in with Casey Cronus. Again, she is live for us in Union Park. Hey, Casey.
Hey, Terrence, things are starting to ramp up here in Union Park as the U.S. Palestinian Community Network is now holding a press briefing before they start to rally in a couple of hours here. They've got various speakers, and this is something that we also saw earlier this week. It's kind of how they've been planning out their evenings. First, a news conference. Then they will hold a rally before they start to march their route. Now, there are several dozen people here. There are a lot of members of the media in terms of demonstrators. I would say several dozen right now, but that number is expected to grow as we get to that rally and as we also then approach the march. We're expected to see more join in through the course of the evening. They got here a couple hours ago to start setting up, bringing flags, signs, orange and yellow vests. Those are for what they're calling the marshals. Those people are people who Superintendent Larry Snelling actually commended this morning in a news briefing, saying that they had great organization and collaboration with this group yesterday. There were no arrests yesterday, and they said that those marshals really helped kind of keep everyone in line, and if there were a couple of dust-ups, as he called them, they really helped to kind of quell the tensions there. So no arrests yesterday. It'll be interesting to see how things unfold today. Of course, a large police presence, and the National Guard is still on standby in case things get out of hand. That's what's happening here in Union Park, and we will continue to monitor the group and march with them this evening. Back to you.
All right. Thanks so much for the update, Casey. All right. We want to check in with former President Donald Trump. Has a visit there in Arizona at the southern border. Let's listen in.
I spent time with all of them. And what goes through my mind is I don't know how the hell they take it. Yes.
When you talked about Edinburgh, Texas earlier, visiting them, it was a big deal for those small border communities. It's a big deal when you come here. Obviously, the border means a lot to you.
A lot.
Your campaign.
Always has.
So why not support that bipartisan border security bill? And how do you get people on board with all the things that you talked about, the policies that you just laid out? How do you get people to come to the table?
Ready?
Yeah.
The bipartisan, and it wasn't bipartisan, they had a couple of people on the other side. It was weak, it was ineffective, and it would have allowed, as you know, millions and millions of people to pour through, and largely unvetted. It was a horrible bill, it was a weak bill, and they don't need a bill. All Biden had to do is look to the border and say, close the border. He didn't need a bill. He knows that. They didn't want a bill. The bill was terrible. If it was good, I would have approved it. If the House passed a bill before that, I'd approve that bill right now. That was a real bill. But this bill was a weak bill, and it was a shame that they got a Republican. They got somebody who's a very good person, by the way, but they got him to lead it. But it didn't make any difference. If they wanted to close the border, which they don't. They'll have 100 million people come in and totally destroy, ruin our country. If they wanted to close the border, you know, I didn't have a bill. I said, close the border. I said, Brandon, close that border, Brandon. And what happened? He closed the border. They all did. Paul, the whole group of them, this group is incredible. They closed the border. I looked at him, I said, we don't have a bill, we don't need a bill, close the damn border. They closed the border. They could do the same thing.
Well, it's happening now, though. The encounter numbers are extremely low right now. So that's what's been done.
Right now, what's happening is people are waiting to see what's going to go with the election. And wait till you see what happens after the election, one way or the other. But right now, you take a look at the numbers for the last year. They're horrendous, absolutely horrendous. And it's also election time, don't forget. They want to put on a little bit of a squeeze. All they do and all they want to do and all they have to do is say, Biden, although I'm not sure, you take a look at, nobody even knows where he is. He's on a beach someplace, but he could even do it from the beach. Close the border, and the border is closed. They will close the border immediately. That's what I did. But we had great people. We've lost a lot of those great people because they want to be respected, and they weren't respected because of this administration. And the worst person in, far worse than Biden, was Kamala. That's why I call her comrade, because she's a radical left person who really wants to have an open border. She'll never close the border. She'll never drill for oil and gas. She's not going to do it. She might do it for a couple of months. You know, she stopped, and that's where the inflation came in. Then she went back to the Trump policy. What they don't say is that if I were there, I'd be now 4 times higher than I was at that moment. But the gasoline prices are still very high right now. But they would have been double if they didn't go back to the Trump policy of drilling. But we would have been close to 4 times higher. We would have been energy dominant. We were energy independent. They would have been energy dominant. But if I want the border closed, if I'm the president, I don't need a bill. I just have to say close the border, and they close the border.
Mr. President, when you get back to the White
All right, we have been listening to former President Trump there visiting the border in Arizona. We'll be right back. right, taking a live look there at Union Park, where a pro-Palestinian group is holding a march today. Speaker right there speaking before they step off. I think that's scheduled for sometime at 6 p.m. But again, they're in Union Park and they're heading to what's being called Park 578, following a similar route to what we've seen throughout the week. Casey Curtis is there following this story for us. We want to listen in a little bit, see what he's sharing today.
So we believe in something called the St. Paul Principles. And in the St. Paul Principles, we understand and respect the diversity of tactics in our movement. There are a number of coalitions, there are a number of organizations that are doing this work. We believe we are as militant an organization and a coalition as anyone else. But we said specifically our mass mobilization on Monday and our mass mobilization today is for children and for seniors and for people of all different physical abilities and all different immigration statuses. A mass mobilization for the masses. We won't criticize other disruptions, escalations. We won't criticize other tactics. That's what the St. Paul Principles says.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Allah yas'ad rabbik. We have always said that none of us in our coalition want Donald Trump to win. I have said personally that I think not only is he the biggest pig
throughout the hour. There's a protest here, a rally at Union Park, pro-Palestinian group out there. All right, with Vice President Kamala Harris set to make history tonight, we take a look back at some other major moments in presidential history that have happened right here in Chicago. Scott Schneider takes a look back at the history of the DNC.
At this defining moment, change has come to America.
The night Barack Obama won the White House is the last time presidential history was made in Chicago. But there are many more chapters that were written here, much more than just the 1968 DNC. That's not hard to do when Chicago currently holds the record for hosting the most political party conventions.
Oh, we're way ahead of everybody else. So we've had 26 major party conventions in the city of Chicago since 1860.
John Mark Hansen is a political science professor at University of Chicago.
Was in many ways the kind of party convention place of choice during the late 19th century and most of the 20th.
Hansen says that's because Chicago is centrally located and easy to get to when traveling. If you go back to the beginning, you have to go to the corner of Lake Street and Wacker Drive. Hansen says that's where a temporary hall called the Wigwam was located in 1860 and where Abraham Lincoln was nominated for president.
Lincoln, of course, was a home state favorite. And his nomination was certainly aided by it being here in Chicago. There were many, many people who were working very actively on his behalf. That was a time when the potential nominees, did not attend the conventions and let other people do the work for them.
20 years later, more presidential history was made, where the Art Institute now stands. That's where Hansen says the Republican Party held its 1880 convention and nominated James Garfield for president, which was a bit of a surprise.
He was not even a candidate coming in. He was here to act on behalf of one of the people who was seen as a possibility, John Sherman, who was former Treasury Secretary and former senator from Ohio.
Now fast forward to 1932.
Franklin Roosevelt was nominated here in Chicago 3 times, all 3 times at Chicago Stadium on West Madison Street, just across the street from where the United Center is now. He was nominated in 1932, in 1940, and in 1944.
To restore America to its own
Hansen says
people.
Franklin Roosevelt was the first presidential candidate to appear at his party's convention to accept the nomination, which produced another piece of U.S. history.
And in his nomination acceptance speech, he promised a new deal for the American people. He came back in 1940, which in many respects was the most significant of the 3 nominating conventions that was here in Chicago. In 1940, of course, he was seeking a 3rd term, and no president had previously served 3 terms, going back to George Washington.
While Obama won the Oval Office in 2008, Hansen says the former president made history again when he located his national campaign headquarters for his 2012 re-election campaign in Chicago.
It's unusual because up to that time, incumbent presidents who were running for re-election ran their campaigns from Washington, D.C. And so he explicitly chose to have his campaign based elsewhere outside of Washington and was the first president to do so.
When it comes to Kamala Harris, Hansen says there are many historical aspects to consider, given the circumstances for her nomination and her personal background.
She's historic in another way, which is that it's been a very, very long time, almost 200 years, since there has been a candidate, both of whose parents immigrated from other countries.
In addition to all of those historical moments, there are also plenty of pieces of presidential history in Chicago. Just ask Mike McMains.
I mean, when you think of presidential cities, Chicago's not the first one that comes to mind, but it should.
McMains runs a Chicago tour company that specializes in walking tours, including one on presidential history. We caught up with him right outside the Tribune Tower, the starting point for that tour. That's where he showed us a marble stone from Abe Lincoln's original tomb and another stone from the White House built way back in 1817. He also talked about the infamous newspaper headline, Dewey beats Truman.
That there are amazing presidential moments that have shaped not just Chicago, but the entire world.
All right, that was Scott Schneider reporting there. Taking a look inside. Scott is somewhere in there right now, too. But a big day. This is the final day of the pep rally, if you will. Take that analogy from Paris a little bit earlier. Kamala Harris accepting the Democratic Party's nomination for president tonight, the final night. So far, we've heard from Vice Presidential nominee Tim Walz over the past couple of days. The Obamas made an impact with their speech as well. And of course, that surprised guest Oprah Winfrey last night as well, telling the nation that she's a registered independent. Now, here are the quick list of who's speaking tonight. Elizabeth Warren, Senator Mark Kelly, Governor Gretchen Whitmer, Governor Roy Cooper, and also interesting here, Representative Maxwell Frost. He is the first Gen Z member of Congress. So a lot going on, and a guy I know who has his finger on the pulse, Mike Flannery, who I hear is joined by a guest as well. How's it going, Mike?
Going great, Terrence. You're doing a good job. We're still setting things up here. Joining me is Chris Brown, who's the president of the
Brady United.
Brady United, named after former White House Press Secretary Jim Brady, who, of course, was shot the day that John Hinckley tried to assassinate Ronald Reagan. And I actually got to meet Mr. Brady several times, he and his wife Sarah, when they were here campaigning. He was an Illinoisan. He was from Carbondale, from Southern Illinois. And,
proud Illinoisan.
Proud Illinoisan and a baseball fan and somebody actually my first interview with Ronald Reagan was on State Street under the Marshall Field clock back when he was running for president back in the day. But so tell me, I know that many people like yourself who are working for common sense gun control are very critical of the Republican Party. But let's face it, there are Democrats here, including Bernie Sanders, the Vermont senator, who are not on board what you consider common sense gun control.
Well, a lot of that has shifted. You know, I don't go around criticizing Republicans because hope springs eternal, but Jim and Sarah were Republicans. Ronald Reagan himself was fully supportive not just of expanded Brady background checks, but also an assault weapons ban. 2 years ago, we got Congress and 16 Republicans to enact the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. So I think the days where this was strictly a partisan issue have shifted, despite the fact that Donald Trump, though, is for reversing all of the progress we've had on our issue.
Yes, he is. So look, let's, in layman's language, I know we can very quickly spin out into the weeds when we talk about the nitty-gritty of gun control measures that are out there. What is it? What's your ultimate goal of your group?
Well, we want to free America from gun violence. And yes, better policy is a big part of that. Sharper enforcement of the law is really, really important. Having a director of ATF finally understand that issue, which we now have, super important. and really educational campaigns involving gun owners. All of those things are important. From a policy standpoint, expanded Brady background checks and assault weapons ban, if we have a Harris-Walz combination in the presidency and vice presidency, will be a top priority.
Well, so without getting totally into the weeds here, when we talk about an assault weapons ban, I know that down in the state capitol, in the Illinois state capitol, those who oppose it say, well, you're just ignoring the fact that with one little piece of plastic or metal, a gun owner could insert it into what's a semi-automatic weapon and make it, in effect, a machine gun. And how are you going to stop that?
Well, Illinois is a state that has passed an assault weapons ban, and we had a federal assault weapons ban, and yeah, making policy is complicated, it's hard. But when we had a federal assault weapons ban for the decade that was in effect, we saw a significant reduction in the mass shootings involving these kinds of weapons. So it can be done. Is it complicated? It's a little complicated, but also we can focus on what makes these weapons particularly deadly. The lethality is high capacity magazines, and a lot of states are also moving toward regulating those better. There are a variety of solutions that we want to look at.
So there are federal judges on the Supreme Court and elsewhere, and members of Congress and Donald Trump who say that that just is, it infringes on too many rights. It infringes on the Second Amendment, and the AR-15, millions of them are out there in the hands of Americans already. You're trying to close the barn door after the armed horse has escaped.
Well, when I hear arguments like that, I don't understand why we would have any policy that goes into effect. Just because people speed doesn't mean speed limits don't work and save a lot of lives. Still, the market for assault weapons compared to handguns and other kinds of guns is actually very, very small. The number of assault weapons we have in this country. So regulating the further sale and distribution of those can make a material difference and is very important. And what I'll push back a little bit on is, and I think Tim Walz did a great job of this last night, I talk to gun owners and non-gun owners all the time. We don't need an interpretation of the Second Amendment that's a death sentence to our fellow Americans. Too many moms and dads in this country, including gun owners.
You're talking here to some members of the U.S. Supreme Court.
I'm talking to all Americans, and yes, even those who sit on the Supreme Court. If you look at the average person today, the issue of gun violence ranks in the top 3 of their issues. Why is that? Because especially parents are concerned about mass shootings and issues that are happening at schools. This is an issue that is a uniquely American crisis, and we need to look at all of the solutions that can save lives. And that's one. It's one of many, but it's an important one.
So another wrinkle that we've had here, because here in Chicago and in Illinois on a larger basis, we've had more restrictive gun laws than our neighbors.
Yeah.
And a few years ago, when Chicago still had, before the federal courts outlawed or knocked down some of the laws here regarding guns, firearms, studies showed that they were being imported from Mississippi. Indiana and Mississippi were among the top sources of guns being brought in despite the ban. Yeah. And you go down to State Line Road here, just a few miles away, and you walk across State Line Road, and you can buy in an Indiana gun shop things that are outlawed across the street.
In Illinois, yes, that's true. And so what that points to, so we have the studies, Brady looks at this very closely. About 60% of all of the guns recovered in crime in the state of Illinois are bought, sold in Illinois. But your point is correct. 40% of them come from states outside of Illinois, and those are mostly states with very weak gun laws. So what's the solution to that? We need a federal law so that we have a uniform standard, and also a huge percentage of those firearms, by the way, they're originally sold from a licensed gun dealer. That's why we need a stronger ATF that's ensuring if you are a federally licensed gun dealer, that you're abiding by all of the laws and not looking the other way. And providing guns to traffickers and others. And I want to make something clear here. Most gun dealers don't have a single crime gun sold in any of their business. We have incredible people who are out there following the rules, but about 5% of them are responsible for 90% of the guns recovered in crime.
So what should you do about those?
Let's
that 5%?
Focus on them and have a strong ATF, and President Joe Biden made that happen. We have a director of ATF who is focusing on those dealers, but we need that work to continue.
I know allies of former President Trump want to abolish the ATF.
Yes, and that will make all of us extremely less safe. That is the agency that's actually following through. They're inspecting these gun dealers. They understand which ones are really trying to profit from the carnage that we see. Let's focus our attention on those.
Chris Brown, president of Brady United, named after native Illinoisan and the former press secretary for Ronald Reagan, Jim Brady, who was put in a wheelchair as a result of that assassination attempt back in the 1980s on Ronald Reagan. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me very much.
Back to you, folks.
All right, Mike, thank you. All right, let's check back in with Casey Cronus and Union Park. Casey?
Hey, Terrence. Well, we do want to tell you about a little bit of a clash between two different groups that just occurred here. First, a press conference was unfolding with the coalition marching on the DNC. It is made up of 270 groups, and their primary goal is calling on delegates and calling on an end to U.S. aid to Israel. Now, these are their marshals in these bright yellow and orange vests. As that press conference was unfolding, we'll point your attention to these risers where a group of about 5, it appears to be Trump supporters. They're carrying American flags, showed up with bullhorns, started to attempt to disrupt the press conference that was happening just a stone's throw away. There was a little small clash between a few people, but as you can see, the marshals are kind of here standing to just kind of separate and make sure things don't get out of hand. So that's what's happening here in Union Park. Now, this is all unfolding before the rally is set to kick off in just over an hour at 5 o'clock, and then the group will march at 6:30. There are, I would say, more than 100 people here now, maybe a couple hundred. That includes the media that is here. So we will be here to continue monitoring how this unfolds. It appears that, you know, nothing physical yet, just a little, there were words exchanged between some of those two groups. So we will see if that group sticks around, you know, if they continue to kind of shout things on those speakers while the group rallies here at 5 o'clock. That's what's happening here at Union Park. Thousands are expected to join this rally and march today, so we will be here to unfold it. They will be walking the protest route and then ending at Park 578 later this evening. That's what's happening here for now. Reporting live in Union Park, Casey Cronus, Fox 32, Chicago.
Thanks so much. This week has placed the United Center itself into perhaps the brightest spotlight since Michael Jordan played there. Don Hasbro cast a view from UC Bosses.
I'm joined by Michael Reinsdorf, CEO of the Chicago Bulls, and Terry Savarese, CEO of the United Center. Thank you both for being here.
Thanks for having us. Thanks for having us.
So this is such a huge week. What goes into getting the United Center itself ready for this convention?
Well, for the United Center, tonight is really the culmination of a 30-month process. We started this in January of 2022 when we received phone calls from then Mayor Lightfoot and Governor Pritzker. They reached out to Jerry Reinsdorf, to Mike's dad, and to Rocky Wirtz at the time, and asked if we'd be willing to commit to this process. And of course, we said yes. And I remember saying at the time to both, to Jerry and to Rocky, that if you are saying go ahead with this process, we're going to get this convention. So be ready to commit to actually hosting this thing if you want us to pursue it. And here we are.
Well, I know it's a huge feat. So what about tearing everything down? I mean, we're in Media Row, and just the structures here are really something to see, but I'm sure everywhere else.
We're about to find out tomorrow. We hosted this convention in 1996.
Yes.
And we were able to take it out in 10 days. We played a Neil Diamond concert 10 days after Clinton's acceptance. So this one's a little bigger in scope and scale. It's a little bit of a different time, in history, of course. So we're about to see what the challenge is. Everything should be out of here in the second week of September.
Okay.
We still have to make ice, and once this convention's out of here, we have 45 shows in a row. That actually come through this building. So it's a challenge, but we're looking forward to it.
Well, after all this time, you're used to this, I'm sure.
Well, you never get used to something like this, but this has been a good run. We've really enjoyed this.
That's good. Well, Michael, I want to talk to you about another huge project, which is the 1901 project, $7 billion invested here on the West Side, privately funded, correct? Tell us what that's going to bring here to the community.
Oh, I think it's going to be it's going to transform the neighborhood. It's kind of a one-of-a-kind project in Chicago. The West Side's never seen a development like this. We're really excited. When we opened up this building, we had, I think there were 6,000 parking spaces, and then when you factor in all the other people that bought parking lots or land and then to park cars, it just became a sea of parking. Now with the traffic patterns changing so much, with ride-sharing services, with people walking to the United Center, taking public transportation, we have a great opportunity. We have 55 acres that we are developing, and phase one is going to be a music hall, 6,000 seats. We're doing a park. How do you describe the park, Terry?
The centerpiece of the development to create this neighborhood feeling is an elevated park. Green space in the city is always difficult to find. Certainly on the west side, it's almost non-existent in this area. So we're going to eventually create over 25 acres of public park that feeds into the eventual residential and other pieces that we want to build.
What kinds of things will be at the music hall?
Well, that's this guy's responsibility. Why don't you tell us, Terry?
Because we're used to obviously the big concerts here,
The music hall is a couple of things. First of all, the United Center in the last couple of years has been the third busiest building in the world. So when we don't get a show here, it's usually because we don't have the date. So the music hall allows us to expand our calendar. Being a more intimate venue, it allows us to do, somewhat like the residencies that you'll see in Las Vegas. There's a lot of artists that are looking to scale down. Rather than play a big arena, they may want to play 2 smaller shows in a more intimate setting, whether it's theatrical, whether it's acoustics, whether it's a closer engagement with fans. And then some shows that just don't fit in this building. We've always wanted to do because this is big on the west side, a gospel series. You can't really fit that inside a big building like this, but in a 6,000 seat theater, something that the community would really welcome, it fits nicely over there. Doing, even if it's something like a high school graduation or a high school event for a community school, those are hard to do in a big building like this, not only from the calendar, but for the cost of opening up, a big hall like this. So the music hall will allow us to engage much more with the community, but it's also going to open up some doors for us, into some touring, some more theatrical tours that just bypass this market. Certainly don't play on the west side.
Yeah. So what went into coming up with the idea for this project? Is it that you just looked around and said, hey, we need something like this here?
Well, what you've seen a lot around the country is with sports teams, they've built entertainment districts. So, but that, to us, this is more than an entertainment district. This is changing the neighborhood. So we started looking at this 5, 6, 7 years ago. 6 years ago, and we did. So this didn't just come about in the last 60 days, but what we want to do is we want to be methodical about it. We want to make sure how can we best take what we have with all these acres, 55 acres, and make it a true destination. And with the Fulton Market, everything that's gone on at Fulton Market is just coming right up here.
Yeah.
I mean, the truth is that the United Center kind of kickstarted all this development. I'm not sure Fulton Market happens without the United Center, the convention in '96, which Terry actually was here in 1996. And so there's a lot to this project, but for us, it's how can we really improve the West Side?
And what does it mean for the people in the community? What kinds of jobs will it create?
I mean, there's like 63,000 construction jobs.
Wow.
I mean,
it's an important piece of what when we first started studying this with Rocky at the time and with Jerry, and now as it transitions to Mike into Danny. Important piece was the social aspects. We're certainly mindful of our space and the economy of the city, but we also know where we're at socially and also geographically. We're really the bridge, if you will, between where opportunity has been, whether it's the West Loop or Fulton Market or even the Illinois Medical District, and where opportunity still has to go, especially going west of here. So part of what we want to do, and the convention really is the starting point for that. What we want to do is make sure that those opportunities grow with us and continue to grow west, not just necessarily land that we own, but land that we're adjacent to. The stronger our neighborhood, the stronger the area in which we live, the stronger we all are. And back when Jerry and Bill first built United Center 30 years ago, they taught us that. Rocky carried that on, and certainly now Mike and Danny are the same way. So the social piece to this and the opportunity for the neighborhood is a really important pillar. Now, whether it's something like a construction job or or learning a trade, so you could start as an apprentice on this job, and over time, by the time the project is finished, you could come out as a master electrician or master carpenter. That's one thing. But also opening up opportunity to truly invest, whether it's a smaller restaurant or invest in some of the other projects. We're going to make sure that those opportunities are there so that local people, whether especially people inside this ward, can
people
take
from
advantage
the west side
of that.
need to take advantage of it. So when you have hotels, office buildings, affordable housing, I mean, there's going to be a lot of full-time jobs. So this is a great opportunity for the neighbors on the west side to be a part of it.
When are you expecting to break ground on it and complete it?
Well, completion is,
that's hard. We can tell you when we're going to start.
When we're going to end is that.
Right.
We're working through the process with the city now. And we hope to be in the ground in the first 3 months of 2025. And it is a phased project because it is so big.
Right.
We hope to have that first phase done by 2028, especially the music hall pieces, and then we'll phase it out from there. A project of this size is probably a 10, 12-year commitment on everyone's behalf, but we think we have it sequenced the right way, and there's a lot of people that are, especially since the announcement a few weeks ago, there's been a lot of interest, and we're talking to everybody and trying to line up who potential partners are and how we really bring this thing to reality.
That's great. All right, well, Michael, let's talk Bulls for just a second.
Sure.
Your family has been hugely invested, obviously, in Chicago over all these years.
Absolutely.
What's it like just being an owner when the Bulls are doing really well and then not so much?
Well, it's a lot more fun when we're doing well.
Obviously.
I got a lot more friends. But you have to, look, in sports, you have your ups, you have your downs.
Yes.
No one can stay up here forever, but you can't get too worked up over, people care. So when people say some things that aren't so nice about the family or the job we're doing, it's because they care. Mm-hmm. And so am I going to get mad that they care so much about the Bulls? I mean, it's kind of a cool business, cool entertainment is kind of fun to be a part of. So I'm so competitive. I hate losing, so it's really, really hard.
Yeah.
But our fans, they want hope. They want to see that we're building to something, and it's just something that we have to battle all the time. And we're trying our best to be competitive, and hopefully we'll get back to the top of the mountain one day.
What are you looking forward to this season?
I'm excited about some of the changes we made. We made a trade for Josh Giddey. I'm excited. He's a young basketball player who is very talented, played really well for Australia in the Olympics. Lonzo Ball is proceeding along. He's been out for a while. So I'm excited to see some a little bit more energy this year, seeing the team run a little bit more. So it should be interesting.
That's great. So lastly, what are your memories of the United Center when you opened back in 2 years before the last convention that you attended versus now? Any great memories that you have here?
I mean, for me, the memories.
Besides Jordan, no.
Yeah,
I'm
I was
kidding.
gonna say, winning. We won two championships. 96 and 97 at home.
Yeah.
That in the home court, that was incredible. Obviously, the Democratic National Convention '96. I've had some incredible family moments because my kids were young in those days, so we used to throw birthday parties here for the kids, during the circus. My son learned how to skate on the hockey rink. So a lot of my memories are family memories, but just having people in the building and the energy of when, last second shot by Derrick Rose and people going crazy. I never gets old. And my heart is pounding, and so those will always be my memories.
We like to say that what the United Center does every day is create iconic stories, and every event is a story, and then there's always a story behind that as to the people who put that event together. And to me, a lot of great shows, a lot of great events. Well over 1,000, major concerts have come through here, but it's the little moments, like when we celebrated Eric Clapton's birthday here one year, and we surprised him with a bunch of his friends and brought his friends out on stage, the Buddy Guys and stuff. Or people don't remember, the first live event after 9/11 when everyone went back to business was U2 in this building. And that was an impromptu show where they rewrote the show, to honor the victims of 9/11. So little things like that, the stories behind what it is that we do, and it's just fun to see this place come to life, and it's always something different. In any given week, you could have a Bulls game, a Blackhawks game, a pop show, an urban show, and a country show. So just think about the wide range of demographics, of diversity that comes through this building every week. Now the magic, going back to our project, is now we have to take that energy and that those differences and bring that out to life and into that larger project. And if we can do that, then we're going to have something really special.
Well, as a Chicago native, I'm excited about it, and thank you both for joining.
Well, one thing that is making the DNC special this year, influencers, content creators. They have come here from all over the country, invited, in fact, to help mark the occasion.
Sylvia Perez is joined by a Chicago native bringing a new voice to politics. Sylvia?
Yes, I have to say, Terrence and Scott, when people ask me the difference between the last convention I covered and this one, I'll tell you what it is. It's influencers. Here we are on the floor of the DNC. I have all these credentials that I need to get security background checks, but we found a creator, a content creator right here from Chicago. His name is Jamel Franklin. Here's Jamel. Thank you. Okay, Jamel, explain to everybody, what is this area?
Yeah, so this is the creators stage right here on the floor at the DNC. This is the first time ever the Democratic National Convention has given creators like myself access to surrogates, access to the stage. And so for better or for worse, a lot of people get their information from social media. And so I feel like it's a great idea to have us here to deliver their message directly to our audience.
So did you have to apply for this, or they reached out to you?
Yeah, so I was tapped by the organization's Creators for Kamala, and then they sent us to the DNC, and we were accepted to be here.
Okay, and what are you telling your social media followers about this? What are you trying to show them that you're doing?
I'm really trying to, this place is electric. This place is amazing, and I really want to get this energy transfer it to on social media platforms, so my audience can understand that democracy and history is about to change.
Okay, tell everybody what you got on here.
Okay, yeah, so Kamala Harris loves freedom, loves Beyonce, and so I went full Cowboy Carter today.
I love the look. He's got his Kamala pin. Yeah. Okay, do you feel like it's your responsibility to get the young people, to get the black and brown people out to vote? Is that your job?
That is my job. I think as a black man, I want to be able to talk about the issues that matter to me and my community, and spread what this future administration is going to do to help us.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It was great to meet you. I love the whole outfit. So yes, that is the biggest change, is social media is here to stay. TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, you name it. That's where a lot of people are getting the feedback on what's going on out here. And we just wanted to show you, because this is only the beginning, even though this is the first time that this has happened at the DNC. Reporting live from the floor of the Democratic National Convention, Sylvia Perez, Fox 32.
You are watching First at 4 as we continue our coverage of the Democratic National Convention. Shattering the glass ceiling, Vice President Kamala Harris prepares to formally accept. You are watching First at 4 as we continue our coverage of the Democratic National Convention. Shattering the glass ceiling, Vice President Kamala Harris prepares to formally accept the party's historic nomination for president.
And missing voice, uncommitted delegates are staging a sit-in demanding a Palestinian speaker on the final day of the DNC.
And our warming trend has begun just in time for the weekend. Good afternoon, I'm Terrence Lee.
And I'm Sylvia Perez. It's the fourth and final day of the DNC right here in Chicago.
Throughout the week, Vice President Kamala Harris and her running mate Tim Walz have received star-studded endorsements, a list of them. And tonight, Harris will formally accept her party's historic presidential nomination.
A massive watch party is being held at Soldier Field. This is free and open to the public. However, you do need to pre-register online with Go Shy Life.
Harris is the first black woman and first Asian American to lead the ticket of a majority party. The daughter of immigrants from India and Jamaica, Harris, who is 59, grew up in Oakland and spent much of her political career in California's Bay Area.
Political reporter Paris Schutz joins us live with more on Harris's background and reaction to her nomination. Paris.
Well, Terrence and Sylvia, Vice President Kamala Harris is expected to reintroduce herself to the nation tonight, focusing some of her speech on her background. But there is one part of her biography and background that has not factored prominently into the campaign so far, and there's a reason for that. A Kamala Harris presidency would shatter the final glass ceiling for women in politics, something Hillary Clinton aspired to do in 2016. But according to former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, there's a reason the campaign has not made that a central theme.
I know there's excitement about the prospect of a woman president, and that's very exciting. It brings tears to my eyes, but it doesn't bring votes to the ballot box necessarily.
Pelosi was the first woman speaker in U.S. history. She says in the end, the gender of the candidate shouldn't be a big deal.
People are concerned about the cost of this or the security of their job, and you had just a little bit of time to persuade them to say she's a woman, I don't think is the first case that you should make. However wonderful it is it's icing on the cake, but it ain't the cake.
Cook County Board President Tony Preckwinkle has penetrated the old boys network of Illinois politics to become the chair of the Cook County Democratic Party. She says she agrees with Pelosi.
Well, I think she just doesn't want to be boxed in. She wants to be sure that she's appealing to everybody in the country and that her message is as broad as possible, and I think she's been very successful at that.
Illinois Congresswoman Jan Schakowsky says the fact that the Harris campaign doesn't have to drive home the historic nature is another indication of the gains women have made in all aspects of American life.
It is about making history. There's no question about that. But it is a side issue. I agree. I think what we're talking about is a really competent, ready to be the President of the United States person. And then we've got Tim Walz, who is just an everyday guy. I think all of the pictures of who's coming up are very, very positive. But I think people are really looking at how tough this woman is, this person is, to govern.
And Harris is expected to reiterate broader themes of prosecutor versus felon, forward versus backward, and talk about some policy agenda items like affordable housing and access to women's reproductive rights. Other than that, tonight, what we can expect is a whole lot more entertainment. We heard the musical artist Pink rehearsing here before. Some rumors that perhaps Beyonce would be in the house. We don't know that. We have not confirmed that. So much more to come, and we'll see you at the bottom of the hour, Sylvia and Terrence.
All right, thank you for that, Paris. In the meantime, protesters are once again gathering near the United Center at Union Park. This is a live look. While there have been a number of protests this week, the largest have been pro-Palestinian groups calling for a Gaza ceasefire. And activists are also demanding a Palestinian speaker for the convention. convention's final day. Approximately 30 uncommitted delegates are attending this convention this week. A number of them slept outside the United Center last night. The sit-in was sparked by the DNC's refusal to include a Palestinian speaker on the stage lineup at any point during the four-day meeting.
In the midst of a genocide that has killed 40,000 of their loved ones, 40,000, 16,000 innocent children, their voices can't be heard here?
I couldn't walk in there and not walk over and let people who I share this pain of what's been happening to Palestinian lives for the last 10 months. This idea that we haven't done enough, because it's true, to release hostages, to bring humanitarian aid, and to protect civilian life.
Our city council was the first major city in the country to call for an immediate release of the hostages and a permanent ceasefire. You talk about thousands of babies and elderly being brutalized by active war. So in other words, you have to have a voice that can call for peace as well as the releasing of hostages. We can do both.
Now, while the uncommitted delegates rally at the doors of the United Center, crowds are gathering in the protest zones.
Casey Cronus is at Union Park today. Casey, what are the crowds like at this hour?
That's right. We want to give you a look at what's happening right now. There is a 5 p.m. rally planned by the group, the Coalition to March on the DNC. That group is made up of 270 different organizations. Right now, they are building a stage, and demonstrators are starting to gather here in the park. There's a couple hundred here right now. The organizers say there's expected to be thousands tonight by the time they march. They will start marching at 6:30. Now, there was a small clash earlier, just about a half an hour ago, when a group of what appear to be Trump supporters arrived at the park with American flags. There was a small verbal clash. Nothing escalated beyond that. The group is still here. They were arguing with some of the pro-Palestinian demonstrators who are here in the park now. But as you can see, there's a lot of people in bright yellow vests. They're called marshals, the safety team. These demonstrators have sort of organized a group of marshals for every one of their major protests. So when that incident was happening, they were kind of forming a line to make sure nothing escalated further. Now, finally, I want to give you a look at the line of officers that is standing by in Union Park. They are prepared and ready to go as things get busier here tonight. One last thing we want to share with you is what Superintendent Snelling had to say earlier today when it came to this group and their march yesterday.
Because today is the last day of the DNC. We had another protest yesterday over at Union Park. Pretty large protest, not as large as we had necessarily anticipated, but yesterday's protest ended with no arrests, no one injured, no officers injured, and it shows that when you have some type of contact and collaboration with those who are organizing, that you can have a peaceful First Amendment gathering.
So there were no arrests yesterday. There were arrests earlier in the week. We will continue to monitor things here at Union Park as more people show up. That rally begins, and then, of course, that march. Reporting live in Union Park, Casey Cronus, Fox 32, Chicago.
And we are live at the United Center. I'm here with Nate Rogers, who's been covering these protests. I know you're just taking a little bit of a break to talk to me, but you're going to go back out there. So let's start from day one when the convention started.
Yeah, absolutely, Dawn. So good to be with you, of course. This has certainly been a whirlwind of events all week long. I mean, starting out Sunday, it really was the precursor to those protests here at the DNC. The first one taking place outside of Michigan Avenue, where we saw thousands of people. You're looking at video on your screen right now of of another event that had taken place. But on Sunday, we saw thousands of people. There were no incidents there. But again, police have been training for some time for all of this. Monday was the biggest showing, though. Monday, that was day one of the DNCs where agitators showed up, and they indeed showed out, Dawn. I got to tell you, they breached fencing. Many of our viewing audience members will remember that. Right in front of us. We had video of a guy using a sledgehammer to break through fencing there. Dane Placco and I were out there at the time. It was some 3,500 people that were out there, more than a dozen arrested. But then on Tuesday, that was another situation. That apparently was the biggest of them all. More than 60 agitators arrested in that situation. Following what we learned was an unpermitted march. Of course, you had to get a permit for a certain size of a march. But
and isn't it hard to tell who's part of the march and who's not, and kind of just trying to create a problem?
Yes, to a certain degree. As we've said throughout the course of the week, we've learned some of the agitators are often dressed in masks, and so they're not revealing their faces. They won't talk to you about various causes. You see them oftentimes trying to get away from police, and so it really was at times a very tense situation where we had to literally pull our crews out because it had gotten so panicky in certain areas. Then on yesterday, another march. I believe that's the video that our viewers are looking at right now. Again, stepping off at Union Park, then going to Park 578, which is the same demonstration that Casey was just talking about today. Superintendent Larry Snelling ending the night saying it was a peaceful protest, although there were some that actually stormed a CTA train station, a Damon CTA train station. But, Don, to wrap all of this up, I got to tell you, police trained for this for more than a year. They showed up in the thousands protecting Chicago streets and residents. I checked in with Paris Schultz, checked in with Mike Flannery about what they're hearing on the inside. Everyone's Chicagoans, delegates, out-of-staters, people feel safe.
And Superintendent Snelling showing up, I think, was big for a lot of people, too, being there on the scene.
He was there every single day, along with his command staff, and again, thousands of our brave men and women in blue.
All right. Nate Rogers, thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Back to you guys.
Thank you both. Demonstrators who were arrested during Tuesday's pro-Palestine protest have been ordered to stay away from the Israeli consulate through Sunday. More than 4 dozen people were arrested during clashes with law enforcement. Most of the protesters were charged with misdemeanors and citation. Tuesday's protest, billed as shut down the DNC for Gaza, was the most heated demonstration of the week.
Overseas Wednesday, Israeli strikes in Gaza killed at least 17 people. Egyptian mediators helping to broker that ceasefire say Hamas will not agree to the proposals over concerns Israeli troops won't fully withdraw from Gaza.
Still to come, immigration. The presidential nominees from both parties laying out their policies today.
And trouble on the assembly line. The labor battle heating up at an Illinois auto plant.
New charges against the son of El Chapo, but they're not what you think. A surprise twist for the cartel kingpin.
Senator Dick Durbin slams the Republican nominee for vice president, why he says J.D. Vance is blocking Chicago's fight against crime.
And new details just released about when the next round of COVID vaccines will be released.
And our temperatures today have been very comfortable once again. We topped out in the mid to upper 70s. Here's where we're headed over the next couple of hours. We're going to be dropping out of the 70s and into the upper 60s to near 70 degrees by about 9 p.m. Eventually tonight, it's going to be another cool night. Most areas falling into the 50s, holding on to near 60 in the city. We have a big warm up in store for us this weekend. Those details coming up.
A bizarre turn of events. The Mexican government says it plans to bring charges against the son of El Chapo, but not for drugs. Instead, prosecutors plan to charge him with kidnapping for bringing El Mayo, alleged accomplice, on the plane here to America with him. The two were arrested after flying into El Paso, Texas earlier last month. Guzman may also face a treason charge if found guilty of intentionally handling Zambada over to the U.S. authorities.
The U.S. Attorney's Office position for the Northern District of Illinois has remained vacant for nearly 18 months now, and Senator Dick Durbin says Republican vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance is to blame. In June, Vance announced a procedural hold on all appointments for U.S. attorneys across the country, and earlier this week, he compared Chicago to a third world country in an attempt to counter-program the Democratic Convention. And speaking at the Illinois delegate breakfast today, Durbin criticized Vance's stance on crime.
We do not need to hear J.D. Vance preaching about law enforcement and the kind of communities we want to live in, and look at his record and see that he single-handedly stopped the appointment of a U.S. attorney in the Northern District of Illinois and in Cleveland, Ohio. That is what he has done. So when he gives us these explanations of what's going on in this city and this state, keep that in mind.
The U.S. Attorney position for the Northern District of Illinois has been vacant since John Lausch stepped down in March of 2023. J.D. Vance is in Georgia tonight repeating his calls, backing the blue and supporting law enforcement. United Auto Workers are rallying in Illinois today, demanding Stellantis keep its promise and reopen the idled plant in Belvidere.
On Monday, UAW locals filed grievances with the company over what they said was its failure to honor commitments it made to in the latest union contracts. Stellantis says while plans are delayed, it firmly stands by its commitment to reopen in Belvidere. The UAW has threatened to authorize a strike at assembly plants in Ohio, Michigan, and Indiana.
The auto industry cannot and will not cut its way to profitability or lay down and die in the face of corporate greed that puts short-term stock prices over the health of our industry and our communities.
The union also held a moment of silence for an auto worker killed yesterday at a plant in Toledo. A 53-year-old was transferred to Ohio after the Belvidere plant closed.
New COVID-19 vaccines could be out before Labor Day. The FDA approving updated Pfizer and Moderna vaccines today. Their shots target the newer and most dominant COVID-19 strain. The new vaccines are coming out as the nation deals with the spike in summer COVID cases.
Speaking of a spike, well, a slight one. I think our temperatures are a little higher than they were yesterday, Emily, or that's on the way?
Yes, and so we're just a little bit warmer than where we were yesterday. Not by a ton, but it's still feeling really good. We have some sunshine out there. Temperatures are sitting in the mid to upper 70s now. Yesterday and the day before, we were only in the low to mid 70s. So yes, we're feeling that boost out there today, but we are really going to be feeling it starting tomorrow and then definitely into this upcoming weekend. Take a look at Futurecast here and where we're headed throughout the evening. So we're counting on mostly clear to partly cloudy conditions throughout this evening and tonight. By 9 or 10 p.m., temperatures area-wide will be in the 60s, and then eventually tonight we're dropping down into the 50s for most areas. The cooler temperatures are going to be found further inland and away from the lake. Notice the far south suburbs, the far west suburbs. That's where we're seeing temps in the low to mid 50s. In the city, we're going to be waking up to temps near 60 degrees, and then through the day tomorrow, lots of sunshine once again. Skies becoming partly cloudy during the afternoon. Highs are going to be in the low to mid 80s, which is actually really seasonable for this time of the year. That's where we should be for this time of August. And then by 7, 8 p.m., we're still looking good, starting to see increasing cloud cover, but temperatures are still going to be in the mid 70s as we go into tomorrow evening. For tonight, 60 degrees for the overnight low in the city. Again, suburbs dropping down into the 50s. Here's where we're headed in the coming days. So your 5-day forecast here. Tomorrow, increasing cloud cover, 83 degrees for the high, 89 on Saturday, Sunday, 90 degrees, but we do have a chance of rain and even some thunderstorms coming through Saturday night, possibly lingering into Sunday morning. But at this point, it's still a really big question mark on if and when those actually develop and if they're actually going to make it through the Chicagoland area. But just kind of keep it in your mind that we could have storms Saturday night. By Monday and Tuesday, we're still hot. We'll have highs in the 90s. Keep it here.
All right. Thanks, Emily. Former President Trump is slamming Harris on immigration.
The Republican nominee is holding a rally in the battleground state of Arizona, but the latest polls are revealing about the race to the White House.
And here is a look at your trip home.
Fox 30.
Tonight, more than 100,000 balloons will fall from the ceiling of the United Center for the grand finale of the 2024 DNC. It is expected to be the largest political balloon drop ever. And while the balloons are red, white, and blue, many delegates are focusing their wardrobe on just one color.
So Tia Ewing joins us now to explain why you may see a sea of white tonight, along with some other surprises. Tia.
Yeah, there's a lot of surprises, Sylvia and Terrence, and in terms of that white, we're right next to the Illinois delegation, and they are definitely donning their white tonight. Most people are in unity and memory of the suffrage movement and how far women have come to be able to vote. That's one thing we know tonight, and we also know there's speculation that Beyonce could be in the house, and guess what? We got a sneak peek. Take a listen. Yes, that is a little Beyonce playing during warm-ups. Could she be performing tonight? Speculation here says yes. We also heard a little Bruno Mars song during warm-ups. Around the United Center, though, women are wearing their Converse. They were a fashion statement for Kamala Harris when she was running for vice president, and now they are back, showing they have Harris's back. Her sorority sisters that are Alpha Kappa Alphas are wearing their signature colors of pink and green. Majority of attendees, delegates, volunteers, and content creators as well are wearing white, remembering the suffragettes that were not allowed to vote. White was the color that brought them together as a sign of unity.
We're wearing white for the women's suffrage movement. It's just a way to honor the women who fought to give us the right to vote. And so we were given direction that we were going to be wearing white. And also, too, I think Kamala's sorority is also wearing white. So it's just a way to honor the past as well as the future.
And it's a lot of people that are honoring the past and the future. You're looking at Sheila Chalmers Curran. She is the mayor of Madison on the floor here at the United Center. Most people excited. You know, this is the first time in all of the days that we've been here for the DNC where we've seen people literally pack the house so early, really ready and waiting to see presidential nominee for the Democratic side, Kamala Harris, take the stage with her message. And of course, we'll be here for that throughout the night. Terrence and Sylvia, I'll send it back to you in the studio. All
right.
It's going to be a big night, that's for sure. Thank you, Tia. Coming up after the break, we are going to get an update on the protests outside the DNC, plus unforgettable moments, how Tim Walz's son stole the show at the DNC last night.
And should we do it again? Governor Pritzker hints at a bid to host the 2028 DNC.
This is me at my strongest. This is me at my fastest. This is me at my happiest. This is me at my bravest. This is me at my healthiest.
With Advocate Healthcare on your team, you can achieve your personal best and live life to the fullest.
It is a huge night for Vice President Kamala Harris, who will give the biggest speech of her life when she takes the stage for the final night of the DNC.
And Donald Trump visits the southern border to speak on immigration.
But first, amidst the pomp and circumstance of the DNC, protesters angered by what's going on in Gaza, the Israel-Hamas war, continue to take the streets and parks around the DNC area.
Well, some voters are sounding off about Vice President Kamala Harris's responses to the conflict in the Middle East.
Casey Jonas is at Union Park today. Casey, what are the crowds looking like right now?
Okay, so we need to show you what's going on now because there was just a big clash that happened here. Vivek Ramaswamy, who previously ran for president this election cycle and dropped out of the race on the Republican ticket in January, he showed up to Union Park. Now, this came after about 5 to 6 pro-Trump supporters came to the park, and there was a little bit of a verbal clash with pro-Palestinian demonstrators. So all of a sudden, Vivek shows up with his bodyguards. He's in a full suit. Unclear, exactly why he came today. But all of a sudden, about 10 minutes ago, less than that even, I'd say less than 5 minutes ago, there was shouting. Pro-Palestinian demonstrators started to, say for him to go home, essentially. Now, as you can see, there is this big sort of scrum happening. He's being surrounded. His bodyguards are just trying to get him out of here, it appears. Vivek's bodyguards, that is. So that's what's happening here in Union Park. Of course, this is the day 4 of marching on the DNC. So, this wasn't necessarily unexpected that there would be some, clashes today, it being the final day where everyone's coming out to protest. So that's what's happening here in Union Park. The police did immediately sort of line up and step in as this was moving into the street and then now on the other side of the street. That's what's happening here. Back to you.
Yeah, Casey, I did want to ask you, you said that there were police. I don't see any there. Ramaswamy is in that middle of that group right there. Oh, I do see some police officers walking by.
Okay, so let's show this officer here, Jacob. So we've got officers in the street telling everyone to get out of the street. So right now we're on the sidewalk, and if Jacob can point the camera across the street, I want to show just how many officers there are. There are dozens here, and even further away. And I'm so sorry, it's hard to tell right now because there are cars in the street, but there are also bike officers who are just fully lined up, lining Union Park right now. So they really, once this sort of all unfolded here, those bike cops, they swarmed in, formed a line, and then, of course, those officers you saw there in vests.
Casey, where you are right now, how far close would you say you are from the United Center?
That's our not any other nation, our nation. Our nation should be put first.
Well, obviously, this is a developing story. You can see that Ramaswamy right there at the front. The police are escorting him across the street along with a mob of photographers, reporters, and cameramen. Obviously, he is safe because, as Casey just told us, there are a lot of police officers in that area. Casey, I don't know if you could hear what T just asked, but he wanted to know how far you are from the United Center. Can you give us a perspective?
Okay, so we are right now still right outside of Union Park. Now, that is not as close as protesters initially wanted to get to the United Center, but we are about a half a mile away. So, protesters have been marching as close as they can get with their permits. Right now, we are still about a half a mile away.
And what is the plan for this protest? Because you showed us some video, your cameraman showed us some video, and you're right, we saw dozens of police officers. You said it was just a matter of time. They weren't there, and then all of a sudden you saw them show up?
Sylvia, if I heard you correctly, you asked you know, if basically all of the sudden Ramaswamy and his group showed up. So, you know, about an hour and a half ago, about 5 to 6 pro-Trump supporters. It appeared they were pro-Trump supporters wearing Make America Great Again hats. So they were here first. I don't believe they are connected directly to Ramaswamy. I don't think the group even knew he was coming here. It's really unclear, actually, but Ramaswamy, all of a sudden, yeah, he just showed up in the park with several bodyguards who are surrounding him. And it's unclear, you know, exactly why he's here, but, you know, things were fine, I would say. There was not much clashing until, boom, all of a sudden there was, and the demonstrators, I think, wanted to push him out of the park, which is what's happening now.
Casey, thank you so much for updating us. We're going to keep checking in with you. Let us know if anything's going on and we need to come right to you, okay? All right, tonight's DNC theme is centered on the For Our Future element. The party is set to highlight how the Harris-Walz plans lead to the nation forward. We will hear from Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper, civil rights leader Al Sharpton, and Randy Weingarten, the president of the American Federation of Teachers.
Okay, we are going to go back out to that protest area that we were just talking, Casey, about. Here's what you should know. So Casey kind of gave us an update about what happened. Vivek Ramaswamy was out there. There were some people wearing some MAGA hats. She said that she doesn't believe there was a correlation, that they were planned to be out there while he was out there, but apparently a confrontation of some sort ensued. And then the next thing we know, she said police officers showed up on the scene. She had not seen many before they were there, obviously because they're guarding the area, but they came in multiple numbers, dozens. And it appears now that they are walking possibly towards the United Center, which could be where Ramaswamy was headed. But there are plenty of police on the scene, so it doesn't appear that anybody is in danger right now. Obviously, Chicago police have been doing an amazing job in making sure that everybody is staying safe, and that appears to be what they are continuing to do at this moment.
And even within the areas Casey has been today, they're now separating into different factions or fractions, it seems, but there's not just 1 or 2 officers there. There are dozens, if not more, with each situation that you're seeing going on right now.
Casey, can you hear us? Are you still on your microphone with us?
Hey, yes, so that's right. There are dozens of officers here. There was a line of officers in Union Park, and they moved in once this sort of clash happened, but there were dozens of other officers that might have been on nearby blocks because those bike officers swarmed in when this all happened. Let's actually take a look down this line. If you see here are the officers who were already in Union Park when this started to unfold, and it really was seamless that all of a sudden when things did get a little dicey there, sirens went on and the officers moved in. And then Jacob, let's walk down even further. I want to show you the bike officers here. So here is the line of bike officers. This goes all the way, Sylvia and Terrence, if you can still hear me. This goes all the way down Ashland.
Okay. And we see protesters walking and marching in a certain direction. Are they trying to get closer to the United Center? Tell me what's going on.
So that appeared to just sort of be an attempt to push Vivek out of the park, to be honest. The actual march and protest itself is not starting until 6:30. So I think their goal was to push him out of the park, essentially, and to push those pro-Trump supporters out of the park. And we did lose sight of Vivek. I'm unclear if he was ushered completely out of the park at this time. We're going to try to get eyes on him and his guards if he's still here.
What are you hearing over the megaphone? I know you were talking to us at the same time. Is there someone trying to, for lack of a better word, wrangle the group?
So over the megaphone were shouts for Vivek to leave. They were shouting things like racists can go home. They were shouting we did hear some profanities, but they were really shouting for him to leave Union Park.
Okay. Well, it sounds like things have settled for now. And as you said, I know that actual march is not supposed to begin until about 6:30. There's supposed to be some speakers kicking off very soon. We'll come back in and check with you in just a little bit to keep us posted on what's going on there. Thank you, Casey.
All right, we'll have more live
Okay,
updates
will
for
do.
you, from those protests and also what's going on inside and outside the United Center. We'll be right back.
Feels good.
The theme tonight at the DNC is centered on the For Our Future element, and the party is set to highlight how the Harris-Walz ticket plans to lead the nation forward. We will hear from Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper, civil rights leader Al Sharpton, and Randy Weingarten, the president of the American Federation of Teachers.
And this convention will conclude with, of course, Vice President Kamala Harris accepting the party's nomination. And during her remarks, Harris is expected to outline her vision for America and stress an approach to immigration. In the meantime, the Trump-Vance campaign is in the South hammering Harris on the immigration crisis.
Early in his administration, President Joe Biden tapped VP Harris to help address the huge influx of migrants at the U.S.-Mexico border. With Biden's departure from the race, Republicans are blaming Harris for illegal immigration, calling her a failed border czar as they race to define her campaign. The Trump campaign has painted Harris as a dangerous liberal who is lax on crime. They promise to stem the flow of illegal immigrants across the border and stop the flow of drugs into the U.S. if elected.
And taking another live look at the floor of the DNC, we are less than an hour away from the start of tonight's programming. Emmy-winning actress Kerry Washington is slated to host. The Scandal star has been politically active for some years now, attending the 2012 DNC in Charlotte, North Carolina, and the 2020 DNC in Milwaukee, where she opened the convention's third night.
Pop star Pink will close out the DNC tonight with a live performance before Harris's acceptance speech. This is video of her sound check earlier today. Pink is a longtime advocate of progressive causes like the LGBTQ+ community and reproductive rights.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming?
And those are the Chicks, formerly known as the Dixie Chicks, practicing before their big number tonight. The country music group will be performing the national anthem. The group also performed at the virtual 2020 DNC during the pandemic.
One of the most memorable moments of Governor Tim Walz's speech at the DNC last night was the reaction of his children.
Oh, this was unbelievable, specifically his son, Gus. Just take a look at this. He is so proud of his dad. The 17-year-old could be seen mouthing, "That's my dad," while visibly emotional during his father's speech. Tim and Gwen Walz have 2 children. Gus is a senior at St. Paul Central High School. Their daughter, Hope, is 23 and is working as a social worker and ski instructor.
As Kamala Harris will formally accept the Democratic nomination, she is marking a personal milestone today. August 22nd today is Harris and Doug Emhoff's 10th wedding anniversary. He shared a 40-second long video on X with photos and videos of the two. Happy anniversary. All right, there's talk of another repeat inside the United Center. Governor Pritzker is reportedly lobbying for the next Democratic National Convention in 2028 to stay put in Chicago. Bloomberg says Governor Pritzker and others have already started a behind-the-scenes push to host the next DNC. If that happens, it won't be the first time. Chicago hosted consecutive conventions in 1952 and 1956, where former Illinois Governor Adlai Stevenson was nominated.
Wow. And we're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back. But first, a little weather for you.
We want to check in with Casey again and get an update on that fluid situation. Casey, what's going on now?
Hey, Terrence, you know, it seems that things have significantly settled down here. It appears that everyone has sort of taken a breath, if you will. Things are back, I guess, on track, if you want to put it that way. Vivek Ramaswamy, it does appear, has left the park. He was ushered away by his bodyguards. But as you saw, there was a little bit of a hairy situation as demonstrators essentially, it appeared, were just fed up that he was here. He was speaking with the media prior to that, you know, that sort of altercation unfolding. And that's when he was kind of pushed out of the park by demonstrators, pushed across the street. They were shouting at him to go home. If you're just joining us, Vivek Ramaswamy showed up to Union Park. He ran for president on the Republican ticket, but dropped out in January. He suspended his campaign. Right now, things are much calmer. The coalition to march on the DNC is getting ready for their rally, which is going to get underway in about 15 minutes or so. And then they plan to march at about 6:30. Terrence?
Casey, thank you so much.
Oh, look at that shot. How beautiful as we take a live look outside. And weather has been stunning. A little bit of a change headed our way, but not just yet, right, Emily?
Not just yet. So our temperatures today, we're still running below average. Typically for this time of the year, your average high is in the lower 80s, and we still are in the 70s out there today. Now, we do have an updated drought monitor to show you, and as expected, the area that is all highlighted in yellow here, that's considered to be abnormally dry conditions. And as expected, that has expanded across most of the area because of the lack of rainfall, all of the sunshine that we've had, in addition to the breezy conditions that we started off the week with. So again, we are dealing with drought-like conditions, abnormally dry conditions across much of the Chicagoland area now. Your high temperatures today, most areas topped out in the mid-70s. We made it to 78 degrees at O'Hare, 76 in Valparaiso. Same thing for Aurora, 77 in Joliet, 76 in Kankakee. Here's where we're headed over the next couple of days. So we're going to be in the lower 80s tomorrow. Again, very seasonable. The humidity, it's really not going to be too bad on Friday. But then on Saturday, we're going to notice that humidity building through the day. So we're going to wake up in the morning. It's still going to be feeling fairly refreshing. But during the afternoon, we're climbing into the upper 80s to near 90 degrees. Dew point temperatures are going to be rising into the 60s. And to kind of put that number in perspective, anytime we have dew point temps in the 60s, it's enough to where you feel that humidity. It's starting to feel a little muggy out there, but it's not too bad yet. Once those dew point temps reach the 70s, that's when it just feels downright uncomfortable. And that's what we're going to be dealing with by Sunday, with highs near 90 degrees, 95 expected on Monday. Tuesday, I think we're still going strong with highs right around 90 degrees before we finally start to see some signs of relief toward the middle portion of next week. Satellite and radar, things are quiet for us right now. We have just a little bit of higher level cloud cover across portions of the region. That's really about it, though. We have high pressure that's still in control. Futurecast taking us through tonight. We're going to be holding on to that southerly wind flow. So our temperatures tonight, they're not going to be quite as cool as what we had yesterday and the night before. Most of us going to be dropping down into the 50s, which again is still below average, but we're not going to see any 40s popping up on the map like what we had this morning and then, of course, yesterday morning. Futurecast then taking us through the daytime hours of your Friday. Things look good. We'll start to see increasing cloud cover. There is a small chance that we end up seeing a couple stray showers or thunderstorms developing on Saturday, but at this point, I think it's more so during the evening, the overnight hours. So Saturday night, we're going to have the potential of seeing some showers and storms rolling through. I think the coverage should be rather minimal, and then there is a small chance that some of that's going to linger into Sunday morning. So that's what we're watching for over the weekend. Otherwise, the big weather story is, of course, going to be all about the heat, all about the humidity, and heat index values approaching that 100-degree mark being possible by Sunday. Right now, here's the view. We have southwesterly winds right around 3 miles per hour, so fairly calm conditions out there today. Tonight, 60 degrees in the city, but most suburbs are going to be dropping down into the 50s, so it's going to be another refreshing start to your day tomorrow. 7-day forecast tomorrow, 83, 89, partly cloudy conditions on Saturday. We do have that chance of storms Saturday night into early morning on Sunday. After that, the rest of the weekend is dry. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, partly cloudy, high temperatures in the 90s through Tuesday, dropping to the 80s by Wednesday and Thursday. Keep it here. We have more local news coming up.
Bam.
The major indexes closed down in regular trading. The Nasdaq slipping 299, the Dow sliding 177 to finish at 40,712. The S&P fell 50 points. Market watchers are anticipating a speech tomorrow night by Fed Chair Jerome Powell, where he will likely drop hints on how the Fed sees the economy.
Canada's two major freight railroads have been forced to enter contract arbitration with its labor union.
More than 9,000 union workers have been locked out by Canadian National Railway and Canadian Pacific Kansas City. It happened near the railroads, and the Teamsters Canada Rail Conference failed to reach an agreement with each side blaming the other. According to the Department of Transportation, rail transport accounted for an estimated $114 billion, or 16% of trade between the U.S. and Canada in 2023. Well, McDonald's official Instagram account was taken over.
The hackers are claiming they made off with $700,000 in stolen money by promoting a fake cryptocurrency with Grimace's face on it. A screenshot circulating online that includes offensive language shows an Indian flag and the claim the hackers got away with that money. McDonald's says it has taken back control of its social media accounts. Well, two mega retailers are reporting an increase in consumer traffic after lowering prices.
Target CEO Brian Cornell says the company has slashed prices on around 5,000 frequently bought items over the summer, and they seem to be paying off. In an earnings report, the retailer says comparable sales increased 2% during the second quarter. Walmart also joined in on some temporary price cuts. Well, Tesla's new robot needs a trainer. The tech company is looking for more people to help train its Optimus robot.
The job is simple, they say. Act out tasks in a motion capture suit. The data collection operator position comes with a height requirement of between 5'7" and 5'11". The position also requires walking for more than 7 hours a day while carrying up to 30 pounds. Reports say the company has already hired 50 people for this position, which pays up to $48 an hour. Tesla is taking applications on its website. TSA is expecting the busiest Labor Day travel period ever. The agency is getting ready to screen more than 17 million flyers from August 29th to September 4th.
Next Friday is predicted to be the peak travel day for those catching a flight. TSA is seeing some of the highest air travel volumes in its history. 10 days this year have been recorded as its busiest travel days of the people traveling this summer more than ever. With all the traveling records, TSA recommends arriving early to your flight 2 hours before your domestic flights and 3 hours before international ones. Thanks so much for watching First at 4.
And here's what we have coming up on the news at 5. It is the fourth and final day of the Democratic National Convention here in Chicago, and Vice President Kamala Harris is preparing to accept the party's nomination.
She isn't the only one taking the stage. We're live with one of tonight's speakers.
And we're going to see any surprise guests, maybe. That's the big question for the night. So we're going to tell you what we know so far about those celebrity rumors. Thanks for watching us here at 5. I'm Sylvia Perez.
And I'm Terrence Lee. Dawn and Scott are back out live today for the final night of the DNC.
And Dawn is inside the United Center with a special guest. Scott is just outside the UC with the bird's eye view of the convention.
We also have political reporter Paris Schatz inside and Casey Cronus in Union Park following protest.
But first, let's head back out to Dawn and her special guest. Hey, Dawn.
Hey there. Yes, I'm here with Mark Morial. He's the president of the National Urban League, and he is speaking tonight. So we are so excited to have you.
Thanks for having me, Dawn.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
So you don't have to give it all away because we do like surprises, but tell us what you're going to be doing
So
tonight.
it's going to be about housing. And so how do I think about this? Well, the rent's too damn high. And mortgages are out of reach for too many Americans. And so this is about creating a contrast between what a Harris presidency would mean for housing and the record of Donald Trump. Donald Trump was sued in the 1970s for housing discrimination, where his apartments refused to rent to black families and black individuals. Americans need to understand that record compared to a record of a Kamala Harris who has fought predatory lending in the past and now has a plan with down payment assistance a plan to build more affordable housing. This is really unfinished business because the early Biden years, there was a robust plan. That plan got blocked, that plan got shelved, and now it's time really to address. Here's a factoid people should recognize. In 2000, average or median rents in America was $600. Now they are 3 times as much. So for Americans, whether you're working class, whether you're middle class, whether you're an aspiring middle class, the rent's too damn high and mortgages are out of reach, and that has to be addressed.
A lot of people will agree with you on that one. So what an honor to be on the stage tonight, because I know a lot of people have been trying to get on stage.
Oh, yeah, baby.
So just real quickly, before we're out of time, what do you think so far about the message being conveyed at this convention?
This has been a balance between, I think, the prosecution of the case against Donald Trump and a hopeful, forward-leaning, inclusive vision for America. And I think it's a balance between the two. You can't do one without doing the other and really be credible as a party or as a candidacy or as a message. As I shared with you, I've been to 12 of these.
Yes.
It's amazing. And the diversity on display, the purpose on display, the sense of hope and joy on display is unmatched.
All right. Well, Mark Morial, thank you so much. Again,
Thanks,
great
Dawn.
to see you. And
My pleasure.
you don't need luck, but good luck.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Need all the luck we can get.
Yes. All right. I'll send it over to Scott now outside the United Center.
All right, Don, thank you so much. You know, it's not an understatement to say this is the biggest night in Kamala Harris's political career. She's going to give the speech of her life sometime after 9 p.m. tonight. Our political reporter, Paris Schutz, is inside the United Center. Paris, with a preview as we approach the home stretch of the presidential election.
Scott Schneider, not only Kamala Harris giving the speech of her life, but another person, Senator Tammy Duckworth, last night perhaps gave the speech of her life. And one of the people most responsible for this convention being here, Senator Duckworth, you wanted this. You've been planning this for a year. Is it what you hoped it would be?
It's everything I hoped it would be. It's so joyful. The city looks great. People are getting out and enjoying the city, but also having a great time at the convention. Everything is going along really smoothly. And I think we've really united the Democratic Party here under this roof in the last 4 days.
You know, we mentioned your speech last night. You focused a lot on your struggles with IVF and fertility and starting a family. You hear the Republican Party say they're the party of family values. J.D. Vance has said the Democrats have anti-family, anti-child values. Was your speech maybe trying to recast the Democrats as the party of family values?
We are the party of family values. We're the party that thinks that you should make your own decisions about your family. Remember that J.D. Vance, goes out there and insults people who don't have children, and then he voted against my bill that would guarantee the right to access reproductive health care. You can't have it both ways.
On the IVF front, what would President Harris do to ensure access to IVF or fertility treatment for those who want to start families?
Well, you can pass my right to a Reproductive Health Care Act, which would guarantee the right for anybody who is seeking reproductive health care to access it, would allow doctors to provide that health care if you want to provide it, and hospitals to cover it, and insurance to cover it. It doesn't require anybody to access if you don't want to or to provide it, but if you do, you would have a statutory right to access reproductive health care.
You know, there's been some criticism that there hasn't been enough policy, IVF aside. What should Kamala Harris focus on policy-wise? Will she hit on some policy items?
I think you're going to hear her do that, and especially over the next 75 days as she gets out on the campaign trail. Remember that this is the launch pad for her. She'll get out there. She'll take her message to the America. She's already done the bus tour. She'll continue to reach out all across the country, and you're going to see more and more policy come forward.
You know, the former President Trump said he misled folks, saying he didn't know that Kamala Harris was identifying as black. He thought that was recent. But she is biracial, half South Asian. Does it mean something to the AAPI community to have someone of Kamala Harris's background leading the ticket?
Oh, absolutely. The community is energized. She will be, in addition to the first black woman president, the first woman president, the first AANHPI president. And we're so proud that we're going to have representation so that our daughters can look up and say, you know what, an Asian American is an American, and they can one day be president too.
Are you going to try to convince the Democrats to have the convention here again in 4 years?
I might let somebody else have a turn. I'm just so pleased that we've had it here. I think we set a new standard for the quality of convention. If they want to come back in 4 years, I'd be honored to host it again, but we might let someone else do it next time.
Okay, Senator Duckworth, thanks for talking to us. Take care.
Thank you. You too.
Okay, Scott, so we're going to come back at 5:30. We're going to speak with another speaker on the agenda tonight. You're not going to want to miss this. This is former Illinois Republican Adam Kinzinger, who has risked a whole lot, including some relationships with his family members, to support the Democratic ticket. We'll hear why and what he's going to say coming up in just a bit, but now we toss it back to you.
Paris, thank you. On the final day of the convention, protesters are once again gathering in Union Park, preparing to march, and Chicago police say they are ready. There were no arrests in last night's protests, but on Tuesday, more than 50 people were taken into custody after protesting outside the Israeli consulate.
And there were more than 2,000 protesters last night, and today that crowd is expected to be even larger.
Casey Cronus is following the group as they prepare to march. Casey?
Hey, Terrence and Sylvia, and the crowd is growing larger and larger by the minute. We are still in Union Park, where a rally has just gotten underway by the Coalition to March on the DNC. That coalition is made up of more than 270 groups. One of the larger groups that is part of that coalition is USPCN, which is a pro-Palestinian group. Now, here's kind of a look at the park, but we do want to pull up some video of what happened about 30 to 45 minutes ago. This is when former presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy, he was running on the Republican ticket before he dropped out in January. He showed up here to Union Park. Now, if you take a look at his X account, he has been tweeting that he is here during the DNC, and he is here to challenge Vice President Kamala Harris as she now starts her run for president. When he got to the park, it escalated rather quickly. At first, he was speaking with the media, and then all of a sudden, the demonstrators in the park were not happy that he was here, started shouting, using their bullhorns, pushed him and his bodyguards sort of into the street. The cops swarmed in, and the demonstrators just sort of continued to try to push him further and further out of the park. That's eventually what happened. We got about a block away, so not too far before his bodyguards ushered him away. So that was the second sort of clash we've seen. Earlier, there was a group of about 5 or 6 Trump supporters who were here. There was a small verbal clash with pro-Palestinian demonstrators, but that sort of fizzled out here quickly. There are a lot of police officers surrounding the park. They moved in very quickly when that incident unfolded between Ramaswamy and the protesters here. We will continue to monitor what happens as this group is really calling for a large march tonight, being their final night to march on the DNC. They're expected to start walking at 6:30. Back to you.
All right, Casey, thank you for keeping us updated. Want to get you an update now on your forecast as we take a live look outside.
Beautiful.
Navy Pier. I can imagine they've been pretty busy this week with all the visitors
right?
in town.
And I mean, if I was visiting Chicago, I would definitely be outside enjoying this weather because it has been perfect,
Glorious.
Emily. Yes.
Yeah, it's been perfect and certainly not too hot, right? So we've had high temperatures the last couple of days that have been in the 70s, and we've had a lot of sunshine too. Now, with that said, we do really need some rain around here, and we're not going to get it really anytime soon. Next chance of rain is not here until Saturday night, and even then, it's not a sure bet. It's just going to be very scattered in nature. So your satellite right now, we do have some higher level clouds that are moving across the region, but that's really about all. Again, no rain in sight. Temperatures right now are sitting in the mid 70s. It's very comfortable. Humidity is nice and low, but that's going to start to change here in the next couple of days. So through the daytime hours of tomorrow, it should still be fairly comfortable. But then looking ahead to the weekend, that's when we're really going to notice that humidity building in. This evening, temperatures are going to be dropping out of the 70s and into the 60s by about 9 or 10 p.m. Eventually tonight, we're looking at our low temperatures dropping down into the 50s for most of us. But in the city, we're likely holding on to temps right around 60 degrees. Here's a check of your weather headlines. We have that big warm up coming, temperatures in the 90s by Sunday, but it's going to be feeling like the triple digits. I'll have your weekend forecast coming up.
All right, we'll see you then, Emily. A well-known Republican in our state is set to take the stage at the DNC tonight.
Plus, former President Trump is at the southern border talking immigration and security.
And one theme tonight is unity. We'll show you how colors are actually bringing just about everyone in the United Center together.
Fox.
Taking a live look inside the United Center, where everyone is starting to fill in for the final day of the DNC.
And if you look really, really close in that shot, you'll see the more than 100,000 balloons filling the ceiling right now for the grand finale. A business in the South Bend actually took part in creating this masterpiece. Fun by the Yard. They worked for 2 days to inflate and prepare that massive display. It's expected to be the largest political balloon drop ever.
Very fun, and that is not the only fun in store for the night. There's rumors swirling about surprise guests who just might take the stage.
Tia, you joins us live. Tia, you did some digging. What have you found out? Is it you taking the stage?
Hey, if I was taking the stage, I wouldn't even be standing here right now, Terrence and Sylvia. But you guys mentioned those balloons. They are actually right above my head right now. And also on top of the heads of Illinois delegates will be blue hats with lights. I do know that for sure. And you'll look around and see a lot of people behind me wearing the color white. That is really in memory of the women's suffrage movement and looking at how far women have come in this country to have the right to vote. Now, you talked about a sneak peek who will take the stage. I did get a chance to hear some music that made me think maybe the Queen will be on the stage tonight. Take a listen. Yes, that will get you up out your seat, right? Yes, that's a little Beyonce playing during warm-ups. Could she be performing tonight? Well, speculation says yes. There's also been some speculation of possibly Taylor Swift being in the house tonight. We also heard a Bruno Mars song during warm-ups. Now, around the United Center, women are wearing Converse. They were a fashion staple for Kamala Harris when she was running for vice president, and we know she's wearing them all over again. They are back as part of her wardrobe, showing they have Harris's back. Her sorority sisters that are Alpha Kappa Alphas. They are wearing their signature colors of pink and green. We've seen that throughout the United Center tonight as well. Now, majority of attendees, delegates, volunteers, and again, content creators are wearing the color white, remembering the suffragettes that were not allowed to vote. White was the color that brought them together as a sign of unity.
It's remarkable, to be honest with you. It's night and day difference from 2016. Instantly, when it was clear Kamala was going to be our nominee, we banded together, and as women, we realized we're not going to mess around this time. We saw what happened last time when we messed around, right? So this time we came together and united. Women have a tendency to take each other down, and this time around, we're not going to do that. We're united as one front behind Kamala.
So as we've entered day 4 of the DNC, that's really been a theme that we've noticed around here. A lot of women in charge, and you'll remember I pointed out this fact that 3 women from Chicago, 3 black women from Chicago are responsible for the DNC going smoothly, putting it on here in the city. Christy George, of course, you know, Mignon Moore, and I actually introduced you to Kiana Barrett, who's also from Chicago, that's responsible for the DNC being here in Chicago. Obviously, a lot of women in the building, a lot of people in the building, period, men and women, looking forward to hear what Kamala Harris will say when she takes that stage tonight. Of course, we will be here. Our cameras will be here. We'll continue to stream, of course, on Fox 32, Chicago.com as well. Live in the United Center tonight, Tia Ewing, Fox 32, Chicago.
Love to hear about that girl power. Thank you, Tia. And when Harris accepts the nomination this evening, she will officially become the first black woman and first Asian American to lead the ticket of a majority party. She is the daughter of immigrants from India and Jamaica. She is 59 years old, grew up in Oakland, and spent much of her political career in California's Bay Area. During her remarks this evening, Harris is expected to outline her vision for America and stress an approach to immigration. Officials are looking for an Arizona man who threatened to kill former President Trump. This comes the same day as he is in the state visiting the border, touching on immigration. Ronald Lee Servid reportedly made threats against Trump. He also has several outstanding arrest warrants. Arizona is a key swing state. As you know, Republicans have been critical of both President Biden's and VP Harris's handling of illegal immigration. Early in his administration, President Biden tapped VP Harris to help address the huge influx of migrants at the U.S.-Mexico border. With Biden's departure from the race, Republicans are blaming Harris for illegal immigration, calling her a failed border czar.
The final gaps of the wall were about to be sealed. Then Kamala came in and dismantled every single Trump border policy and halted all wall construction. But she didn't want it open. She wanted a wide open border.
We should note, according to Customs and Border Protection, illegal crossings were actually down more than 30% from June to July, and it was the 5th month in a row that crossings had dropped. Well, despite threats from Texas Governor Greg Abbott, Chicago has not seen that surge in migrant arrivals this week. The last time a bus actually dropped new arrivals off in our city was back in June. There are currently more than 5,000 available beds across citywide migrant shelters, but only time will tell if and when they will be filled. Right now, let's take that live look outside once again as Emily has been talking about this beautiful weather and how long we can expect it to last. Emily.
It is gorgeous out there again today. So we're a touch warmer than what we were experiencing yesterday and, of course, the day before when we were only experiencing temperatures in the low to mid 70s. Today, a lot of us are in the mid to upper 70s. We've had a lot of sunshine and fairly calm winds, too. It's not all that breezy out there. Only west-southwesterly winds about 6 miles per hour right now. Temperatures elsewhere at 73 in Waukegan. We have 79 degrees in Gary, 77 in Merrillville. It's 75 in Rensselaer and Kankakee, 75 degrees also in Aurora and Woodstock, 76 in Joliet. Here's where we're headed tonight. So temperatures in the city only dropping down to about 60 degrees, but basically all the suburbs going to be dropping down into the 50s. So it is going to be another cool, almost kind of fall-like start to your day tomorrow. But that fall-like feel, we're going to say goodbye to that by tomorrow afternoon. So we're back up into the lower 80s. That's where we should be for this time of August. Partly cloudy conditions on Friday. On Saturday, 89 degrees expected. Saturday night, there is a chance for a couple showers and thunderstorms, possibly lingering into Sunday morning. But Sunday, the big weather story is going to be all about the heat. Our heat index values could be as high as the triple digits. digits, and we'll keep that going into early next work week. Sylvia.
All right, thanks so much. Well, police in Joliet are asking for the public's help in finding the man who allegedly robbed two 17-year-old girls who were sitting in their car. Police say the man grabbed a purse from one of them, but during a fight for the car keys, he pulled out his gun, shooting the driver's side door. This happened before 11 a.m. today on the 500 block of Silver Leaf Drive. The United Auto Workers Union is rallying 70 miles from where UAW President Shawn Fain spoke 2 days ago at the DNC in the United Center. The union demanding Stellantis keep its promise to reopen the idled factory in Belvidere. On Monday, UAW locals filed grievances over what they say are Stellantis' failure to honor its commitments in the latest contract. Our DNC coverage continues. When we come back, we're going to take you back outside of the UC where protesters are getting ready to march.
Ahead. And I have a very special guest, U.S. Representative Jonathan Jackson of Illinois, here to talk to us about what is expected tonight after the break.
Fox 30.
Welcome back. Our team coverage on the final night of the DNC continues. I'm outside the United Center. Right now, let's send it inside to Dawn.
Thank you, Scott. So I am here with Congressman Jonathan Jackson. Thanks for spending time with us.
Thank you for having me.
We know you've been running around. This is your 10th convention. So tell me, first of all, on this big night, this final night, how this convention and the energy compares to previous ones that you've attended.
Well, in my lifetime, I felt a certain surge, if you will, during the hopefulness of the Clinton era. When he was first seeking office, and then it was a culminating experience to see President Barack Obama and First Lady Michelle Obama enter the stage. And then when I thought it couldn't get any higher and any better, in a very few short years afterwards, you have Vice President Harris to accept the nomination tonight. That's just electrifying. It's one thing to have African Americans. It's also a twofer to have a female and an African American to lead the nation's highest office. So our children, our daughters, won't have to ever think about a ceiling again. And that is what's so hopeful.
Yes. Well, your father, the Reverend Jesse Jackson, was honored on Monday. How does this convention honor him, would you say?
Well, I think I thank you for that and acknowledging my father's. He first ran in 1984. I was 18 years of age, so that was the first time I had the opportunity to vote. And then, what was in his heart in 1984 was Fannie Lou Hamer starting a massive voter registration drive in the Freedom Summer and the Freedom Democratic Party, where she culminated that activism in New Jersey. And so he picked up that we need massive voter registration efforts. If he could speak to you right now, he has some challenges. He would say, continue to focus on massive voter registration drives. If we vote our numbers, we win.
So now looking back on all the days that we've had here, do you think the message has come across that the campaign was trying to convey to everyone, getting to know the vice president?
Yeah, I think you're beginning to see that. She looks like America. The people that have come across the stage look like America. The messaging has been the values that Americans have. Now we'll culminate with the prosecutor, that person that enforces the law, and Vice President Harris going against the criminal, the person that's tried to break every law and usurp our democracy, and she's going to challenge him head on. So there's a clear contrast. There's been a generational change. She's leading that change, and that's exciting.
All right, Congressman Jonathan Jackson, thank you. But I have one more question. Have you seen Beyonce?
Not yet. I keep hearing that, and that's great news. But I saw Patti LaBelle the other day. I saw Mr. Stevie Wonder, Stevie Morris.
Yes, and, I heard he's in the building again tonight.
Oh, my father's coming here every day, and he's a civil rights champion, and Stevie Wonder.
Yes.
The movement was going along for a King holiday, but it seemed like it wasn't moving fast, and then he came back, put his musical genius behind it, and said happy birthday.
Yes.
That popularized it. That got it over the hill.
Yeah.
So I want to say thank you to Miss Mignon Moore. She started with us 40 years ago, and down in Brazil, and all these young people have now gone up to the highest levels in the party because we're voting our numbers, voting our interests, and this is a humane face for America and Miss Harris, and I'm so honored to call her my vice president and my next president of the United States.
All right.
And I want to thank Joe Biden.
Thank you.
He made a way for
Jackson.
her.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Back to you guys.
Well, Chicago is about to write another chapter in the history of presidential nominees. Tonight, Vice President Kamala Harris becomes the first woman of color to accept her party's nomination for president at the United Center. That was back in 2008 when Chicago made history and Barack Obama won the White House.
Oh, we're way ahead of everybody else. So we've had 26 major party conventions in the city of Chicago since 1860. In many ways, it's a kind of party convention place of choice during the late 19th century and most of the 20th.
Tonight at 6, in a special report, we take a look at what other historical presidential moments have taken place here. Main programming for the last day begins in just a few minutes at the DNC. We'll have much more coverage when we come back. Now at 5:30, programming for the final day of the Democratic National Convention is about to get underway.
Thank you for joining us, everyone. At 5 o'clock, I'm Sylvia Perez.
And I'm Terrence Lee. Scott and Dawn are back out live tonight.
And they are part of our continuing team coverage this week. Scott is out near the United Center, and inside is political reporter Paris Schutz.
We have Casey Cronus and Nate Rogers following developing protests. Let's head out to Nate first. Nate?
Yeah, that's right, Terrence and Sylvia. Good evening to the both of you. Right now, we are gearing up for what should be the last expected protest here in Union Park during the DNC. I say expected protest because officers, Chicago police, truly have been working around the clock to stop protesters that have gotten permits as well as those that have not gotten permits. Now, in our last half hour, you heard from Casey, who's standing on the north side of Union Park, where a bunch of the demonstrators are right now. You see them still filing in at this piece. I am standing on the south side of the park right here where there are hundreds of Chicago police that are in position. You can take a look for yourself. Many of them on bike patrol, several command staff out here as well. Now, this march is expected to kick off between 6 and 6:30, depending on how long speakers last. As we've seen 2 previous days this week, officers on bike patrol will soon line Washington Street and will guide demonstrators to Park 578, which is half a mile from this location. Now, keep in mind that same location is where fencing was breached by agitators Monday. I heard organizers today saying they do not plan to enter the park. Yesterday, police created a barricade preventing protesters from accessing the park, even if they wanted to. Now, after more rallying at Park 578, the group will then head east down Lake Street, returning right here back to Union Park. We have heard from city leaders that extra troops were brought in to handle this crowd. As Casey has described, there have been some tense moments between groups here. But again, Chicago police are here. They're in great numbers. They are ready to take care of whatever needs to happen today. And I'll send it to my colleague, Casey Cronus, who's on the other side of the park with the latest.
Many of those fights are still going on.
Hey, Nate, thank you so much. That's right. There are police surrounding Union Park on standby when things get a little dicey. There were a couple of clashes earlier between some pro-Trump supporters and pro-Palestinian demonstrators, and another clash where Vivek Ramaswamy, who was formerly running for president on the Republican ticket, showed up, and those demonstrators pushed him out of the park. Now, right now, a rally is underway. This started about 15 minutes ago, and after the rally, that march will get underway. Our photojournalist Jacob is panning over to the crowd, and just so you can see how many people are already here, if I had to guess, there are at least 1,000 demonstrators here now. You see all their signs sort of popped up in, they're holding those signs up in the air, and, you know, there are about 270 groups that make up this coalition to march on the DNC. This being their last night, day 4 of the convention, it will be interesting to see how many more people end up joining this rally and this march today. One of the organizers spoke earlier today, and he said that the world is watching not the convention, but their demonstrations. So we will be with them all.
And I'm outside the United Center atop the Malcolm X garage. We want to take you back inside where political reporter Paris Schutz is standing by with a preview of what to expect tonight.
Scott, we're going to hear from a member of the January 6th Select Committee, former Illinois Congressman Adam Kinzinger, who is as anti-Trump as it gets right now because of January 6th. He had been a Trump supporter. He has been as outspoken as it gets, along with Liz Cheney. I caught up with him on the convention floor a few minutes ago. Take a listen.
Why do you feel it's important not to just oppose Trump, not to just support Harris, but actually come on stage at the Democratic National Convention and speak?
Well, I mean, look, it's the Democratic Convention has shown that they're interested in reaching out to good Republicans. They've had, I've seen people from another party, you know, address a convention, but it's always been like one night. They've brought people every night. And what's important here is to say, look, we can disagree on policy. Like, frankly, I disagree with my wife on things sometimes. But what we can't disagree on is the importance of democracy, the fact that we need to be united. And frankly, even if I don't agree with everything, Kamala has a vision for the future. When was the last time anybody's heard Donald Trump articulate anything close to a vision except just litigating past grievances?
And I just heard today that he's going to hold some kind of J6 awards or something like that. I mean, how do you react to the fact that he's playing up these folks as martyrs, as victims? You were there that day. I talked to you that day. It was a sickening day. You had a gun with you because of how threatening it was. What do you make of that?
Look, I mean, it almost at this point feels like he's trying to lose, except I know he's not. You know, this is what happens when you saturate yourself in Truth Social and all you see is people calling these folks martyrs. It's insane. I hope America sees that and recognizes that this guy has no interest in holding people that break the law to account. He's not the party. He's not the leader of law and order. If we ever have another January 6th again like this, it continues to erode our democracy and erode people's faith in the country. We can't have that.
You've talked about the fact that some of your families just really pissed at you. They're down that kind of rabbit hole. What are they going to make of seeing you appear in front of a bunch of Democrats?
I'm going to blow up their minds, and it's going to be awesome. Like, if you are angry because I'm here to address a Democratic convention, you have something broken in you, right? Because Americans usually respected political differences. So they're all my distant family. My close family is really good to me, but they can be as angry as they want.
Last question. I mean, is it too much of a Pollyanna-ish statement to say that this country can get back to governance from the middle or bipartisanship? The Republican Party can move away from perhaps MAGA extremism and be a party that does want to work across the aisle?
I think it's possible, but the only way to get there is through Donald Trump losing. I mean, if he wins, it's going to reinforce to the Republicans that, you know, a guy like Donald Trump is who you need. He has no interest in anybody but himself. I mean, literally, the guy has never had a thought about anybody beyond how something impacts himself. So the only way to get to a resurrected Republican Party is to go through the first part of that and see a destroyed, defeated Republican Party.
How does it feel to do this in your home region, your home area, being from the Joliet area?
Feels great. It's good to be back, and, you know, it's exciting. A lot of energy here.
Adam Kinzinger, the former Illinois congressman, former member of the January 6th committee. Some other Chicago connections tonight. Representative Raja Krishnamurthy, he has a featured speaking slot. And then a surprise here, former Illinois Attorney General Lisa Madigan will deliver joint remarks, likely to talk about Kamala Harris as Attorney General. Madigan has been out of politics for a long time, so that was a bit of a surprise to see. And then, of course, the main event, Kamala Harris, the Democratic nominee herself, and then a lot of razzle-dazzle, as there's been every night, a performance from the artist Pink, maybe more to come. We will keep following it all night. Back to you.
Paris, thank you. A little razzle-dazzle in the forecast, too, Emily. Honestly, every day this week has kind of felt like a Friday.
Yeah,
it's so nice.
It's been gorgeous. We've had temperatures that, of course, have been below average, but it's been feeling really nice because we've had a lot of sunshine and fairly low humidity, too. We're going to keep that going for at least one more day. Temperatures tonight going to be dropping down into the 50s for most of the suburbs. In the city, I think we're holding on to about 60 degrees for our low temperature tonight, so that's what we wake up to tomorrow morning. And then during the afternoon, we are finally warming things back up into the 80s again for the first time in what feels like a week or so. But yes, it's going to be much warmer later on tomorrow. The humidity, it's still not going to be a problem until Saturday. That's when you're really going to start to notice that humidity building, and then it's going to be just downright uncomfortable by the time we reach into Sunday. So your temperatures on Saturday will be in the upper 80s. I think we're going to be hitting 90 degrees by Sunday, but with the humidity and dew point temperatures in the 70s, it's going to take that 90-degree high temperature on Sunday and have it feeling more like, it looks like, about the triple digits, and that's going to stick around into early next week as well. So the heat that is on this weekend, it'll continue through the first half of next week. I'll, of course, show you that in your 7-day. And coming up after this break, we have more local news for you. We'll see you then.
Well, it is the final game of the preseason for the Chicago Bears tonight.
And what a preseason it has been. Cassie Carlson joining us now to watch what to watch out for tonight. This has been so much fun.
It has been fun,
yes.
right? But unfortunately, we're not going to see Caleb Williams play tonight because majority of starters won't be playing in Kansas City, which means they're going to go 3 weeks without seeing a live rep ahead of week 1 against the Titans. But this game signifies the last chance for others to show the Bears and the league why they deserve a roster spot. Lou Canellis is live in Kansas City. And Lou, how will the backup quarterbacks handle the reps they get tonight?
Well, they're each going to get some reps in this football game. I wanted to tell you, Cassie, that we've got both the Bears and the Chiefs right now working out together on the field here at Arrowhead Stadium. Caleb Williams is on the field right now. Patrick Mahomes is on the Chiefs bench, part of his pregame ritual. They haven't met yet, but my guess is at some point they'll spend some time together. Now, you touched on it. Caleb Williams will be sitting this game out. Tyson Bagent and also Brett Rippon will play in this football game for the Bears. No one has worked harder this offseason than Tyson Bagent. Bagent absolutely grinded his face off, and it has showed so far. First undrafted rookie quarterback since 1960 to start an NFL game, and he's the second-ranked passer right now in the NFL during the preseason. How about Brett Rippon, 28 years old? Played in that Hall of Fame game against the Houston Texans, threw 3 touchdown passes. He's the top-rated passer in the NFL during the preseason. Yeah, folks, believe it or not, the Bears' backups are 1 and 2 when it comes to rated passers this preseason.
Got ridiculous, unbelievable aspirations that go far deeper than what I've been able to do so far. So I'll just sum it up like that, and I'm just excited to continue to work at it and continue to, get better at my craft. I just don't want to be somebody who people look at and think are, just grateful for that he just made the team or just he's a fringe guy. I don't want to be looked at that. I don't think that's who I am. And it just kind of puts me in the headspace of just a limitless mindset, not like a limited mindset.
66 quarterbacks played in the NFL last season. In 22, 68 quarterbacks played in that NFL season. That is more than any two-game stretch in NFL history. So the backup quarterback position, far more valuable than people may think. Both of our backup quarterbacks will play tonight against the Super Bowl champs. Reporting from Arrowhead Stadium in Kansas City, I'm Lou Canellis, Fox 32 Sports. Cassie, we'll be back with more coming up at the top of the hour as these teams continue to get ready for the preseason game tonight.
All right, thanks, Lou. As you just mentioned, we will check in a little bit, and you'll be able to watch tonight's Bears-Chiefs game from just about anywhere you are. Catch the action here on Fox 32 Chicago, on your smart TV or streaming box with Fox Local, and on our website, fox32chicago.com. You'll see a link to the game right on the front page. Our pregame coverage begins at 6:30. Let's turn to baseball. The Cubs going for a series win against Detroit this afternoon and trying to get closer to 500. Now 5.5 games out of the wild card with 35 games to go. Never too late to visit the friendly confines. That's 93 years young for this fan. Scoreless in the second, bases loaded for Miguel Amaya. He crushes this ball for his first career grand slam, one of 3 hits on the day. Cubs open it up. It's 4-0. Plenty for Justin Steele today. He went 7 innings, only gave up 2 runs on 4 hits, no walks, and struck out 10. His 4th career 10-plus strikeout game, a much-needed one for the Cubs. They put up 10 runs as they blow out the Tigers 10-2 to get the series win, and they finished 4-2 on the homestand.
We joke the pregame plans with Justin are pretty simple. When he goes over the other team, it's very clear. I went and got a cup of coffee, came back, and the meeting was over. It was, and that's because that's why Justin's so good, and I think a lot of the good pitchers are like that. There's no secrets. They just beat you, and that's what Justin did today.
The White Sox have the day off. Iowa football head coach Kirk Ferentz is suspended 1 game for a recruiting violation in 2022. And the Philadelphia Eagles now have a wide receiver trio trading for Commanders wide receiver Jahan Dodson. Sylvia and Terrence.
All right. Thanks so much for that. Well, we have been telling you about the scorching heat, and it is almost here, much to some people's discontent. Would you be one of them?
Boo. Boo. Yeah, we're getting back into the 90s this weekend. Emily has more on your full forecasts when we come back.
Welcome
so
back.
Nice.
I know, right?
Outside, right?
Yeah,
Can we just go
beautiful.
outside?
It's beautiful. We could do it on the plaza like the old days.
You got this.
I got this.
Right, you can
Go
man the
on.
rest of the show,
yes,
right?
Just go ahead. Excuse yourselves. I got this from here on out, at least for the next 3 minutes. So you have a 3-minute break. Ready, set, go.
Run.
Yeah, temperatures out there today. We were gorgeous. We had low to mid 70s, or I should say mid to upper 70s. Yesterday, we were in the low to mid 70s. And I was talking a little bit about this over the last couple of days when I was showing you the drought monitor, that we were likely going to see this yellow shade here, which represents abnormally dry conditions expanding across the Chicagoland area. And with the latest drought monitor that came out this morning, that is exactly what took place. So we're starting to see drought-like conditions developing across the area just because of the lack of rainfall. We've had a lot of sunshine recently as well. Again, high temperatures today were gorgeous with all of that sun. We made it into the mid to upper 70s, 78 degrees at O'Hare. In Gary, we topped out in the low 80s, 79 in Merrillville, 74 in Rensselaer, 76 in Kankakee. Same thing in Aurora. We hit 74 in DeKalb, same thing in Waukegan, and we made it to 76 degrees in Woodstock. Here's where we're headed over the next couple of days. So all week long, we've been in the 70s. But tomorrow, we're going to start to crank up the heat a little bit. We'll be in the lower 80s. That's very seasonable for this time of the year. Your average high temperature for this date is 82 degrees. So tomorrow, very close to being on target with that. And then over the weekend, it's going to get much hotter. So upper 80s, low 90s expected both Saturday and Sunday. And we also have a slight chance of seeing a couple of showers and thunderstorms developing Saturday night, lingering into Sunday morning. But it's just that small window. The rest of the weekend, the main story, of course, is going to be all about the heat. We'll have heat index values that that could potentially be as high as about 100 degrees on Sunday, and then feeling even hotter than that by Monday, because expected high temperatures on Monday are going to be right around 95 degrees. So just kind of a scorcher out there early next work week. Satellite and radar, things are quiet for us right now. We have some higher level clouds across the region, and that's really about it. Futurecast taking us through this evening and tonight. We're going to develop that southerly wind flow. And then as far as cloud cover goes, we're still just going to be mostly clear to partly cloudy. So with the lack of cloud cover tonight, temperatures are still going to dip down into the 50s, almost area-wide, but right along the lakefront in the city of Chicago, we're going to be dropping down to about 60 degrees for the overnight low. So we're not quite as cold tomorrow morning as what we were waking up to today. Temperatures through the day going to warm up just fine. We'll have those southwesterly winds, bringing in that warmer air. Again, low 80s for tomorrow. And then by Saturday, we're going to start to see a few more clouds developing and moving in. So partly sunny skies at times on Saturday, but as far as the rain chances go, they should be holding off until Saturday night. Again, I have the clock stopped here around 8 or 9 p.m. and we are still dry at this point. It's not until the overnight hours that some of this activity could potentially be working its way in. Right now, here's the view. It is gorgeous. We have west-southwesterly winds 6 miles per hour at 78 degrees. Tonight in the city dropping down to 60, but out in the suburbs, we're going to be dropping down as cool as the low to mid 50s. 7-day forecast tomorrow, 83, 89, partly cloudy on Saturday. A small storm chance Saturday night into early Sunday morning. After that, it turns hot, 90 degrees on Sunday, Monday 95, and then we're at 90 again on Tuesday. Finally, some relief is going to be here by Wednesday and Thursday of next week. Back to you.
All right, thanks for that, Emily, and we'll be right back. And welcome back. Let's talk weather again, shall we? So good, we don't want to stop talking about it.
You just can't get enough of it, right? So yes, gorgeous today it was. We're going to start to heat things up tomorrow, and temperatures are going to be warming up into the 80s. Satellite looking clear for this evening. Again, your 5-day forecast looking good. 83 degrees tomorrow, 89 on Saturday. Sunday, small chance of a lingering shower or thunderstorm from Saturday night lingering into Sunday morning. But the bigger weather story, of course, is all about the heat. 90 degrees on Sunday. Sunday, but your heat index will likely be in the triple digits. Same thing on Monday. By Tuesday, we're still at 90. After that, we will finally get some relief with temps in the 80s again.
Perfect weather for the Queen Bee. Possibly. We don't know. All right, thanks for joining us at 5.
Now you can stream us on your smart TV with Fox Local.
Search for it on all streaming platforms and watch today.
And stay with us. We have extended news coverage when we come back.